Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If, with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Watched the Multiverse. All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Razor. Hello everybody. It DRGX1 back after being gone for so long. Fox. Dude, where have you been? Almost thought you abandoned us. With you being gone for so long. Sly. Yeah, I agree with my Fox bro on this one. Razor. Sorry, I mean it. It's just I've meant to get things done, but my life really didn't want to give that chance. But seriously, I can't excuse myself for neglecting my work, so I will try to put in more effort to my writing and try to balance it out. Izuku. It all right. We all make mistakes, but the important thing is to keep pushing ourselves to be better. Razor. Why are you so pure and impure at the same time, Izuku? Anyway, here are the stats for Ochako's stand. Stand name, switch up. User, Ochako Uraraka. Power, A. Range, C 610 meters. Durability, B. Precision, C. Development potential, B. Ability, able to change the gravitational force of any person or object within her range. Is also able to freely change the force at her or her user's command, and she can change her own gravitational force. Razor. Oh, and before I forget today, we will be joined by a very special friend of mine as he helped me write this one. Kitsune Naruto. Oh, is he that guy I've seen you talk to so much? Razor. Naruto. What the hell, man? You can go through my PM, that's private. Asterisk starts fight with Naruto asterisk. Momanga. Looks like they will be at it for a while. Midoriya-kun, if you would. Izuku. Hi. Razor doesn't own anything but Ox and this story. I guess on with the story, hee. Also, Phantom King and Percival owns themselves. A man in a normal gray hoodie appeared. His pants are black with heavy stains and have wear and tear around the bottom of the legs. His skin was pale and his hair is black with curls similar to Izuku Midoriya. He was also wearing a red mask that concealed his eyes. Razor grinned for his arrival. If it isn't Phantom Knight Percival joining us for this topic. Please call me Phantom. My name is a mouthful already, or Percy. Either way, I am glad to join you in this. Out of nowhere, a can of Coke appeared in his hand, and he drank it. So mind if I introduce myself to the MHA cast? He asked his friend. Not at all, Razor gestured him to everyone, who is confused of the sudden guest. Good. Phantom turned to everyone. Hello, you already know my name and what I can go by, so need to say my name. I am another god that looks over a certain part of the multiverse. What part is that, Sir Phantom? Ida asked. He grins so heavily and starts jittering like a fanboy on Coke, and not the drink we're talking about, which made Razor sighs. Oh boy, you got him now. What did I do? Why is he so unnatural? Momo asked. Is this normal for him? Sadly, yes, Razor responded. He is a huge fan of a certain Dharma that revolves around special filming. He looks over to Phantom, who was going to explode into confetti. And what is that? Momo asked again, while the sum of Class 1A is curious over what drama makes him so excited. Kamen Rider, Phantom screamed. I look over my world's Kamen Riders while watching the canon world's Kamen Riders like a TV show. The students, teachers, and pro heroes were kinda scared of him with his expressive nature. Then All Might raised his hand slightly. Young Phantom, what are Kamen Riders? He asked him. Glad you asked, All Might, I said. Kamen Riders are heroes like yourselves that started around 1971 with the first known as Agito. For 50 years, they spout a lot of TV shows, movies, games, and most important of all, toys. Suddenly soft vinyl toys, gimmick action figures, gashapon toys, and driver's belts pop out from behind him. Razor stared at his friend before shrugging as he summoned some examples like his Figureye's standard X-Aid Razor. I don't actually have one, but I will soon, and a poster of Kamen Rider 01. So they are like pro heroes with their agencies and stuff, right? Denki said. Yeah, it sounded no different than what we see every day, Kirishima added. Phantom slightly glared at the two. Of course you think that because you don't know that in another world. Kamen Rider is a simple television show much like you guys. The audience turned white when the teenage-looking gods said about their world. What? Razor sighs and smacks Phantom of the head. Kinda want that to be unknown. But yes, in some worlds you guys are fictional from a story created by a talented manga artist writer that soon spawned television series. spin-offs, toys, and a creepy fandom that pairs Izuku with Bakugo for very odd reason. What? Bakugo growled. While I am cool with whoever Razor at first, I despise gay shipping due to my upbringing. But now I'm more or less fine with it, as long as no one forces it on me. I understand why Phantom don't like it. I don't like people being together with abusers, he answered. Back to topic. Kamen Riders are heroes that aren't like you guys in a way. They fight with no damn licenses and do it because it was the right thing to do. While you guys think your quirks are some blessing in disguise. Having powers is considered a curse in the Kamen Rider world. Those who hold the device of justice will end up giving up something more than their personal time. But sometimes that isn't the case with some riders. He looked at the kids. Eri and Kota were still scared of Phantom. Hey, sorry kids, didn't mean to scare you. How about a present? Out of his hand, 2 soft vinyl toys appeared. This one in yellow-green is Kamen Rider 01. He had a dream that humans and AI would live in harmony. I think this one goes to you, young man. He gives 01 to Kota. He does remind me of a certain hero that you looked up to. Kota smiles and takes the toy. Thank you, mister. You're welcome. Phantom turned his attention to Area. This one is Kamen Rider Saber. He believes that stories are meant to be enjoyed and not used for evil. Much like you. But not much is told yet about this rider, as his story has yet to begin. Eri hugged the toy with her Deku plushie. Thank you, she said softly. Anytime, kiddo. Everyone awed at the sweet and tender moment between Phantom and the kids. Razor took charge and began explaining more about the riders. Most of the Kamen Riders are quirkless. So some are born special, or have the special forced upon them. Everyone cringed at the forced part, thinking how horrible it is to be forced on a responsibility that you never wanted. Yet they do their best to protect everything they love, and sometimes they succeed, but sometimes at what costs? The pro hero, Death Arms, raised his hand. What were the costs? Everything, Razor replied. Sometimes everything. But no matter what, the Kamen Riders are the soldiers of justice, and they are willing to give up everything, even it means giving up their own lives, so others can sleep peacefully at night. The room went silent for a while. Then the class won a dirtbag. If we are talking about the biggest dirtbag in UA, that would be Monoma. Scoffed at everything the 2 gods said. They should have stayed out of this because quirkless nobodies like them can't be heroes. Bakugo is getting every glare from everyone in the room. But like the guy he is, he doesn't give a damn. But Phantom's aura showed menace. Then a figure appeared behind him. It had a silver mid-muscular body. Its eyes were red while wearing a brown flight jacket with patches saying Rage and Love on its left and right shoulder respectively. It had no mouth, but a mouth guard that looks attached rather than removable. It has long short brown hair molded of a crew cut. Funny. Real funny. Let's see you eat those words. Jesus of Suburbia. His stand pokes the blonde bomber's forehead and sends him into a trance. The crowd were shocked of a sight of another stand. What was that? Jiro asked. My stand, Jesus of Suburbia. It's the ability to send someone into a drug-induced trance, whether it be rage and love. He explained. And you named it after a song from American Idiot? She asked again. Well, the story of the song is about a man who wants freedom. But sometimes the only freedom is either destruction or loveless, making in order to feel any form of freedom. After all, the only thing that happens is war. A war he never wanted. Wow, dude, that's deep, Denki said. And the drawback is that when I put someone on a trance, I am little. He looked at the kids. Funny. Razor crossed his arms. Dude, really? Hey, you like it when my Bakugo went through that. He turned out well. Besides, it's low effort, so I won't be craving munchies anytime soon. The god looks to his girlfriend, who shrugged, then turned his attention to Phantom. Good point. Now, while he feels every pain from that dark rider, let's begin our first showing. Yep. Let's hope that everyone enjoys Showa-era riders. Flashback. Not all men are created equal. That's the lesson I learned at age 4 inches older, Izuku narrated, as tells the time of his childhood. Where he was lying on the ground, crying, after a brutal beating from Bakugo and his lackeys. Izuku Inko said, while being heartbroken seeing her child in so pain. Man, that is so unmanly, Kirishima yelled. The teachers looked at the scene and looked at Bakugo. They felt guilty for never taking part in reprimanding the boy for every wrong thing he did in UA. Ochako never felt so angry more than her entire life. She is so angry. Switch on appeared, ready to punch the already tranced Bakugo in the groin. An older man with a stylish mullet, wearing a blue button-up shirt and a leather jacket with a red muffler around his neck, got off of his motorcycle and approached Izuku. Older Izuku then continues to narrate. But that was my first and only setback. Who is that man? All Might asked. And how does he make the mullet look so stylish? Aoyama said with glee. Funny, I thought mullets were a dead fashion sense, Zero said. Some people could pull it off very nicely, Phantom explained. Present. Ochako Uraraka took time to explore the city. After being accepted into UA, she wants to familiarize the area and the city itself, so she can find the best way to commute to the school in the near future. Oh God, Ochako covered her face. What's wrong, Ochako? Mina asked. I just remember my embarrassing memories. Her voice was muffled by her hand, then uncovers her face. I got lost that day because they're two identical buildings. Her girlfriends patted her back to comfort her. Well, at least it didn't end in a worst possible way, Mina said. 321, Raizer, Kyuki, and Phantom said mentally. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the area, and people started to panic and run away from the surprise bombing. The girl looks over and sees men in black combat gear, while being led by an orange tiger with a battleship turret on its back. Glory to Shocker, the tiger shouts while saluting. The combatmen salute as well. What the? Kamui Woods look in confusion and disbelief. What in tarnations is that? Snipe asked. Why do their suits look like they are made very cheap? Aoyama asked. That is Shocker, an evil organization that tried numerous times to take over the world with their modified humans and animals. They did succeed in taking over the world, but were foiled by the Kamen Riders, albeit in screwing with time and fixing past mistakes, which is another topic that we shouldn't be discussing. A few dead heroes lie on the ground with bruises and bullet holes on their bodies, as the villains march through the city, trying to grab people to either kill or kidnap them. These will make fine specimens for our research. The tiger laughed. The troopers were already vandalizing the buildings around them, and spreading papers of images of a man in red, stating the Shocker is the future and all hail Shocker. More and more people tried to escape, but kept being captured by them. Some tried to resist and ended up with bullets into their head. The audience went pale as they saw all this destruction and death going around. Seeing the heroes failed to stop, meaning it was helpless to resist. Even All Might has doubt that he can stop the evil he is seeing right now. Don't worry, everyone. Again, Kamen Rider Ichigo and Nigo have stopped their evil plans many years ago and continue to this day. They aren't much of a threat, as they are in 1971. This calms everyone as they know that they won't have to worry about such a thing. They were replaced with something worse. Phantom made an evil-like grin. Around 2014, there were these things called Invest. They live in Helheim, and they crave fruits. But that is not the scary part. Their portals sprout all over Japan. If someone carelessly enters the forest and eats one of the fruits, then you'll turn into a monster with no chance of coming back. And there was a war between riders that decides the fate of the Earth and humanity. Then in 2015, there was a global freeze. The world got colder? Shoto asked. No. Time stopped moving and everything was in a freeze frame. Then machines known as Roidmudes were the only things moving, and they created a massacre and destruction. It evolved to the point it would have freezed the world permanently. Dread dropped on them like a bucket of water. All Might asked if there any more worse things happen. Bad idea. The Earth was destroyed by a black hole created by a device from Mars. That was a jaw-dropping moment, but it was over. But remember, the Kamen Riders have prevented almost everything. And to add further hope into your souls, he projected an image of Kamen Rider Ichigo as a statue. In 2011, a tsunami hit Japan harder, destroying everything and taking many lives. But this statue remains standing despite all of the chaos of the hurricane. We see this as a sign that no matter what disaster happens or any evil comes, Kamen Rider will always stand for those who cannot. That is some deep word you said there. Phantom Razor turned to the audience. Like All Might, Kamen Riders are the symbol of hope, peace, and aspirations that many are looking for. Remember what being a hero means. You're meant to be those kinds that unfortunate people need to look up to. A symbol to remind them that the world is becoming a better place to live. Then they heard clapping from All Might. Then the pro-heroes. Then the staff. Then students. Then the kids. They smiled and bow a bit, knowing at least these people will learn something from this experience afterwards. Ochako tries to run away, but she spots a crying child, and by instinct she comes to the child's aid. She picked her up and made a run for it. But the combatmen came towards her and the kid. Oh no, Uraraka, Ida said. Please be safe, Tsuyu prayed. Ochako herself mentally prayed for her counterpart to be saved from harm. Switch On also worries about her user's counterpart's safety as well. But then a teenage boy on a motorcycle arrives and slams the front tire into the two of the combatmen. Ochako notices he wears a green hoodie with the hood down and a mouth guard, but wearing no helmet. She also noticed his green messy, unkempt hair peeking out from underneath the hood. "It's Midoriya," Present Mike yelled as he recognized his student due to the hair. I wonder what would have happened to him if he hadn't come to UA. Nezu wondered. "Probably become a vigilante if anything," Razor says. The teen proceeded to punch and flip the surrounding troopers. He looked at Uraraka and said, "Go, get to safety." He continued to punch more of Shocker's troops while ensuring the safety of the girl and the kid he just met. "Wow. I never seen Midoriya this cool before," Jiru said, while blushing. "Indeed. Of course we never did bother to see him fight this seriously," Momo added. "So should we watch him fight when he trains?" Mina suggests. Shoto, Denki, and Kirishima threw glares at this version of their green-haired friend for getting more of their attention, while they also can't believe how manly he looks while fighting. "This kid got moves," Tiger said. "I'll say Death Arm said. But he is endangering himself," though Kamui Woods added. "But hey, any hand is a good hand," Mandalay pointed out. "I'll say Tilda," Pixie Bob Sultry said, while staring at this version of Izuku. Not helping. Soon the teen walks towards the tiger kaijin. The monster, while afraid, yells at the boy. "Who the hell are you?" The teen smirked under his mouth guard. "I am the one for fights for the freedom of all humans in the world. The one who will protect the innocents from the likes of you." He unzipped his hoodie to reveal a belt around his waist. It was big with a bulky buckle that had a red turbine on it. He did a pre-transformation pose. Think of Ichigo's pose, Henshin. He transformed into a hero with a black undersuit with 2 white lines down on his arms and legs to his dark green gloves and boots. He has very dark green body armor and shoulder pads. His face is now concealed by a helmet with a grasshopper motif. The top half is black with red compound eyes and silver antennas, while the mouth guard is dark green and looks like a grasshopper's mouth. He also sports a red muffler around his neck. All Might is having a nostalgic moment as he remembers his early years as he sees Izuku doing the same. The monster is shocked to see him. "Forget these losers. Kill the Kamen Rider." The soldiers followed and surrounded the teenager. They tried to overpower him with tier-superior numbers, but with the strength of 1,000 men. The Kamen Rider lifted them up and threw them far away from his home country. "Go, Mr. Deku," Eri and Kota shouted, while holding their toys, pretending that they're holding their hero in their hands. Phantom goes over to Razor and whispered, "We gotta gift those kids with some henshin belts." His friend nodded. "I imagine how cute they look trying to mimic Izuku's poses. Especially for the next viewing." Ochako watches the fight from the sidelines. "Wow, who is this boy?" To many, he is considered a vigilante, but to her, he is her hero. Seeing that his troopers have failed him, the tiger launched turret missiles at the rider. "I'll kill you myself." But out of the smoke and small fires was the hero himself, unharmed by the attacks. "Shocker will not win today or tomorrow. Not while I am here." Started to giggle. Her colleague looked at her in confusion. "What's so funny?" Kamui Woods asked. "I remember you called a purse snatcher a personification of evil one time." She then began to laugh. "Oh God, that was so bad." "What makes it so bad?" he said in disbelief. "Dude, the guy stole purse and caused a bit of ruckus," Razor said with a deadpan expression. He jumps up into the air and forms a kicking position while his left foot sparks electricity. Rider kick. The foot made contact with the kaijin and exploded him. "Glory to Shocker." Those were his final words before the explosion. Then the Mido Rider walks to his bike, still unchanged. "Man, Shocker must be paying that guy good to have those be his final words," Denki said. "Nah son. Mind control is the best payment. More on that later," Phantom explained. "Wait." Ochako ran to the rider as he got onto his bike. "Thank you." She bowed quickly to him. Who are you?" she asked. Her face turned a bit red, thinking of the most romantic fantasies that the rider would say. He had the best qualities that any girl would want. Heroic, can fight, good with words. And more importantly, he is within her age group. "My name is Kamen Rider Ichigo Nex." He proceeded to drive off into the sunset, while the girl became a little head over heels for him. Soundtrack playing. Let's go. Rider Kick -2016 version. Kamen Rider Ichigo Nex tilde. She had a slightly dreamy look on her face as she continued to repeat his name. Samaru Shaka. Jigoku no Gundam. Next passes by a couple of students, one with red spiky hair and the other entirely pink with horns. Wera wo nerau kuroi cage. Sekai no haiwa wo mamarute. He soon sees a muscular villain going to kill a couple of heroes. He quickly drives his bike and jumps off, while showcasing amazing aerobatic skills, and performs his mighty kick. Go, go, let's go. Kagyaku Mashin. Rada jump. Rada kick. Kamen Rider. Kamen Rider. Rada. Rada. Soon the villain is knocked out, and the rider quickly drives off before the two could thank him. Soon he left the outskirts of the city. Rada jump. Rada kick. Kamen Rider. Kamen Rider. Rada. Rada. He arrived at an abandoned building, where he meets a familiar old man. The girls cheering loudly for their friend. You so want him, Mina said. No doubt. Look at her and her lovesick eyes, Toru pointed out. May we congratulate you and your future successes, Momo added. The gravity user rolled around on the floor in embarrassment, due to her quirk being disabled, while her stand appeared. It seems my user is not fond of the teasing. Though it is cute to see her being close to her love, switch on grinned so mischievously behind her visor mask. Hey, ignoring the teasing part. But can you believe this music? Jiru said. Indeed, young Jiru. Reminds me of those shows I used to watch back in the day. All Might laughed while enjoying the song he heard. Flashback. The old man sits patiently while listening to the lament of Izuku Midoriya, hearing such a thing breaking his heart. Hearing that the society he fought so hard for treated a child so much grief. How could I become a hero when I can't even protect myself? He looked down. I guess Kaken was right. I am a worthless Deku. The friends and classmates of the Mido boy never felt so heartbroken hearing him be so grim about his life. The first 14 years of his life was nothing more than pure torture. Unknown to them, Bakugo was feeling guilty over what he committed on his childhood friend. Mentally telling himself that he was glad that Izuku never took his advice and grateful for him to have a forgiving heart. All Might never felt so ashamed for crushing his successor's dreams. After all, he was quirkless too. The old man laid his hand to the little boy's shoulder. Young man, do you really believe that having a quirk means that you are a hero? What? He chuckled a bit, then continued. A hero is someone who comes to the aid of those in need. Being a hero means to have the heart for others no matter who they are. To have the soul to continue your journey, no matter how hard it gets. And drive to protect others, even when it means you doubt yourself. You never give up. Izuku was awed at his words, wondering if he was a retired pro. You, despite your hardships and being told that you could never give up, you still chase that dream. He hears cackling and laughter. The old man then turned his attention to the source of the noises and saw shocker combatmen and humanoid spider kaijin. Haha. We finally found Takeshi Hongo. Takeshi Hongo is his name? Aizawa asked. Yep. He is a very important man, Razor responded. Also, I recommend you to play Sega if he is in your area, Phantom added. Why? Everyone asked, but there was no answer. Trust me, it's better if you didn't know, Razor said with a slight shiver. Spider-Man, you dare come to me after all these years, Hongo yelled. You and Shocker never learned. He revealed a red belt with a silver buckle and red turbine around his waist and got into pose. Rider. Then they hear dramatic music. Henshin. The man jumped into the air and transformed into Kamen Rider Ichigo. His suit consists of a black undersuit with 2 white lines down to his silver gloves and boots, forest green chest armor, and a helmet with a top half with lightish blue around the sides of the head, white silver line between the eyes with silver antennas, and have red compound eyes. The lower half has a white mouth guard shaped like a grasshopper's mouth. Whoa, it's that guy from the statue, Suro pointed out. You're right, Kirishima said. Indeed, my friends. This is the first Kamen Rider, Phantom said. That is why he is important. He created the generations of riders afterwards, Razor added. What is with the insect theme on their helmets? Momo asked. Oh, well, we don't have a clear explanation other than it looks cool, Razor said. Also, compared to the Heisei era, this is tame. Wait till you see how obscure they get. Especially Fruit Jesus. He muttered that last part, but Phantom did hear it and grinned slightly. Ichigo jumped into battle and fought the troopers first. Izuku witnessed something amazing that he had never had the chance to see. A real-life fight between a hero and a villain. Watching the hero flipping the 2 troops over by their feet, while doing karate chops to their neck, and throwing them against their own comrades. He was amazed by the sight. Spider-Man tried to trap the ride with his own sticky web. But Ichigo knows the villain for too long what he can do. So he jumps and lands behind him and powers up his fist. Rider punch. He punches the spider kaijin, who flies into the air. Glory to Shocker. he exploded after saying those words. Ichigo remained in his rider form. He turned to an awestruck Izuku. He smiled under his masked helmet and walked towards him. Young man, I believe you have those 3 things. You have a heart for others, your soul is unbreakable, and your drive to be a hero is unlike any other. You too can be a hero. He offered his hand to the young boy. I will help you reach that goal. Izuku Midoriya never hesitated when he offered his hand. He took it and proudly claimed, I will make you proud, Hongo-sensei. Present day. It's nice to see you. Takeshi Hongo. Izuku turned back to his civilian form, revealing his body had gotten muscular over the years and his face looked more handsome than baby face. The girls swooned over his new look. Liking the mature-looking cinnamon roll, wonder if that what he is going to look like in the future. Damn Otajiri effect, Phantom yelled. Damn you. Are you really cursing Kuuga's actor? Razor said in a deadpan voice. The feeling is mutual, young Midoriya. I am sorry for not being there in the last couple of months, Hongo said. Both of them shake hands like old friends or more like mentor and student finally meeting again. I heard Shocker hit a part of Tokyo this evening. Yeah, couple of pro heroes died in battle and some citizens have been kidnapped. For years, Shocker has been quiet, though they have been causing trouble in the multiverse. That's when we realized that it was ploy to keep us busy so that they could take over their home universe. This universe, my home. Izuku nodded. There were sightings of combatmen robbing from support companies and black market dealing of trigger to create their monsters. The veteran rider grunted in anger. Those bastards. We must stop them before they grow in numbers. Right. But how can we stop them? I am still inexperienced, and you are reaching your age along with the other riders. His mentor smirked so smugly. Don't think you're the only successor. Huh? Izuku is confused but soon understands his mentor's words. The others have chosen their successors as well. So we won't be doing this alone. He got onto his motorcycle. Let's go. We must meet with the others. Right. Izuku does the same and rides his bike along with Hongo. They ride into the unknown as the screening ends. Hey, Mina said. We want to see more. Sorry, but we'll go back to it later. Just like Phantom said about Kamen Rider Saber, their story has just yet to be begin, Ryuzer explained. But for now, we'll entertain you with more rider versions of your favorite cinnamon roll, Phantom said, which pleases the audience. Though disappointed that they don't get to see the other riders or their successors. But what surprised them is the rider multiverse. How many are there? Is Izuku involved with every one of them? Kirishima noticed that Bakugo is out of his trance, but noticed how quiet he is. Normally he would scream about he is going to kick someone's ass. But no, he is just very quiet. He goes over and shake the blonde bomber. Hey Bakugo, are you alright? He doesn't deserve this much pain, he cried. He silently sobs, which turned into semi-loud sobs. Everyone else looked over and surprised to see a sobbing Bakugo. The same guy who would call you an extra or a nickname based on your appearance while giving you the finger. Now the guy who is crying. King Deku, does he be so forgiving? After all the $$ I did to him. He still sees me as the same asshole who friended his quirkless ass. He wiped his tears so much, but the salty tears still running through his eyes as he's still questioning his life now. Why am I such a villain? Phantom walks up to the boy and hugs him tight. The bomber's classmates are either shocked or worried that someone is hugging him. They hear his growling and murderous aura, but it was gone right away. All they see next is him gripping on Phantom's jacket. Your counterpart in my world did the same thing, and the same thing happened to him. Izuku forgave you and told you to be the best. You know what happens? He asked him. What? That you too became the greatest heroes that your world has ever known. He smiled and let go of the now calm boy. He walks back to his friends and sits down like he was waiting for something. Bakugo stands and finishes wiping his eyes. He stood tall and finally spoke. When I get out of here, I am going to make things right with him. I hope he is listening in that other pocket dimension you kept him in. He began to yell. Ya hear me, Deku. You better hear what I said. Jiru covered her ears from the sudden yelling. I am sure he hears, Bakugo. Can't he believe you fixed him, Razor said. You owe me some money? Oh ho 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 ho, Phantom chuckled. Or maybe you can make me a girlfriend. Dude, you could have make one for yourself, he said in a tried voice. But I am too busy with my job. Ugh, fine, the host turned to the guests. Now before we go to the next showing, allow me to add some more people. Just as he said that, the screen suddenly turns back on, which confuses everyone including Phantom and Kyuki, but not Razor. Ugh, Phantom, did you plan this? Kyuki asked. To her surprise, Phantom looked as confused as her. No, I didn't. He then notices Razor and his unsurprised look. Wait, did you plan this? Razor didn't answer as something is playing on the screen. Location. A room shrouded in darkness, with the only source of light were the few very dim-lit candles that had ominous purple flames. The candles appeared to be on a round table of sorts, and sitting along the table were 7 individuals. But due to how lighting only their silhouette can be seen, it seems that we weren't able to capture as many specimens as we hoped, said a deep, gruff male voice. TCH, looks like those riders we able to find replacements, said a much young male voice. Just means we need to act faster. Now let's not get too hasty with ourselves, said a seductive female voice. It's not a total loss, as we still have ourselves plenty of wonderful toys to play with. She is right, said another male voice with a German accent. We're able to get plenty of subjust for our plans. It truly is remarkable how Thez human evolved since we're last here. Logical statement. It is only natural for human to reach a new state of their evolution. Disappoint fact. But their lack in technological advancement is revolting. A cold, calculating robotic voice spoke. Just more reason for us to strike now. We can take over Japan fast and hard that those heroes won't even have time to even move a muscle, said the second voice. Bah, you speed freak. Always wanting to do this fast. I, on the other hand, want to take my time crushing those heroes. The first voice spoke again. To see the look in their eyes, as they lose hope and give in to despair. Tilda, ah, the female moaned in pleasure. Now why did you have to go and Tilda tease me like that? Ugh, you stupid sadistic bitch. Can't you ever stop yapping about your stupid needs? It's no wonder you never got laid. What was that, speed freak? Enough, spoke a new voice as he slammed his fist on the table. This caused the candles to shake. One candle shakes closer to the voice that slammed his fist, revealing a slivered armored hand. The camera moves up to reveal 2 green glowing eyes. We shall not bicker amongst ourselves when there is a much more pressing matter at hand. The man grabs the candle and brought it closer to his face, revealing that he had a silver grasshopper-themed helmet with 2 black antennas and a black mouth guard style to look like a grasshopper. The Kamen Riders, he said with tone that showed little emotion, but it held such rage and hatred for those words, it could be heard by the others. He then places the candle back to its original position. The figure then turns to the last figure. They have been a thorn to our operations for far too long. Even if they are passing on their duties to a new generation, we cannot underestimate them. Soon the others turn towards the last figure, as suddenly their eyes light up in crimson red. They were shaped similar to a certain dark ultra, but thinner and had jagged ends. They will fall along with the rest of these heroes. The figure spoke in a dark, demonic and commanding deep voice. As we speak, our new associate is preparing their assault, and we shall provide aid. The figure stood up. And it shall mark a new chapter for our cause. Glory to Shocker. Glory to Shocker. Location: Japan Police Headquarters, Tokyo. In the meeting room, Kenji Tsurigami along with several other commissioner and government workers were discussing the various attacks that happened across Japan and the individuals that stopped it. Soon the doors opened and Hero Public Safety Commission President walked into the room, surprising many of them as beside him was unknown man. He looked roughly in his late 30s. He wore a suit like Kenji, however, on his vest. There was a badge of an unknown division that no one has ever heard before. He has silver hair and is wearing a wing-shaped earring on his left ear. Gentlemen, the president spoke. Just earlier today, there was a large attack nationwide. Reports have shown that numerous heroes and civilian were killed in the attacks, and reports also show that both heroes and civilian being captured and taken to places unknown. I will not lie, these are dire times, as I have just received confirmation that certain things that part of these attacks. He took in a deep breath as he tries to calm his nerves. He then gestured to the young man, who nodded as he placed a laptop on the table and connected it to the projector in the room. Soon several images of kaiju and combatmen causing the chaos. Everyone was in shock, but that was not all. What really got them to sweat was the logo and one of the kaiju's belt. A very distinct eagle insignia. It can't be, said a commissioner in complete shock. The president nods. As you can see, the terrorist organization that tried to conquer not only Japan, but also the whole world, Shocker, has returned. Everyone in the room were nearly thrown into a panic attack. They knew the dark legend of Shocker and their attempts to take over the world. That's enough, the president yelled, getting everyone out of their panic minds. All hope is not lost, as it seems there was a counter ready and waiting. As new images appeared on screen, this time showing Kamen Rider Ichigo next and several others armored warriors fighting the Shocker Kaiju and troops. I now hand this meeting over to our newest member. He gestured the silver-haired man as he took the spotlight. Greetings, police commissioners and government officials. My name is Tohoga. I am the founder and leader of the Rider Assault Insight Defense Division, or better known as RAID, and I have been given orders from the President of Japan himself to enact the Rider Initiative. The screen soon shows Izuku as Kamen Rider Ichigo next in a pose alongside 15 other individuals that make up the Neo Showa Riders, but they are only shown in black silhouette. Razor. Hello everyone, sorry it took so long. But this chapter is technically my first ever collab with another writer, that being Phantom Knight Percival my very good. Izuku. I look at the chapter beforehand. It sure is long. Razor, yeah, the longest chapter I ever wrote. But then again, it was just me. Anyway, since Phantom shoved off his stand last chapter, here are its stats. Stand. Jesus of Suburbia. User. Phantom Knight Percival. Power C. Speed A. Range A. Precision C. Development A. Ability. Sending someone into a drug-induced trance depending on the user's will. But the effects will make said user under the influence depending on the strength and endurance of the trance. But if stand uses too much rage, it will temporarily switch into a different stand. Razor, but wait, that's not all. Stand. Saint Jimmy. User. Phantom Knight Percival. Power A. Speed A. Range C. Precision C. Development D. Ability. Destroys everything it touches, whether it be physical or mental well-being of the victim. It can also affect the user. Only love can calm it down. Jesus of Suburbia is a psychological assault type, as it focuses on putting in attacking the mind than the body. Saint Jimmy is a close-range type, as he have more destructive power than his calm counterpart. Kitsu Naruto. How to stand with two forms, quite a rare sight, if you think about it. Sonic. Too true dude. Sly. Yeah, no kidding. Momonga. Indeed. So what will this chapter be about? Razor. We are still sticking to the Kamen Rider universe, but if you read the title, then you know where we are going. Anyway, I spent enough time talking up here, let's get to it. Everyone in the room just stared at the screen in shock and worried about this version of Izuku. They had just witnessed possibly a much darker and crueler version of League of Villains. The pro heroes were interested in Raid and what type of support they would give to the riders. Man, those shocker guys, Denki said, shivering. They give vibes that make the League of Villains look like kids throwing tantrums. I know, I never felt so many goosebumps when they spoke. Mina admitted. Those guys weren't manly at all, especially those leader-looking ones, Kirishima added. They talked about people's lives like toys. We need to add the fact they aren't human to begin with. Shoji interjected. It would make sense that they don't value human lives that much. Shoji is right, Jiru said. What do you think, Momo? She then noticed the puzzled look on her best friend's face. Hey Momo, you all right? Oh, I'm fine, Momo replied. It's just that one of those shocker commanders is bothering me. Why so? Tokoyami asked. Well, did you all notice that the only one we were able to visibly see looked like a Kamen Rider? This surprised her classmates. Now that they stopped and thought about it, they were shocked when they realized that what she said is true. So that would mean there are evil Kamen Riders as well. Shoto spoke. Deku. Ochako muttered softly. She prayed for this version of Izuku to be safe. As the students talked with each other, the same could be said with the adults. Man, I never expect a whole generation of quirkless heroes to exist, let alone one that saved the world multiple times. Present Mike said. I know, makes me wonder if there was a group similar to the Kamen Riders in our world. Midnight said as she thought about their world. Who knows? I think I read an article once about a group of heroes pre-quirk era, but there was little to no information about them. Not even their names were mentioned. Death Arms added. Still, to think such evil beings exist. Kamui Wood spoke. Imagine Shocker were in our world. I'm not sure us pro heroes will be enough, even with All Might before he retired. I agree with that. Tashinori said. I don't think even if I was in my prime could take them out. Ugh, did you really have to bring that up, senpai? Mount Lady complained. Sorry to be a downer, but I can't help but think about it. Plus, they mentioned things worse than Shocker. Yes, Invas, Roidmudes, and a device from Mars, Aizawa listed out. Who knows how many more there are out there? Possibly more powerful than the last. And the responsibility is forced upon them, when we heroes are supposed to be the ones doing our jobs. Aizawa didn't notice that he clenched his fist tightly. This just shows that we need to prepare our students, Nezu said. If the League of Villains were to take these kinds of measures to spread their reign, we need to train the next generation of heroes better. To which the teacher of UA and Pro Heroes nodded. As those conversations were going on, Phantom currently had Razor in a headlock, while Razor was struggling to escape. Kyuki prompted to play with Koda and Eri with their new rider toys. "Ga, let go," Razor struggled to say. Phantom reluctantly let his friend go. "Oh sweet game Sama, that hurt. Besides, I mentioned that it would be a surprise. You know how easily I get scared? I thought Kyuki was going to kill me thinking I messed up with your stuff," Phantom said as he pouted. "Fine, as an apology, I will feature one of your worlds next," Razor said. This caused Phantom to light up like a Christmas, and probably had a smile that rivaled Toga Himiko. Before he could speak, Razor raised his hand, stopping him. "Whoa now, settle down. We will talk about it later, but first I need to address something." "All right everyone," Razor said, grabbing everyone's attention. "Before we begin the next world, I will bring in a few more people here." He said that a portal appeared above them. "Ah!" screamed several voices, and a large group of people landed in front of them. Nezu and the staff UA recognized most members of the new group as Class 1B of the Hero course and their homeroom teacher Vlad King. Class 1A and Mirio saw the Enwajiro, Tamaki and Shinso were among them. Shoto was surprised to see Inasa along with his classmate Kami. Toshinori and Izuku were surprised to see Melissa and David Shield as well. The pro heroes were really surprised to see Ryukyu, Miss Joke and Maruko. Ugh, my head. By the Lord, what happened? This is too hot-blooded even for me. Whoever is touching my ass. Sir, please get off me, sir. I knew it. This has to be some class a scum trick. They were trying to get rid of us so they can have the spotlight all to themselves. Shut up, God, you're annoying. Whoa, this isn't lit, you know. The new human dog pile untangles themselves with the help of the others. Razor stopped himself from laughing. Kyuki was giggling a bit, while Phantom just continued smiling. Principal Nezu, sir? Vlad King asked. Where are we? He asked, clearly confused at the situation he and his class are now in. Yeah, I want to know how you are. Maruko spoke as she pointed at Razor. Since you got some pretty big names here, that mean you've got a quirk. She then grins widely. So I want to fight ya. As she pounded her fists together. Nah. Razor waved her off. Even if I wanted to fight you, I can't due to certain rules I've got to follow. Razor then explained the whole reason he brought them here, and showed them the previous world of Kamen Rider OOO next. The students were shocked to see the destruction and death of both heroes and civilians alike. Ruko, Nejire, Tamaki and Maruko felt useless as they watched. Then they say the Izuku Midoriya of that world transform into Kamen Rider OOO next. Wow, so hot-blooded. Inas screamed in excitement. Inas-kun, take a chill pill, my dude. Kami said, trying to calm her excitable classmate down. He's like a guardian angel that heaven sent down to protect the innocent. Ibara said as she watched the scene. Yeah, S room, Kinoko Komori said. Talk about a hero entrance. I know, it's so manly. Tetsu yelled in excitement. I know bro, it's so manly. Kirishima joined in. TCH, nothing special about this. Nido Monoma scoffed. Besides, I don't see what's so special about these Kamen Riders. Razor didn't say anything, but he did notice that Phantom clenched his fist as Monoma said those words. Wow, Maruko said, impressed by Ichigo Nex's fighting. This guy is good. Can't wait to fight someone like him. Ruko rolled her eyes. Of course you would. The dragon hero said. Oh wow, I wonder how he is. Is that belt his quirk? Why does he look like a grasshopper? Is he called a rider because of his bike? Nejire asked rapidly. Nejire clammed down. Tamaki said. They continue to watch as Ichigo Nex defeats the Kametman, and the kaiju fires his cannon at him, engulfing him in an explosion. They were surprised to see him unharmed and proceeded to destroy the kaiju with a rider kick, much to Maruko's delight. They watched as he gave Ochako his name and drove away. They watched a flashback of a 4-year-old Izuku speaking with Teichi Hongo, the old man transforming into Kamen Rider Ichigo, and his fight and ends with them, riding away to meet with the others, though for some reason, the ending the original group watch did play with confused them. So hot-blooded. Inas said again. These are the kind of hot-blooded heroes we need. My heart was like bam when I saw those kaiju, but thank goodness for Midoriya-san came in for the rescue. Manga Fukadashi said as his head had a relief expression, no latterly. as his head showed a relief-like emoji. Man, Midoriya has such a nice body, Setsuna Takage said as she licked her lips. I wouldn't mind getting up close and personal. She didn't notice Ochako glaring at her with Switch Up appearing behind her with her right leg raised. Ochako-kan, please calm down, Tsu said to her friend, which did cause Ochako to calm down a bit. However, that didn't last. Phantom and Razor heard some annoying laughing and turned their attention towards a member of Class 1B. They see the smug blonde laughing. How can you believe this crap? Like, come on. Razor turned to his friend and saw that Phantom's face showed more menace. He turned to Kyuki and had her prepare for some precautions, while Phantom continued to listen to the boy's words. How can this guy be a hero? He only showed up when Shocker arrived. He's probably a traitor that wants to look good. He ignores the glares the other students are giving him. The pro heroes and US staff are looking at him disappointedly, though they are mad at Vlad for letting his student continue his mindset. They want to stop him from pissing off two gods, but they suddenly can't move their legs. And don't get me started on these so-called heroes. They are nothing without their toys and better off dead like most of the quirkless population. Monoma, Itsuka Kendo said in complete shock. Why would say such a thing? Sir Monoma, that is taking things too far, said Jiro to Shishida. Monoma didn't seem to listen to them as he continued his rants. Razor could not believe what he just heard. Even Fist Bump, who appeared beside him, had a shocked expression. He was so thankful that Kyuki was able to put Eri and Kota to sleep, and he didn't want them to see Monoma dying. With Eri and Kota asleep, Phantom releases his stand. Jesus of Suburbia looks different. His hair is now messy, long, and unkempt. His jacket looks tattered, and the eyes were blood red. I mean, they should know that being quirkless should be the end of your life. He laughed so loud and obnoxious, not noticing the other god walking towards him. Is coming to town across the alleyway, Phantom sang. Monoma stopped his laughter and looked at Phantom. What the hell are you? He then felt a fist in his gut, then another in the face, then another, and another and another and another and another. Then he felt a barrage of punches. Phantom's stand is beating him with no mercy. Muta, 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 muta. He kept punching him repeatedly, while everyone watches. Muta, 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 muta. They want to voice their plea to stop, but knowing that he does deserve the punishment. But it was too much. Muta, 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 muta. Some stands have the ability to evolve based on the user's will. For example, Koichi Heroes has a stand called Echoes, and it has 3 acts. Don't forget Tusk, and its 4 acts Razor added, each based on sounds. Some stands can evolve further with the use of the stand arrow. That is known as Requiem, making a stand more powerful than before. Razor explained. This is the alter ego of Jesus of Suburbia. This is Saint Jimmy, the Rage of Phantom. WWWRRIE. Phantom yelled as his stand kept beating the dirtbag into the inch of his life. Muta, muta, muta. The stand punches him into the ground and pulls out a knife out of nowhere. Phantom. I know sound like butthurt fan, but Kamen Riders hold a special place in my heart. And I did indeed face discrimination based on something that I didn't choose to be born with. Knowing his friend is blinded by rage, Razor nodded to Kyuki, who then summoned a beautiful young girl that has short, straight blue hair and blue eyes. She has an expressionless face and a beauty mark under her eye, and is wearing a maid dress. Phantom. Rem from Rio. Well, happy birthday to me, Razor. You're welcome. She wrapped her arms around Phantom, calming him down while his stand stabbed the floor, a few inches near Monoma's head. Jimmy disappeared as Phantom's rage slowly went away. He sighed and looked at the boy. Even with their henshin devices, these riders are more of heroes than you'll ever be. You small dick jackass. The girl walks him away from the blonde. Seriously, does having a small penis make you mad that you had to insult the people who have your life in their hands? And taking advantage of a poor American girl to make them mad really pisses me off, considering how often I see sweet innocent people be victims of your hate. His hand is held, feeling calmer than ever. Phantom, please let go of your anger. It makes me sad to see you like this, the girl said. Sorry, Rem. Thank Prime that my buddy created you. He smiled at her. And thank you, Razor and Kyuki. I don't know if I can live with myself if I killed him. Razor nods to his friend before he sighs at Monoma's state. He turns towards his friend. I appreciated that you didn't wipe him out completely. I haven't registered them in the respawn generator yet. Anyway, Kyuki, please take Monoma to the infirmary and tell medic to be gentle with him. Kyuki nodded as a human-sized GM Roman 3 and a GM-powered walked in the room with a stretcher. They picked up Monoma and gently on the stretcher, which caused Monoma to groan or moan. It was very hard to tell due to how beaten up he is. Oh, and pass me the remote. Razor adds as Kyuki gives him the remote. Goodbye everyone, I will see you all soon. She then turned to the GMs. Let's go. Yes, ma'am. The bot said as they walked out the room with Monoma. Rem sat beside Phantom, and the two held hands. Also after this viewing, Nezu, Vlad King, we will talk about Monoma's behavior. Both heroes looked at each other. Vlad King sighs as he nods. I understand. I guess it is technically my fault for giving him that class rivalry idea. As the principal of UA, I should have taken action towards this when I learned of it. Razor and Phantom nodded their heads. Razor then continues. I should mention that Kamen Riders and divided into 3 generations. As mentioned, Ichigo Next is part of the Showa Riders, albeit them taking over the original Showa Riders' place. The second and well-known era is the Heisei Riders, which we will be looking at now. Third group is the Ruwei Riders. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing much of them. Why not? Yui Kodai asked. Because the era is short as a season of Ultraman/Phantom mutters, to which Rem giggles. It mostly due to the fact they are still relatively new, and so far there are 2 known riders of this group Razor. 3 if you think about it. Come on Bandai, let Kamen Rider Shinobi be a part of Riewa. Give us the first ninja rider. Anyway, we will be watching various versions of Izuku as each of the Heisei riders. Razor said as he pressed the remote and a symbol appeared on screen. Soundtrack. Kamen Rider Kuuga by Masayuki Tanaka. Kuuga. On screen, a young man in his early 20s is seen. He wore a light brown jacket, with a white t-shirt underneath. He wore a pair of blue jeans and red sneakers. He also had messy dark green hair with light green tips, freckles on his face and green eyes. This was this world's Izuku Midoriya. Oh my gosh, it's Deku, Ochako said with a massive blush on her face. Oh mama likes. Setsuna said as she licked her lips again. But I do wonder about something. Toguro Kamakiri spoke up. About what? Sato asked. Why is he in a burning church? He pointed out. What? Ibara Shiozaki screamed. The camera pans out, revealing the area that Izuku was in. He was currently standing in what appears to be an abandoned church, and the church is also on fire as flames dance around him, and what appeared to be a bat-like kaiju that Izuku appears to be confronting. Oh Lord, how could such a thing happen to a holy place of worship? Ibara cried out. I'm more interested in that creature that Midoriya is facing, Nezu said. That is a Girangi, a monster from a mysterious civilization, made up of beings that transforms into monsters that kill humans for their sick game. There is no reason, they just enjoy killing humans for game. Phantom explained. Safe to say many people were disgusted and frightened at what they heard. Izuku then puts both hands over his waist, and a silver belt manifests on it. It was rather large, and had various insignias on the side. In the center was a large red jewel. Izuku held his right hand across his body, his left arm right over the belt on the left. Moving his hand from left to right, he shouts, Henshin. He then put his right arm to his left side beside his left hand before stretching them wide, and the jewel began to shine as armor formed around his body. A black under armor covered his body, while red chest armor and shoulder pads appeared over it. Around the neckline was a golden collar, around the shoulders and beneath the abs were golden outlines. On his forearms are red wrist guards that end with golden wristbands. Similarly, there were golden pads on his knees, golden bangles with small red jewel center around his ankles. His helmet is mostly black save for the eyes and mouthpiece. The mouthpiece is silver, while the eyes were red. A golden outline went around the helmet with a golden centerpiece that looked like horns were between his eyes. Everyone was in awe at Izuku's transformation. Koda and Iri had stars in their eyes at their hero transforming. Koda even mimics Izuku's movement of his transformation. Very simplistic for my taste, Aoyama said. But it has its own sparkle too. I wonder if it's possible to replicate it, David asked himself. Oh man, I just getting more ideas for new babies. May cried out happily. What is that belt that appeared on his waist is called? I want to know its name so I can pay homage to it. I want to know what Deku turned into. Bakugo asked. Phantom was about to speak, but Razor put his hand over his face, stopping him. I won't go into great detail, just a quick summary. The Izuku you see has transformed into Kamen Rider Kuuga, the first Heisei rider. He used the ancient artifact Arkle, the belt he wears around his waist, to transform into Kuuga. I see, Toshinori said. But how did Midoriya Shounen get involved? Phantom pushes Razor away and explains. Well, a Gurangi attacked nearby a museum. Izuku grabbed on the belt out of pure instinct and put it on and turned into Kuuga, the smiling hero. Phantom explained, which made All Might kinda proud of the title his successor took. The scene changes to Kuuga fighting another Gurangi tribe member, who were currently in a grass field next to a river and a bridge not far from them. The Gurangi tribe member was currently struggling to get up, indicating that he and Kuuga were fighting and Kuuga was winning. Kuuga had his right hand in front of him, while his left was in front of the Arkle. He then spread his arms to the side and his right leg took a step back and has squatted his legs a bit. He then took off running at the Gurangi. The sole of his right foot had a flaming aura, and as each step the flames grew. He then jumped and did a front flip in the air before he got into a kicking pose. Hala, warrior. His right foot kicked the Gurangi in the chest and sent him flying a few feet away. Kuuga landed with his left knee and hand touching the ground while he had his right arm outwards. The camera moved to his smoking foot before it moved up to Kuuga's helmet. The Gurangi slowly sat up in pain as a symbol appeared on his torso and cracks started to appear and seemed to be heading towards the kaiju's belt. You'll pay, Kuuga, was his last words as he explodes. Kuuga then turns towards the camera and gives a thumbs up. Wow, so manly, Kirishima and Tetsutetsu cried. Yeah, go Midoriya, Denki cheered. Midoriya is truly amazing, Momo commented. Indeed he is, Shoto said. Go Deku, Ochako cheered with a big smile. But was it necessary to kill that Gurangi tribe member? Ida said, conflicted. I understand that they were killing people for their sick amusement, but as a hero shouldn't we be on a higher moral ground? Asterisk size asterisk dude, there will come a time where you need to make a choice as a hero, Razor said. There will be a time where you have to make a choice whether someone lives or they die. It's true, Toshinori said. Throughout my career as a hero, there were times where I had to kill a villain to protect civilians, or they were just too dangerous to keep alive. Indeed, students, Mezu spoke up. Even us heroes need to make such actions, and we hope you never have to make those choices yet. The other pro-heroes nodded their heads in agreement. They felt that the students shouldn't need to make such choices so soon. Not like they have a choice. Razor whispered to Phantom, who nodded grimly. The screen now showed Izuku in a forest. It was also during the winter as the ground was covered in snow. Izuku wasn't alone as behind him was a man and woman standing beside a pair of bikes. The man had short dark blue hair, flattened neatly down and parted on the left of his head. A small patch completely shaved near the base of his head, and rather square eyes which matched the notably pointed shape of his jaw. This is Ida Tenya, a police detective and one of Izuku's closest friends. The woman beside him is a rather short woman with long, emerald green hair and big round yellow eyes that are almost always open all the way, 3 small eyelashes located toward the top of each eye. This is Tomoko Shiretoko, a researcher, scientist, a reliable ally, and Izuku's girlfriend. What? Many screamed in shock. Ragdoll herself was blushing seeing herself on screen. Ragdoll herself had a blush on her face. Oh my, Ragdoll said, blushing a storm. Oh yeah, should I have mentioned that throughout the multiverse Izuku is paired up with various girls. Razor. Seriously, Izuku is practically dateable with anyone and thing. I mean, have you seen the fan shipping he has? And that's not counting the crossover pairing, Razor said. As those words left his mouth, Ochako grabbed him by the collar and pulled him close to her face with clear panic. You mean Deku could love someone else? Ochako screamed. Razor was practically scared at the young girl, especially when her stand is floating menacing behind her. Phantom and Ram step in to save their friend. Girl, there are infinite realities that Izuku is paired up. Some of them are from different worlds. This is nothing compared to him having a harem in some realities. Phantom says, trying to calm her down, while ignoring Minta mumbling. I mean, in some realities, Izuku and I are dating. But don't get mad at me, my heart goes to Phantom. Rem adds in. And you should really be careful of your emotions. Your friends might take advantage of this right now. Ochako's face turned into atomic levels of red, as she soon remembered the other people in the room. Mina had big mischief smile face and wiggle her eyes at Ochako. Sue raised an eyebrow at her best friend, and the other either had deadpan faces or weirded out faces. Ochako covered her face with her hands and proceeded to curl up into a ball. Well, that was something. Razor said, thanks for that, man. Phantom gives his friend a thumbs up. Rem kneels beside Ochako. Not all realities have me and Izuku as a couple. Some have him and my twin sister, Some have him and Emila. But that's okay. All I care about is his happiness. Even it does hurt sometimes. Rem says as she reminisces her own experience with her past loved one. Ochako took a bit to let her words sit in. So Ragdoll looks like you snagged yourself a cute kitten. Pixie Bob said as she pouted. Tilda's so jealous. I'll admit the kids does look cute, Maruko said, which surprised her fellow heroes. But one I really want to do is see how good of a fighter he is. She ended with her typical fashion, which they sweat drops at. Of course. Rikyu. Izuku summons the arkle around his waist and proceed to shout out. Chu Henshin. As he spread his arms, a transparent silhouette flashes around his body. The akali change as the main buckle had changed from its usual grayish silver to a gold and silver color scheme, and the red gem in the center. The amadam also changed from its usual red to a black gold color. The silhouette flashed multiple times as yellow outlines of Izuku armor started forming around him. Then the armor formed around him. It was very different from his usual mighty form. As this form was mostly black with the yellow outlines, his shoulder armors had a jagged spike pointing upwards. A short arm blade-shaped spike just below his elbow, a similar spike just below his knees as well. The golden horned piece on his helmet also changed as it now two smaller horns in between the center. This form looked and was completely meant for battle. This was Kuuga Ultimate, Izuku ESD and Deadliest Form. Ah yes. Final Forms Phantom explains. Now before we show the next rider, I would like to address the Heisei era. This era is different from the Showa. How so? Pony asked. Heisei era riders have multiple forms, mostly to sell toys in the real world, but some to make the rider than before as the bad guys become Phantom responded. Kuuga have 11 different forms. Growing, Mighty, Dragon, Pegasus, Titan, Amazing Mighty, Rising Dragon, Rising Pegasus, Rising Titan, and Ultimate. He listed them off. Oh, I forgot to mention that Ultimate Kuuga have a rider kick so it can destroy the earth. Everyone turned into stone when hearing, very glad that Kuuga is the good guy, otherwise not even All for One could defeat him. Wow, that's amazing, May exclaimed. Why are they called that? Nijire asked. Why 11? Is there a risk? Her mouth was suddenly covered. Never mentioned that form. Ever. Razor said to her, who nodded and allowed to speak. Nijire, please watch what you say. I think you almost got killed, Tamaki said. Phantom-kun, what just happened? Rem asked. The girl almost said the forbidden form that Razor doesn't like, Phantom explained. He will never accept that as Kuuga's final form, as fans never accept Putatyra as OOO's final form. He quickly starts up the next viewing. Soundtrack. Kamen Rider Agito by Shinichi Ishihara. Agito. This version of Izuku Midoriya wears a dark blue nylon jacket, with beige biker gloves and ordinary pants. His hair is less messy but more flat and let down as he knows how to control his hair. Is it weird to see Midoriya to not have his signature hair? Itsuka asked her classmates. Yeah, kinda scary actually, Yanagi said. Also, did you notice that the music is a lot slower than the last one? He crosses his arms to his lower left side, then grunts as he pulls his arms back. His right hand turned upward in fist form. Then a belt appeared on his waist. It is large with various colors of red, silver, and gold. The center has a gold jewel with 2 gold blades surrounding it. Izuku then slams his hand on 2 buttons on the side of the belt. The center flashed a light, and that all it did for now. 2 feline monsters with scarves walk away, but turn their attention to the flashlight emitting from the belt as Izuku walks towards them. They run up and try to attack them, but Izuku blocks and kicks them away. And within a flash he turned into a warrior with black under armor to cover him while having a golden chest and abs with a gray jewel in the center of the chest. He has a golden collar connecting to the chest. Black shoulder pads with pointy silver outlines with golden arm and leg bracelets, and knee pads that have 2 silver triangular outlines on each pad. Similar to Kuuga, his helmet is mostly black while having red compound eyes and a silver mouthpiece, with silver lining around his head and gold horns in between the eyes. A symbol appeared under Agito, then absorb into his feet as he jumps, and perform his rider kick upon the 2 unknown kaijins, destroying them. Wow, Eri said, while her eyes twinkle. What rider is this? Kota asked. Kamen Rider Agito, Phantom responded. The belt he is wearing is called the Altering, which houses the seed of Agito, which is the source of this Izuku's power, is located in the yellow gem in the center, which is called the Philosopher's Stone. To either side of the Philosopher's Stone are the Dragon's Eye, which allow access to either between 3 other forms. Razor added. Man, Midoriya handles them so manly. The hardened bros yelled. I gotta admit, that was pretty badass, Maruko. If he can do that on the battlefield, then he gotta be the ESD of them all, right? She asked. Mom depends. But there are much riders in the Heisei era, which we'll get there when we get there, Phantom said. Anyway, the enemy are called unknown by the police. But they are called Lint Tribe, enemy of the Garangi. What? I thought they were Kuuga's enemy, Tsuyu said. Phantom looked at Razor, who then nodded as he is given permission. In the beginning, there was Teos, the overlord of darkness. He created the 7 angels known as the Maraku and the earth. He created the animals in the image of the Morokas, and the humans in the image of himself. And the world was good. It was a paradise. As time passed, humans began populating the earth. Since humans were created in the image of Teos, they began to believe they were superior to Teos' archangels. Humans began to eat and enslave animals, which were created in the image of the Maraku. Enraged by the humans' actions, the archangels told Teos that they will not bow down to humans and eventually will kill them all. Teos did not allow this, but the Maraku attacked anyway. A war broke out between the Maraku and the humans. One of Teos' archangels, called Promes, sympathized with the humans and betrayed the other archangels. Promes fell in love with a human and had a child. This child grew up to be called Gills and would lead humans into war against the Marakas. The war ended with the Maraku victorious. In his dying breath, Promes gave his power to the humans. This power would allow them to transform into Agito, a powerful warrior. The archangels wanted to completely wipe out all humans. The angels flooded the earth for 40 days, but Teos created an ark that spared some humans and animals. Why have you saved these humans? Asked the angels. You have sinned and so have I, replied Teos. And with this Teosa, along with his angels, were sealed away until humans were able to obey Teos once again. The ark opened. The humans were led by Agito and G3 so that they could populate the earth once more. G3 was a symbol that humans would one day be able to create weapons and fight for themselves. Agito was symbol that maybe one day humans and Agito could live in peace. Phantom looked at the audience and was surprised at the history of the Agito. Shiozaki spoke up. This is their creation story. Humans defy their god, angels wiping humanity, and God creating the ark. This is basically Paradise Lost. That sounds very plausible, and yet strange to make connections with Christianity, Awasi said. But what does it have to do with Kuuga? Mirio asked. Phantom grinned and replied. But before the war between the Maraku and humans, there was one human tribe that was called to help the lords. The lords delivered a man named Riku, who was given the power to transform into a warrior named Kuuga. But that was a story for another day. Everyone remained silent as they began watching the rest of Agito Izuku. During a battle against an unknown kaijin, the monster throws Agito, who has a different form than the first one. Now the gold is replaced with a burnt red color with a burning effect on it. His compound eyes are now gold color, and the belt has an indigo blue jewel and 3 white-red blades surrounding it. Out of a warehouse, a man in bulky blue techno gear with G3X on his left shoulder and helmet that looks similar to Kuuga, but it has blue color scheme and orange visor eyes and thin antenna horns, runs in and attacks the kaijin, but is immediately pushed off. The audience noticed that the man looks like Kuuga if it were technological and tactical. Then another man, who has green organic armor that covers his upper chest with red organic outlines and a yellow jewel in the middle of his chest. His shoulder pads are also green, but with 3 long claws on each shoulder facing downwards. Same with the arm guards with 3 claws facing upwards, and a red claws coming out between the wrists and forearm. The lower area is also green and looked more armored than more of the riders shown in the scene with red lines around the ankles. His waist is covered by a red belt with a silver center that has a yellow jewel in the middle. He tackles the kaijin from behind, while it was struggling, but it proved fruitless as he was thrown into some crates. Razor, Phantom? Zero asked. Who are they? Well, the one that looks like a blue robotic version of Kuuga is Kamen Rider G3X, previously known as Kamen Rider G3. It is a weapon system developed by the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's Squad Against Unidentified Lifeforms Division. The user is that world's version of Katsuki Bakugo, funny enough. The green one is Kamen Rider Gills. Despite possessing a seed of Agito, he transforms into an incomplete and feral version of Agito. He is that world's version of Denki. Razor explained, which everyone's eyes widened to see the legends in real life, while surprised to see Bakugo and Denki are their counterparts. Heck yeah. Just shows that I'm that good to be a Kamen Rider. Bakugo grinned. Well, that's unexpected. Denki admitted. Didn't think I had the potential to be a writer. Not so fast, fry brain, Jiru spoke. You may not have the smarts, skills, or the strength. Way to rub it in. But you've got the guts and courage to be a writer hero. I've seen you do some pretty heroic things, so don't sell yourself short. Wow, I never realized that. Denki smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Thanks for that, Jiru. Jiru realized she just complimented her secret crush. She blushes lightly and looked away. What neither noticed was the brief flash of a belt appearing over Denki's waist. Razor and Phantom noticed this and were surprised. Dude, I thought they were getting stands, not rider powers. Phantom whispers to his friend. How the heck should I know? I'm new to this crap. Razor whispered back. Maybe their world has more problems and the screen is giving them means to combat it or something. By the way, where did you get the screen? Phantom asked. I built most of it, but I got the screen off of eBay. Razor reply. Phantom gives him a deadpan look. Don't judge me. Do you know how hard it is to find a dimensional viewing screen that is top quality and invincible for cheap? Oh, a god can create cute girls, but can't make a screen, or at least buy himself a nice one, Phantom mummers to himself. Rem then noticed Maita staring at her. She calmly smiled and revealed her chained spiked iron ball as a horn appeared on her head. The Grapist looks away scared, who should have learned his lesson by now, and even after knowing what Phantom could do. Razor shocked his head at this. He's just luck Phantom didn't notice, Razor thought to himself. Eri noticed her horn and looked so amazed by her glowing horn. Rem just giggled and head patted the little girl. Agito got on his stomach and looked at the sun. He rises and walks towards it like a moth. Deku, Bakugo yelled. What the hell are you doing? Patience, Bakugo, you will see. Razor said. As he stared into the sun, then his armor slowly cracked and broke, revealing a new form. With red and gunmetal gray armor with a shiny white center with symbols on his chest and abs. There is also a yellow symbol in the chest. His shoulder pads are red with pointed white silver outlines, and the arm and leg guards are bright and shiny white. The mouthpiece is also white silver, and the red looks more bright and heavenly. As the legends foretold of Agito as the warrior of humanity, this is symbolized as humanity's savior, their protector, the one who holds their fate. This is Kamen Rider Agito's shining form. He came running towards the Kaijin and kicked it. Then throw a few punches at it as it proved that he is the estimated. He summoned a circular blade into his hands. He uncollapsed them and splits them off into two swords. The unknown growls and rushes into attack, but when Izuku swings his twin blades at it, he is disarmed of his weapon. Then been slashed twice in the chest by two powerful swings. A white halo appeared above its head, thus destroying it. That is Agito's shining form. It's Agito's final form, awoken when Agito mastered the power of burning form, the form Izuku was in just now, and saw the light of the sun. Although shining form's punching power is unchanged, all of Agito's other stats are heightened, making shining form Agito's most powerful form. Razor explained. Which means Agito is the EST plant on Earth, Phantom says jokingly, which Rem giggled to. Phantom then get a little lovey-dovey on her, kisses her cheek as she smiles. Dude, you can have fun with your girlfriend later. Remember there are kids here. He cleared his throat, which stopped Phantom from doing something stupid. Oh sorry. Anyway, the next screening is rather well. This is Rider versus Rider. As in they fight to the death. Phantom said. That is whack, dog, Kami replied. But why are they fighting each other? Ochako said. I thought Kamen Riders are the good guys. Unfortunately, that's not the case. For Kamen Rider there, those who gained the powers of Kamen Rider, and used it for vile, selfish, and destructive purposes. They are known as Dark Riders. Warrior of chaos, despair, and evil. They will go any lengths to achieve their goals. This shocks everyone about evil Kamen Riders. They thought they were all the same, but they couldn't be more wrong. Anyway, riders have their morals. Some are good and some are bad. Some have gone off the deep end to exclaim that he is God and proceeds to become the most insane man I have ever seen. Phantom added, which made some of the crowd raise their eyebrows. Rem grabs his head and calms him down with rather. Her decent-sized chest. Very happy thoughts came into his head. Then Razor spray him with a spray bottle. No, bad Phantom. Bad Phantom. This got Phantom back to focus. Soundtrack. Alive a Life by Rika Matsumoto. Tilde Ryuki tilde. Their scene on screen was a young man running through a crowd of people in the streets. He is wearing a light brown jacket with red long sleeves, a dark green shirt, navy blue trousers and green sneakers. This is Izuku Midoriya. He keeps running. He finds section of a building with no people around. He faces the mirror and pulls out something from his jacket pocket. In his hand was a black card deck case. On the cover of the deck was a dragon symbol with red gem on the dragon's forehead. He holds it out in front of one of the mirrors, and a mental belt appeared on his wasset. It appears to be missing a large portion at the buckle. Izuku then held his arm across his chest with his hand flat and shouts, "Henshin." He brought his arm down and slotted the deck case into the buckle. Mirages of his armor spun around him before forming around him. This armor is red, and the torso is silver. The guards on his wrist, ankles, and the pauldron's shoulder guards were all black. His helmet is gray, and had numerous slits going across the front that showed red eyes underneath. On the top of his helmet is the same dragon symbol in silvers. On his left arm was some sort of mechanical dragon head. "Yosha," Izuku said as he jumped into the mirror, which caused a ripple effect. "Amazing," Melissa said in awe. "I know, I can't wait to start building new babies," May said as she was already drawing blueprints. Where she got the paper from Razor and Phantom didn't know and don't want to know. "So Razor, what is Kamen Rider is Midoriya now?" Sato asked. "This Izuku is known as Kamen Rider Ryuki, one of the 13/14 riders that took part what I commonly known as Rider War. A deadly game where the riders battle each other in the mirror world, and when a winner is decided, they are given a wish that can grant them their greatest desire," Razor said. Well, Izuku did try to stop the war, because even he knows everyone deserves to live. But it proves fruitless, Phantom says. As expected of Midoriya, Ida said with a smile. Always trying to find a way to help everyone. Wait till you see game, Phantom said in his thoughts. The screen now shows Ryuki and another rider fighting a large kaiju with a humanoid torso and large spider-like lower half. Ryuki rolled out of the way when the kaiju launched a web attack at him. He then put his right onto the deck case and pulled out a card. He turned it around, showing an image of his symbol surrounded by a shining red background. He slid the dragon's head forwards, slotted the card in, and pulled the dragon head back. The device shouted, "Final vent." Then a roar was heard as a large red mechanical Chinese dragon appeared and circled around Ryuki as he changed his stance, spreading his legs and bending his knees as if he is preparing to jump. He suddenly leaped straight up, jumping high into air. The kaiju stopped its assault on the other rider and looked up to Ryuki. The dragon followed the rider, spinning around Ryuki as he flipped in the air and positioned himself for a flying kick. The dragon stopped spinning, its head behind Ryuki. Both were aimed at the kaiju. "Ha!" Ryuki roared as the dragon unleashed a fire blast, engulfing him. Izuku wasn't hurt as he was propelled by the dragon fire with the force of a missile and kicked the kaiju in the chest, sending it flying back before it exploded. Before you ask, the dragon is known as Dragrider, Ryuki's partner contract monster. The deck case is called an Advent deck. They hold the Advent cards. His belt is called the V-buckle. A contract monster is a mirror monster, the same type of kaiju that Ryuki was fighting just now. That is confined. It forms a contract with the rider who captured it. But there is always a price, and we have one rider paying for it. If your Advent deck gets destroyed, then your contract monster will eat you. It is important to protect with all costs. Phantom adds. Right. Moving on, Advent decks are special card decks that each contain Advent cards. They are used to along with a blank card to make contracts with mirror monsters. Advent cards are the cards used by each rider to summon their weapons, used unique skills, summon their respective contract monster, and unleash their finisher, also known as Final Vent. The transformation belt V-buckle. Example, Ryuki just needs to slide his deck into the belt to transform. In order for a rider to use an Advent card, they have a device called a visor to scan their cards. Ryuki's visor is called Drag Visor, the dragon head on his arm. Wow, to think such a device exists. Melissa said, these devices could easily make anyone quirk or not a hero. She said with hope in her eyes. What no one but Razor and Phantom noticed was a mechanical dove that flew in the reflection of her glasses. Seriously? Razor whispered in shock. Dude, that screen is doing it again. Better go make that deck soon, or the monster will eat her. Also make a protective cover to prevent it from being destroyed. Phantom whispered back. Razor nodded as he sends orders for a GM to send a black Advent deck. The screen now shows Ryuki facing another rider. The things was that this rider looked exactly like Ryuki, however his color were different, as it was pitch black from head to toe. The only other color it had was a touch of gold accents on its torso and helmet. A pair of red eyes glowed from behind his grill visor. Both riders were surrounded by fire. Ryuki reached to his deck and placed his fingers on it. causing the light to funnel through his fingers into his next card, causing it to shine. He drew a card. His shine soon faded, revealing the image of a golden wing on a flaming red background with the word survive written across the top. As if in a trance, he held his drag visor out and flames enveloped it, changing his device into a gun-like weapon that was shaped like a dragon's head with a visor over its eyes. The jaw popped open, revealing a dock for his new card. He inserted the card into the slot and slammed the visor's mouth closed. Survive. Flames swirled around Ryuki. He stood there unaffected by the flames as his gaze directed to his dark copy. In a flash, his whole suit had changed. The bodysuit was now black as his advent deck had turned red. His armor was now crimson and gold with shoulder pylons, and the chest looked like a dragon's face. His helmet's visor was now edged in gold with a pair of antennae rising from his brow. The dragon symbol on his helmet had also turned gold. And this is Ryuki Survive. Quite fitting in context. He and another rider have that ability. Also, what is cool is that your contract monster will turn into a bike as well, Phantom explained. Where can I get one? Izuku drooled at the thought of a motorcycle that be also a monster. Make a contract with one and pray that it won't eat you. Also, you must have a will to survive in order to earn that card. In another universe, the riders earn theirs by gaining their significant other's favor. But that doesn't involve Izuku at all. Phantom explained to her. I must remind you, most people would see being a Kamen Rider as a curse, as their once normal life is taken from them, and they can never get it back. Even if you do decide on being a Kamen Rider, knowing the risk of being one, never give in to despair. Instead, find hope that knowing your actions will save lives of countless people, so they can continue living in peace. With that said, Class 1B at first were shocked. But Phantom added, you guys are maybe the B team, but everyone is important. Phantom then turned to Shinso. No matter how evil others think you are, always remember that there is always someone rooting for you to save them. Now the class felt more hopeful than before, considering that they thought they were second best. But remember that everyone is cut from the same cloth. Shinso never felt so happy about what he said. No matter what everyone else thinks, he knows that there will be someone who will root for him to save them. The UA staff noticed this and wondered if Phantom could lend someone who holds his views to teach the kids, not just the hero course, but the rest of the school. Unknown for them, there is someone that holds that view to heart. Anyway, that guy who looks exactly like Ryuki, that Kamen Rider Ryuga. A mirrored version of Ryuki from the mirror world. He's evil and the EST of all the 14 riders in Ryuki's world, but weak against the one who uses Survive. Phantom explained to the audience. Who is he under that armor? Kirishima asked. A counterpart of the villains we faced? No. That is also Izuku Midoriya. Both of them fight for control, to be in the real world. But Izuku won, right? Ochako said. Yes, but also no. You see, this is an alternate ending. One of the possibilities that could happen. I forget which one is the true ending. Phantom explained. But this is early Heise experimentation. They kinda stopped after Kabuto. And no, he is not the next rider. Meet your next rider. Soundtrack. Justice. By Issa. Faiz. In a shadowy place, you can see a young man wearing a black coat over a light brown shirt. He is also wearing black pants with black loafers. The audience knows the familiar facial features of the class cinnamon roll. But his hair, while green, it is flat and long. Next to him is a woman who is wearing a light brown coat, blue jeans and ordinary sneakers. She is also wearing a rather large white motorcycle helmet on her head. Her lips are rather puffy and a bit big and have dark brown eyes. It was Kami Utsushimi, an ally of Faiz with a dream of beauty. Nice. It's me, Kami said. Man, I look cute in that outfit. Though the helmet is a bit much. Unknown to her, Ochako is green with jealousy. Possibly seeing her as a rival for Izuku's affection. Though much to Razor and Phantom knowledge, they only see much as Izuku carrying Kami out of an arena. In an alternate ending, Izuku puts on a rather medium-sized silver belt. It has a silver box on the left side of the belt and a cylinder-shaped object on the right. It had a slot open while he held a silver flip phone. He dialed the numbers 555 on it. Standing by. Henshin. He raised his right arm up while his left was posed behind his back. He then inserted it into the slot and transformed. With a black under armor with silver chest plate and black shoulder pads with a silver center as the singular outline. He has a silver brace on his shins and knee pads. There is also a silver outline under his feet. His body has a continuing red outline as it glows when he transforms. His helmet looked odd to everyone. mostly black except for his mouthpiece and amber-yellow compound eyes. The mouthpiece is silver and shows the fangs of a shark. The compound eyes are close together, and above them are two red fins, together as a circle, symbolizing the Greek symbol of 5. Ladies and gentlemen, Kamen Rider Faiz, or by title Kamen Rider 555 inches Phantom said, "He is the hero of dreams. He may not have a dream at first, but he will fight for others' dreams." His belt is called SB555B Phase Driver. However, this driver cannot be used by anyone despite how compatible it looks. The gears was originally created by Smart Brain, an organization that consists of Orphanok, to protect their king. Because of this, only those with Orphanok DNA can use it. The students and pro heroes are interested in the simple yet powerful idea. Phantom then pulled out the CSM version of the Phase Gear Phantom, which I don't own in real life. I am not spending $600+ for it. Razor. So true. And demonstrate that the phone is also a gun. This made Snipe very happy. "Now that's the type of phone I would want to own," he said. "Though a damn shame about the restrictions it has." "Yeah, but what is an Orphanok?" Melissa asked. "Resurrected humans," Phantom responded. "If the human is, they'll be revived as one." The company Smart Brain used them as a way to fight humans. But some just wanted to use their second chance to live peacefully. Everyone frowned at that, seeing that people were getting a chance to live again, just wanted to live their lives. But some company wanted to use them as weapons against humanity. Faiz then rushes in and attacks a solid gray monster. The head looks like a basket with spikes outside. He throws the monster into the ground. It rolled from the throw. The rider then grabs the object on his side and pulls a chip from the phone's centerpiece and inserts into it, while extending it. Ready. He then puts it onto his leg and opens his phone and press enter from the phone. Exceed charge. A red light surges into his leg, and then he jumps into the sky as he shoots a marker on the Orphanok. He performed his rider kick and went through it, leaving behind his symbol, turning the monster into burning ashes. "So cool," Koda said, really amazed by this version of his hero. His aunt, Mandalay, enjoys seeing her nephew so happy with heroes. But she realizes something. "Wait," she asked the gods. "You said that only Orphanoks can use the Phase gear, right?" "Correct," Razor said. "So does that mean?" "Yes," Phantom responded. "Izuku is one. Though it was made with Orphanok DNA mixed with his DNA. He turns into the wolf Orphanok, but still fights for humanity." "Wait, Deku turns into a monster, but still fights for humanity?" Bakugo asked. "I know you still have that old mindset. So consider this a lesson, because all you future heroes know is violence towards those who didn't want to cause harm." "What do you mean?" Momo asked. "Well, when we get to one of my worlds, I'll explain. But remember, just because he is a monster doesn't mean he will attack humanity." Phantom eyes show that he has seen it too many times. "You should understand that not everyone that look monstrous are evil. It's just people think they are evil due to their appearance. Even though they are scorned for their appearance, they still fight for humanity even. There are several examples of villainous heroes like Spawn, Devilman, Garo, and even your world's hero gang Orca. Everyone started to think about all the people in their world who suffered discrimination because of this. They wonder if they unintentionally created villains. Midoriya, Kami tosses him a collapsed device, with a handle in the center, towards him. He catches it. "Use the transform code again," she explained to him. He insert the phone into the open slot. Awakening. And enter the code 555 again. Standing by. The scene cuts to space where a satellite picked up a signal and accepted it, sending back feedback to Izuku, who now is covered by a bright red light. His under armor is now red with black lines continuing throughout his body. The shoulder pads are silver with a black center, while the arms and legs still have the same silver braces and knee pads. The chest plate now shows an amber stripe on the lower part with the black lines split into 3 instead of 1, and the back has a jetpack with rocket thrusters. The helmet remains the same, but now mostly red, and the silver mouthpiece lost its teeth-like design. This is Kamen Rider Phase Blaster form, the advanced form of the Phase gear. Izuku then types a code onto the device he uses. It uncollapses and turns into a sword when the tip turns into an amber blade. He flies off into the sky and heads towards the 2 kaijins he was facing, and slashes them greatly. It made them go on their knees. He fly away and press enter on the blaster. Exceed charge. He flies back to them and swings the sword in one big slash, destroying them instantly and quickly. This is Phase Blaster form, Phase's EST form. By using the SB555T Phase Blaster, The trunk box-shaped device, he can gain access to this form. Razor said. But Faiz has a lot of gadgets to use at his disposal. His Faiz gear is in a big briefcase, Phantom said. I know, but out of most of them, I like the Autovagon the most. That is an awesome bike. This caught Itsuka attention. Why is that, Razor-san? She asked. Well, it also transforms into a battle robot companion. Razor said as he shows a clip of the Autovagon in bike mode transforming into robot mode and fired its wheel gun at what looked like mass model versions of Faiz. Cool. Itzula said as she imagines herself riding into battle and then Autovagon fighting alongside her as her partner. I could make a baby like that. May interjected. Oh no, you're not, Power Loader says. The last thing I need is for that to blow up the support class lab. I could make it possible, David said with a glint in his eyes. With the right tools and a proper AI, I could make at least a decent replica. Also could send us the blueprints for the G3 armor, Nezu asked. I think the police could use such gear to help them combat villains better. Many heroes nodded to this as well, since the police usually have a tough time handling villains until the heroes show up. I'll see what I can do. Soundtrack. Round 0 Blade Brave. Blade. On screen, a young man wearing a black biker jacket over a dark blue shirt. Also wearing blue jeans and red shoes. He had the all-familiar facial and hair color of Izuku, however his hair it is flat like his Faiz counterpart, but not as long, just reaching the tip of his neck. In his hands was a buckle of sorts with a handle on the side. Izuku held a card that had a beetle and the spade symbol on it. He then slid the card into the buckle and placed it on his weight. As he did that, card shot out from the buckle and wrapped around his waist until they reached the handle section of the buckle. The cards connected and changed into a red belt. Izuku had his left arm across his chest like Ryuki, however his hand is posture. H turned his hand around and shouted. Henshin. He pulled his left hand back and had it pulled the lever on the buckle as a panel with the card flipped over, revealing gold spade with a red background. The buckle then shouted. Turn up. A blue wall of energy with the same Kabuto beetle and ace of spades ornate appear in front of him. The wall hit the kaiju that was charging towards Izuku. The energy wall slowly made its way towards Izuku and is passed through him, revealing his rider form. This wore a blue bodysuit. Armor went all the way up to his knees, this time from his feet. He wore a metallic silver-gray armor. His chest plate and right over his diaphragm is the shape of a spade. His shoulder pauldrons were much thicker than the previous riders. His helmet is shaped of a Kabuto beetle with two red eyes staring back. Clipped to his left side of his belt is a sword. This is Kamen Rider Blade. By inserting change beetle rouse card into the blade buckle. This Izuku transforms into Blade to combat the undead. Razor said. Undead are the monsters of the season, created 10,000 years ago. God created a stone slab, known as the Stone of Sealing, letting 52 undead to have a battle royale to the death. The sole winner gets a wish to alter the world in their image. While the Joker undead represents death, and if he wins, then all life would end. Phantom said, though luckily the winner is the human undead, and the reason why humans populated the earth. Also, another important detail is that undead cannot be dead. They are immortal and can only be sealed once defeated. Everyone was surprised by this revelation. The fate of the human race was decided by that battle royal to the death. The heroes in training shudder at the thought of immortal enemies that can never be truly defeated. The heroes thought how if the Joker undead won, all life as they know it would die. They hoped that the Joker would be sealed in that world. Razor. How like that would happen, especially with who I planned Chalice to be. The scene now shows Blade fighting an undead. Blade punched the undead a few times before he drop kicks the undead, making it slam into a concrete pillar and taking a bit of it off. Blade held his swords with the blade pointing down. He then takes his blade from his hip and unfolded from his sword's guard. He then picks 3 cards and scan them on his sword's card scanner. Kick. Thunder. Mock. 3 large projections of the cards he scans appeared behind him, and he raised his sword in the air. He then jabs his sword into the ground, and the 3 protection entered his body as he glowed a blue aura. Lightning Sonic. His sword announces as Blade races forward to the undead at incredible speeds before leaping into the air. He does a front flip before going into a kicking pose. His foot gave of blue lighting. Hiya! He screams and his foot makes contact with the undead. The undead landed a few feet away from Blade before exploding, however its body still remained. A click sound was heard as the belt buckle on its waist opened. Blade then threw a card at the undead, stabbing its chest, and the undead was absorbed into the card. So far I've seen these riders kick, and even I've got to admit, I'm a little jealous that my kick isn't as strong as theirs. Maruko admitted, pouting a bit. Man, these Kamen Riders get more manly with each one we see. Kirishima said. I know, bro. Tetsutetsu agreed. So that's how you seal those undead. But what are those cards? Yosu Awase asked. Those cards are known as Rouse cards. They are mystical cards, used to seal, and is the only way to defeat the undead, and allows the riders to use the undead powers. You all say the buckle on the undead's waist open, right? Well, that is known as a Ouroboros buckle. It's what all undead have. Once it opens upon defeat, it will show what category it is and what rider it is compatible with. Wait, you're saying that some of those undead powers can't be used by another rider? Toru asked. As I said, there are 52 undead, like a deck of cards. Each has their own category that only is compatible for one of the 4 riders can use. Like Kamen Rider Blade is the ace of spades, so he can only use spade cards. Kamen Rider Garen, who you know as Toguro Kamakiri, is the ace of diamonds. Kamen Rider Lingle, Fumikage Takoyami, is the ace of clubs. And finally, Kamen Rider Chalice, Shoto Todoroki, is the ace of hearts. Phantom explains. Said people were surprised to hear that they were Kamen Riders. Way to go, man, you're a rider. Zero said to Toguro. Thanks. Toguro replied. Congratulations, Todoroki-kun, Momo said with a smile. Thanks, I guess, Yaoyorozu-san, Shoto replied. But I'm not sure if I deserve to be a Kamen Rider at all. I've never cared much about other people before due to how my father thought me, and the way I've interacted with people before. I'm just not sure. Prior to the events of Blade's debut, the Joker Undead sealed the human undead and took from. He also uses the Chalice Belt. Shoto Todoroki is the Joker Undead. But he pretty much despised his role and wanted to live his life peacefully. But he is not willing to let the undead take over the world, as he sees humanity beautiful and something to protect. Phantom said. His words not only inspired Shoto, but the others as well. The pro-heroes respected Chalice's choice to fight for humanity. The students were stunned that a version of Shoto is a being that could possibly the end of the life as they know it, but chose to protect it instead. It truly showed them that heroes can come from all shapes and backgrounds. The screen shows Blade slowing getting up when an undead did a sneak attack on his. He also had something attached to his right arm. He flips out 3 card slots form the side of the device, and took 1 card out from it, as in his left hand was another card. He slid in the card he drew out as the device announced. Absorb Queen. As it announces, the card slits retracted back into the device. Blade then stood up and looked at the card in his hand. It has a blue beetle on it with a golden spade on its shell. Behind it was red gem in shape of a spade. The card also has the words Evolution Caucasus. King, please lend me your strength. Just before he slashed the card into the device, Blade had a brief flashback. It was him with a blank Rouse card in hand. In front of him was an undead that resembled a Caucasus. It was mostly gold and black. This was King, the EST undead amongst the undead. His Ouroboros buckle was open, meaning he was defeated, and was about to be sealed. Be careful, or just like Lingle, I will control you after I'm sealed. King warned Blade as he was sealed away. Blade now back in the present. He took in King's words with care and slashed the card into the device as it announces. Evolution King. As that happened, blue lighting surrounded Blade as he grunted in pain. Not far from him, hiding in behind a nearby tree, she wore a light gray shirt, navy blue trousers, a gray dog tag necklace around her neck. She has teal eyes and long, ginger hair that is tied into a high ponytail on the left side of her head. Her bangs are split into 3 clumps around her eyes, and some of her hair sticks up in large tufts on the top of her head. This was Itsuka Kendo, a member of board, a teammate to Izuku and his girlfriend. Midoriya-kun, she said in worry of her boyfriend. Blade continued to grunt in pain before finally, he was able to bear it and stand up straight. As he did, several Rouse card projections flew out from his buckle and surrounded him before merging with his armor, changing it into a new form. The body was now black. He now has additional leg armor. His helmet gains 2 smaller horns just above the eyes. His shoulder pauldrons were now bigger and gain a pointed top. His armor is now gold with various images of his Rouse cards on his legs, arms, and chest. In his right hand, a new sword manifested. It was gold and blue, with a card slot that had a gold spade symbol on it. This is Kamen Rider Blade's King form. With the use of the Absorb and Evolution cards, we have Kamen Rider Blade King form. The EST in that world, so that it overpowers the Joker Undead, Phantom said. It is enough to seal him away. With that said, everyone's eyes widened with a thought of their classmate, being sealed away despite wanting to fight for humanity and living a peaceful life. It was unfair for him, and unfair is that what he gets for actually deciding to be its world's protectors. So that is the life I ended up with. Shoto looked down. Shoto. Momo came over and held on to him, heartbroken for her boyfriend's friend's fate. Or so would Izuku would do, Phantom added. Razor then spoke. Yeah, the thing is, the Izuku of that world is unusually high fusion compatibility, with undead DNA as a result. It fused the 13 undead spade DNA, ultimately turning him into an undead. Specifically, a Joker undead. Now that was another shocking news they learned. A power so great, but have a risk so big. Izuku decided to spare him. But when Joker was the last one remaining, life was close to extinction. So Izuku uses king form to turn himself into an undead to stop it. Meaning the battle royale is still going, Phantom said, which made everyone glad that it ended very. However, due to them being undead, they will be forced to fight each other until a victor is decided. Izuku chose to leave and head off to parts unknown, as he wanted Shoto and Momo to live together in peace, and not worry of them fighting each other, and to find a way to change his fate and end the battle royal once and for all without the need to kill his friend. Razor finished. Wow man, that is so sad, Denki said. Yet so heroic, Inas cried slowly. Even hot-blooded men could cry. Eri slowly teared up when the thought of her brotherly figure disappeared without a trace, even though she didn't know that version of her hero. She still feels the connection from him, unknown to everyone except Razor and Phantom. There is sand coming out of Eri. It is possible. And we're not even close to Den-O, Phantom whispered to Razor. We better get someone from my world to teach her. Razor wonders what is going on with his screen as it keeps showing the potential rider within them. But right now, they need a way to lighten the mood before the next world. Soon toys started appeared, which give the two gods an idea. A light everyone. I mentioned toys, so let's do a showcase of them before we go to the next world. Phantom said as he pulled out his RKF figures of Kamen Rider build Phantom, which I do own, but Grease's arms broke off. These are RKF, also known as Rider Kick figures. Razor added, which were released around 2018. They were trying to get out of the gimmick line and into making affordable figures of every rider from the past. It is still going on as of August 2020. Koda looks at the figures and wonders what rider this is, but decides to be patient for a while when they get to that rider. While my figures are known as Figure Rise Standard, they are essentially Kamen Rider model kits. This made students really interested in the merchandise. Rem slowly looks into her boyfriend's phone and quickly cancels his orders and pre-orders. Phantom noticed that. Rem, what are you doing? No wasting money on toys. You may be a god, but you need self-discipline and should be paying attention to me, she said while handing his phone back to him, to which Razor laughed. Why are you laughing, Razor cunt? I did the same with your orders as well. You spent too much time with those model kits that I need to have the GMs construct new rooms just to store them. To which Razor then slump in shame as their guest laughs at their misfortune. They cheer everyone up, but at what cost? Soundtrack. Kageaki composed by Toshihiko Sahashi. Hibiki. Eri and Koda are guarded by a man in a black jacket. His face looks more mature and his green hair is short. He pulls out a tuning fork and taps it onto a tree. He slowly places it close to his forehead as a symbol formed on it. He instantly transformed and expelled violet flames, showing off his dark violet armor. He has sharp silver pieces around his arms and neck. His forearms are bright red with sharp metal cuffs around the wrists. There are also cuffs around the ankles. Around his waist is a loincloth attached to a belt with a buckle that has a long Kiko symbol. His helmet has red edges that formed a face. He also has a second face on his forehead along with horns. He quickly charges in and fights the monster that was chasing the two kids. The Oni Kamen Rider, Hibiki. Phantom said to the audience. He is a very special rider, in style and to many fans. That is the Henshin Onsa. It's the device that this Izuku uses to transform into his rider form. There are 3 Henshin devices for Oni riders, but the Henshin Onsa is the most common one. It also marks Hibiki as the first rider to use a non-belt type transformation. This intrigues everyone in seeing a rider that doesn't use a belt to transform. They wonder if there is more of that. What makes this rider very special is that isn't for the fact that he can fight monsters or have other gimmicks. Phantom explained. The series is mostly about Eri and Koda growing up that happen to have a rider in it. Really? Mandalay said. Then what is the point of him? He helps them as they struggle with their time growing up, something that we all had. He was there for them when they needed them. He gives the best advice he can give. There are clear days, and there are rainy days. Being alive isn't always about loss. Everyone pondered about those words. They seemed important, but couldn't figure out. And that is what Phantom wanted them to figure out. He smiled at their thinking. Hibiki is holding a hammer-looking sword. When he looks at it with confusion. Unknown what it is, but it suddenly transformed him as he engulfed in flames. His armor changed colors from violet into crimson red with black under armor and gold pieces around the chest and shoulders. His helmet now has a silver mouthpiece and black visor with horns grown out of his head. His back now carries his taiko sticks. He looks like a true armed Oni. And the screen cuts to a flashing kanji character saying, Hibiki. And another showing, armed. As the audience hear the taiko hitting the drums, while the string guitar and horns playing along with the music. Fun fact about Hibiki is that he is only rider that doesn't have a rider kick-style finisher, and doesn't have a personalized rider machine as his bike is a Honda Valkyrie Rune with a custom paint job other that it's just a normal bike. Razor said. Let's not forget the disc animals. Kyuki added. Disc animals? Koji asked. Razor pulled out several discs from his jacket, and in his left hand was a henshin onsa. However, unlike Hibiki's, this one had no Oni face on it. Rather, it looked like a Gundam face instead. As you can see, these are disc animals. They are a support monster used by the Oni Kamen Rider, a kind of shikigami that uses the soul of animals. It usually sleeps as a silver disc, but when it is activated by the sound of a transformation devices, it transforms into a unique color, and even into an animal figure. And no May, you cannot take them apart to see how they work. Razor added as he glares at the oink-haired inventor. Aw. May pouted. I will give you the blueprints and the tools to make them. Razor added. Yay. May cheered. Razor shook his head. He tapped the onsa and waved it over the disc, which each gained their own color before transforming into their animal modes. The red birds are Akane Taka, blue one is Ruri. The ape one is Ryoku, the crab one is Kahata Gani. The snake one is Nibai Iro Hebai. The lion one is Kayakashishi. The green bird is Asagi Washi, an upgraded version of Akane Taka. And the last one, the frog, is Seiji Giru. They are used by the Oni riders as trackers and scouts whenever they are hunting Makamu. Kiruki said. The disc animals interacted with the audience. Wash up, little dude, you looked pretty manly. Kirishima said to Ryoku, to which it happily beat its arms together. Anyway, Hibiki Aslo uses them as armor when he accesses his final form. Armored Hibiki. His suit turning red and his faceplate gaining a silver mouthpiece and black visor. That was a previous powered-up form called Hibiki Kurenai, which increases his flames. Razor said. Tilde next level by Yukai Tilde. Kabuto. The scene shows the courtyard of a shopping complex, where there were several occupants there. The first is a man in his early 20s. He has red spiky hair. He wears a white t-shirt, blue jeans and black shoes. This is Ijiro Kirishima, a member of Zect. Beside him is this world Izuku Midoriya. He wears a gray shirt, black jeans, a black jacket, a white scarf and a pair of red shoes, but they were all in the designer's name. In front of them were green insects like kaiju known as worms. Ijiro turned his head towards Izuku, who turned back and grinned softly, to which Irijo nodded. They both pulled out silver belts and wrapped it around their respective waists. Izuku then raised his hand, as if he was reaching to grasp the sun, while Ijiro held his hand out. Then two small mechanical creatures flew towards them. They both caught said creatures. In Izuku's hand is a red mechanical Kabuto beetle, while Ijiro has a blue mechanical stag beetle. Henshin Henshin, Izuku said calmly, while Ijiro shouted as they slid their respective beetles onto their belts. Henshin. A pair of voices said. A deep robotic voice from the Kabuto beetle, while the stag beetle spoke with a higher pitch voice. Izuku and Ijiro were covered in cyan-colored hexagonal energy, making their armor. Both are quite bulky. Izuku has a bulky sliver chest and shoulder armor with bits of red, a black bodysuit. It had lots of metallic pieces over his arms and feet. His helmet is also bulky with a large cyan-colored visor. Ijiro's armor is quite similar to Izuku's, however his armor was silver and blue, and he has two shoulder double-barrel mounted Vulcans attached. Here we have Kamen Rider Kabuto and Gatak. Izuku is Kabuto, while Kirishima is Gatak, just to be clear. And the most confusing series we have seen due to its plot. And what created it? Phantom said. This made Rem confused as her eyes became swirls. Phantom also took this chance to rebuy his orders and pre-orders secretly. Ugh, don't remind me. I got so lost with the show that I completely stopped watching it. Anyway, The belts that Izuku and Kirishima of that world are called rider belts. No, I'm not making that up. That's laterally what they are called. The metal beetles that flew towards them are called Zectors. They are a compilation of mobile systems that affect space and time. Izuku has the Kabuto Zector, while Kirishima has the Stag Zector. With them, they are allowed to move at the speed of light. Razor said. I see another technology-based rider. Power Loader said. Wow, just imagine the possibilities with that kind of technology. Mei said excitedly. And the chaos as well, Shinso said. Just imagine if a villain gained such tech. No one would be safe. Kids made a logical point. Aizawa said with a nod. Let's not forget the kaiju they face. Razor said. And the monsters they are fighting are known as worms, an insectoid race of aliens. They came from a destroyed meteor. They can mimic the appearance and memories of humans they target. Their goal is to kill all the humans and replace them. They also have the ability to use the speed of light once they mature. Phantom said, which made many of them shiver in fear. AI wasn't going to give you guys these blueprints anyway. They are way too dangerous, especially those ones. Plus the Zector are sentient enough to choose their users. Sometimes. Razor muttered that last bit. Phantom also checks the room for any sign of a Zector. No Zectors found, fortunately. Phantom whispered. Good, at least the screen acknowledges that moving at the speed of light is a bad thing to give out to kids. Razor said. As the two gods spoke, the teacher and pro-heroes wondered what they were whispering about. Hey, you wonder what they are talking about? Mike asked. Not sure, to be honest, but they do seem worried about something. Midnight said. I don't like it, Aizawa spoke up. They keep glancing at the students after or during each rider showcase. It's bad enough that Uraraka has a stand now. Meaning more work for me and less time for sleep. Ah, Aizawa, still the sleep-loving sloth, I know you are. Miss Joke said. I do agree with Earsurehead. The two seem a little distracted. Vlad said. Phantom had Ren sit on his lap, while holding her in a loving gaze. Say, Razor-san. Juzo Honuki spoke up. I noticed that these riders have much bulkier armor compared to the previous ones. Does that mean they have some kind of function to be more mobile? Why, in fact, yes. Please continue watching, and you will find out. Razor said. Kabuto and Gatak continued fighting the worms. They defeated most of them, leaving only two left. However, the two worms began to shake violently, as their green skin started to change to red before it broke apart, revealing their new forms. This made the two riders go in defense as the monsters suddenly vanished. Kabuto and Gatak looked at each other and nodded. Reaching for their respective Zectors, Kabuto unclips the Kabuto Zector's horn. This causes his chest, helmet, shoulder, and other bits of armor to open up and hover slightly off his body with electricity. Gadak then unclips his Stag Zector horns to the sides. This causes his armor to open up as well. Cast off, they said respectively as Kabuto grabbed the horn and flipped it over, revealing yellow paint on the horn, and the center of the Kabuto Zector pulled up, revealing a smaller screen. Gadak pulled his Zector's horns until they were on both sides of the Zector body. Cast off. Change Beetle. The Kabuto Zector said. Cast off. Change Stag Beetle. The Stag Beetle said. As both Zectors spoke, the armor flew off the riders' bodies. The pieces were sent flying in every direction. The evolved worms are hit by the armor pieces, and this causes them to exit their light speed mode. Now Kabuto is now shown with a sleeker version of his armor. His chest and shoulder armor were now sleeker, and the dominant color is red with some silver on the shoulders. His helmet is also sleeker. Then a red Kabuto beetle horn flips up and connects with his forehead, giving Kabuto his namesake looks. Gadak also became slimmer as his chest armor, shoulder, and helmet also got slimmer, and blue being the dominant color. Gatak's shoulder Vulcans also changed to a pair of short blades that have a Kuuga-style horn. Gadak's helmet also changes, as not only is it slimmer, but also two horns in the shape of stag beetle horns connected to the side of his helmet. Clock up. Clock up. They said as they tapped the side of their belts and moved at light speed to fight the evolved worms. Kabuto fought his worm away from Gatak as the worm tried to escape. The two traded blows, punch for punch, kick for kick. However, it seemed that Kabuto has more skill than the worm. With another punch, Kabuto launched the worm some feet away. Kabuto then pressed 3 buttons on the side of his Zector. 1, 2, 3. The Zector said. Then Kabuto pushed the Zector's open chest close and flipped its horn back to its original position. This caused electricity to surge out from the Zector and charged up to his horn. Rider kick. Kabuto said calmly as he flipped the horn again. Rider kick. The Zector announces electricity, then charges towards his leg. At that moment, the worm charged towards Kabuto from the back. When the worm was in range, Kabuto delivered a roundhouse kick at the worm, striking the worm's neck. The worm died as its body exploded. Dudes and gals, that was so lit. Not gonna lie. Kami said. Oh my god. Just imagine us having those kinds of armor, Kaminari said excitedly. Just think about us having the bulky, durable armor to keep villains at bay, and when it's the time to strike, we shed off the armor for sleeker one and go in for the finisher. As he kept talking, the altering flashed several times again before disappearing. This caught Aizawa and Nezu's attention. They turned their gaze towards the two godly beings, the look on their faces that they were surprised as well. We will talk about it later, Razor said in their minds. When? Phantom asked Razor. After we view your world, Razor whispered back. The screen shows Kabuto and Mina on top of a rooftop of one of many skyscrapers in the city. Not far from them, Gatak is currently fighting an evolved worm and appears to be losing. Kabuto raises his hand up as he grasps for the sun. A space and time distortion form as he grasps a silver mechanical Kabuto beetle. As this was happening, Gatak is launched back and rolls on the floor. He slowly gets up as he grunts his pain. The worm charges its claw with electricity and attacks Gatak again, slashing him across the chest, sending him back against a wall as he screams in pain. His body then shines bright red before he explodes and dies. No Kirishima. Mina screams as she cries with tears in her eyes at watching her crush getting killed. Everyone besides Razor and Phantom were shocked at what they saw happen right before their eyes. No bro, Tetsutetsu said in shock, as he watched his brother in arms die. Shitty hair, damn it. Bakugo muttered as he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. Aizawa muttered in anger as he clenched his fist tightly, watching his student regardless if he is another version die, and he couldn't do anything to stop it. All Might and Mirio had flashbacks to Sir Night's death. It made them feel useless. Iri and Kota were crying at the screen. Mandalay and Nejire are doing their best to comfort them, but they too were shocked at what they watch. Kirishima himself stares at the screen, is in shock at what just happened. Not only did he find out that he is a Kamen Rider of this world, but he also just witnesses his death in that world as well. He can't help but think about the possibilities of that happening to him. It's fine, he spoke. As those words left his mouth, everyone was in shock at what they heard and protested against it. Did you just say a version of yourself dies? How can you be fine with that? Suro said. I may not know you personally, but I know that no one should be fine with that. Toguro Kamakiri said. I agree, your death isn't something to take lightly. Ida said. Guys, Kisahima said, but no one seemed to listen. Yet Kirishima, we don't want you to die. Toru said. Her voice clearly shows her worry. Don't you dare get any ideas of throwing your life, all willy-nilly shiny hair. You got that. Guys, Kirishima said again. But no one heard him. They continue to worry and protest about his statement. Guys, he screams, making them stop. Once he was sure no one else is going to talk, he said what he wanted to say. Listen, the reason why I'm fine with this is because it follows my belief of what a hero is. Someone who is more than willing to fight and protect to the bitter end. If I died knowing that I was able to save innocent lives and protect my friends, then I would die with no regrets, with a wide and proud smile on my face, knowing I did my job as a hero to the end. Besides, I know that Izuku will keep on fighting and save the day like a hero should. Kirishima said with pride in his voice. Mina grabs hold of him and looks at him in the eyes. Kiri, you possibly accept this as a reality. Her eyes welled up from hearing his hard-boiled words. No matter what, you have to understand that there are people waiting for you after a long battle, so please don't. It's all right, Mina. There are clear days, and there are rainy days. Life isn't about the end. I am fine to know that you are safe and sound. He showed her his toothy smile and held her hands together. This is the life we accept, and I know if I play my cards right, my legacy will continue my work. Everyone, including Razor and Phantom, were shocked at Kirishima for not just his words, but his views of a hero. As that was going on, no one besides the gods and the two teachers noticed Kirishima's pocket glowing. Damn, I never felt so inspired before in my life. Razor said. Damn, I never felt so inspired before in my life. Phantom said, agreeing with his friend. Wait, I am sensing a lock seed. He pulls out a blank Sengoku driver from nowhere. Who knew Zack had a counterpart? Where did you even get that? Since Max won't Zenjutsu. This has no owner. So I waited for the right candidate. The screen goes back to Kabuto as he clasps the new beetle on the left side of his belt with a horn pointing forwards. He then turns it 90 degrees clockwise and points the horn upwards. Kabuto places his palm on the beetle's horn. Hyper cast off, Kabuto said calmly, as he pushes the horn lever down. Hyper cast off. The new Zector spoke as electricity surged from the Zector and spread across Kabuto's body. Kabuto's form changes. Kabuto's horn grew bigger, his helmet gained silver, his shoulder, chest, back, forearms and leg armor gained slightly more bulky appearance. Hyper clock up, Kabuto said as he pressed the red button on the new Zector. Hyper clock up, the Zector announced. This causes the armor on his forearms and leg to flip up golden vents. His chest armor split open, revealing a golden piece of armor with 3 green gems lined up horizontally. His back armor also split open and slip up, making them look like wings. Kabuto's eyes flashed for a brief moment before his entire body disappeared in a time and space distortion, leaving Mina behind, confused to where he went. Then the scene changes back to Gadak exploding. But time seems to be rewinding back to the point where Gadak was slowly getting back up. The worm charges its claws and attacks Gadak. But the attack was stopped when Kabuto appeared and caught the claws. Hyper clock over, the Zector said as Kabuto's armor closes and the vents collapse back into the armor. Kabuto then proceeds to beat the worm down. He blocks and evades the worm's attacks and immediately strikes back with punches and kicks of his own. Kabuto then launches the worm some feet away in the air. While in mid-air, Kabuto presses the red button again and goes into hyper clock up mode. Time moves to a near standstill as the worm seemingly stops in mid-air. Kabuto then pulls the horn on the Zector down. Maximum rider power, it said. Kabuto then presses the 3 button on the Kabuto Zector. 1, 2, 3, the Zector said. Kabuto pushed the Zector close and flipped the Kabuto Zector horn. The camera zooms in on Kabuto's face. Hyper kick, he said as he flips the Zector horn again as the Zector announces rider kick. Electricity surges throughout Kabuto's body. Kabuto launches himself into the air and towards the worm and delivers a rider kick at the worm as it explodes in a large blue explosion. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the reason why the plot got confusing. Phantom said to them, Kamen Rider Hyper Kabuto. So remember when I mentioned alternate endings? The audience nodded. Well, in the movie, Kamen Rider Kabuto, Godspeed Love, it showed Earth has been hit by the worm meteor and wiped the human population by a large percentage. Anyway, when Kabuto uses the Hyper Zector, he goes back in time and destroys the meteor. Upon saying that, Aizawa realized what this meant. You mean, this all happened because… No, we are not going to even start with that. Kabuto's timeline is confusing enough as it is, so drop it. Seeing the stress and headache look on Razor, Aizawa decided to drop it. Okay then, so who is the next rider? Kaminari asked. Does it involve more time travel? The 2 gods looked at him and mentally added a tally to Kaminari's dumb and smart moments list. Phantom, so far 25 on dumb, 15 on smart. The look on their faces means that he is right on the money. Phantom cleared his throat. Yes, and he is considered a very beloved rider for his light elements and the rider himself, despite how often life screwed him over. What do you mean? Ochako of all people asked. Well, this rider is the unluckiest man alive to date. But yet he goes out of his way to help people before he becomes a rider. And that is what many found him more heroic, and how often we can relate to him. Being down on his luck, he still kept a positive attitude. He really is the second coming of Kuuga to some fans' Phantom, mostly because of the Otajiri effect. Mothers love them pretty boys, and he is someone I looked up to. I love Den-O too. When he was a kid, Den-O taught me a valuable lesson that stuck with me. Even if the world is crashing on you today, there will always be a better tomorrow. Everyone finds this surprising that even a god looks up to a mere human. Then they realized that Izuku will be that rider, and somehow believed that whatever rider he is possibly the one who makes a lot of sense to be. Wonder about who is this rider that Razor and Phantom have high praise about. Tilde climax jump by Ale tilde. Den-O. Izuku, in his late teens and early 20s, stands very meekly next to a girl with snow-white hair and red eyes. She wears a white long-sleeved shirt with a red overall dress. She is also wearing black leggings with red shoes. This is Eri, Izuku's future daughter. Izuku himself is wearing a black Tupac t-shirt with a plaid shirt around his waist and light blue denim jeans with red shoes. The song, this time, seems way more light-hearted compared to the previous ones. Gyro noted. Oh my god, it's Eri, Mina exclaimed in excitement. She looks so cute as a young adult. Momo said. Though I wonder if she is. Aizawa glared at Razor and Phantom, who both raised their hand midway and answered, "We'll explain." Meanwhile, the class rapist is thinking very unhealthy thoughts about the older version of Irisha, but has been cut off when someone slapped him in the head. He looks around but sees no one paying attention to him, though he sees bits of sand on his shoulders. Phantom. No, really. What was he thinking when he tried to tell a little girl to meet him when she gets older? Izuku is holding a pass that has a train track symbol in the shape of a T. He is confused about what he is holding, but Eri yelled at him to transform, and he replied very weakly, "Henshin." His pass gets scanned by a belt that has 4 different colored buttons, and the center has the same symbol as the pass. He transformed into blank form. It has black under armor with silver metal pieces on his shoulders and train tracks in the center of his chest and helmet. He has white gauntlets and boots. The helmet had no visible eyes and had white and yellow on the sides. The mouthpiece is silver and has a train motif. Maruko looked at the rider with disappointment. What the heck is this? She wasn't the only one. Some of the viewers were disappointed by the look of the blank form. Wait for it, Phantom said to her and everyone else. After getting beaten by the blue bat monster, Eri came to him and quickly instructed him. Press the button. Izuku listens and presses the red button on his belt, and a standby tune is playing on a loop until he scans his pass again. Sword form. Train tracks formed out of thin air and headed towards the young man. He weakly held his arms up and avoided looking at the front of the train. But it turned transparent red and went through him. Then his blank form changed. Red armor is added on his chest, shoulders, and thighs. The chest and shoulder armor connected into one solid piece. The train tracks on his head turned into a solid yellow piece with a green jewel in the center of the forehead. And now he has red eyes with a red diamond tip at the top and silver pieces under the eyes. If you can look at it up close, it looks like a peach. Or, his voice sounds deep and rough as he points at himself. Futabu Sanju. His arms and legs spread out in a pose. The scene skips to now the bat monster on the ground, and the rider scans his pass again. Full charge. The center of the belt blinks. Its red lights very fast, as the hero holds his sword with both hands and red lighting charges up the sword. Or no Hisatsu Waza, Part 1. He charges forward to the monsters and slashes it into an explosion as he destroys it. This is Kamen Rider W, the time-traveling rider. This version of Izuku is a singularity point. Phantom said to everyone. Singularity point? Momo asked. A person that can remember erase time. The only one that can restore that point in time and fix the future. Phantom responded. Den-O belt is what Izuku uses to transform. It is affixed with a device known as the setuch in the terminal buckle, which can read a rider pass and recognize the Imagine user. When the rider pass is swiped across the setuch, a transformation along with multiple form changes can occur. The belt has 4 buttons, red, blue, yellow, purple, each activating a specific form, known as the form switch. The Den-liner is a bullet train that serves as the main transportation system for the Den-O crew, for the purpose of traveling through time. This interests Nezu, with the train motif, and how it functions, and wonder what could do with a mass-produced version. And the thought of a train that can travel through time. And the villain of this rider world is Imagine. Monster from the future that grants wishes to form a contract. Once the contract is formed, they can take form and go into the contract holder's EST point in life. Most of them want to destroy the future and kill Zeronos, who is Mirio Tagada. Phantom explained further. Mirio is Nejire's fiancé and Izuku's future brother-in-law, as Nejire is his older sister. But he disappeared one day, so his younger self came in as Zeronos. Younger Mirio, or also known as Kamen Rider Zeronos, uses the Zeronos belt that allows him to transform. He also uses Zeronos cards. A Zeronos card can only be used once. When Zeronos cancels the transformation, the card evaporates if it is the yellow or green Zeronos card. When a card is used, the memory of the elder Mirio's existence in the present time is erased from the memories of people who are not singularity points. Everyone looked at Mirio and feared for his life since he was powerless ever since the raid. But the boy looked at his fellow classmates and heroes. It is fine. I have made many sacrifices in the past and lost someone I looked up to. But you think this will stop me? His iconic smile falls. Then you do not know me at all. That is what a hero does, like Kirishima. I accept my fate because if I don't make one smile, then I don't deserve the title of a hero. As long as I live, I will continue to burn bright with a smile. Only known to Phantom and Razor. They see his soul bright up from the screen. Well, he is already a meme like Takeru. Phantom whispered to Razor, who nodded. Momo then raised her hand to the two gods. Phantom, Razor. We never asked. But who is Izuku's girlfriend in this version? Well, if you didn't know, that is Eri as a young adult. But she is Izuku's daughter from the future. Also a singularity point. So what thoughts you had before are gone. The second god grinned as she got embarrassed by the answer, and by Phantom knowing her thoughts. She covered her face, and in the fetal position. Izuku's girlfriend is none of you people here. What? The girl Sanzare, recovery girl, and Inko yelled at him. Yeah, his girlfriend is the denliner stewardess, Naomi. Phantom showed an image of a young woman with fair pale skin, brown hair with a pink streak, and wearing a small white hat on her head. The girls became jealous of the sight of the woman. What does she have that we don't? Ochako glared at Phantom, while Switch On appeared behind her. To which Razor and Phantom signaled their girlfriends to cover the kids' ears, to which they did. Her butt has gotten an award. Yes, it is real, and I can't believe it exists. What the hell, Japan? Once he is done, Rem and Kyuki uncover Eri and Kota's ears. Girls, please remember that each universe are different, which means that each version of Izuku will have a different love interest. Razor reminded them. With that, the girls just focus their anger at Phantom, who ignores them and heads towards Eri. Now before we feature the next form. He looks at the little girl. Do you have a wish to be granted? Huh. Eri tilts her head in confusion, still unknown with the sand around her. Aizawa tried to intervene, but Jesus of Suburbia stood in his way. Tell me, what do you wish for now? Phantom asked her again. Dude, WTF are you doing? Razor asked through telepathy. Phantom replied with telepathy, getting rid of the sand. The little white-haired girl thought about it and responded, I wish for a candy apple, please. Me too, Kota said as well. Suddenly 2 candied apples appeared, held by 2 arms with a sandy appearance. The 2 kids took them and happily ate the treat. Everyone freaked out by that, but soon almost got a heart attack as the arms popped out and took the form of a red oni. Or Sanju. He pointed at himself and posed similar to Den-O. Everyone, meet Momotaro's, also Kamen Rider Den-O sword form. Phantom said. And don't worry, he is one of the good guys. There are at least 3 other taros that Den-O allows to possess him to access his other forms. Razor said. Everybody somewhat calms down. But Aizawa was about to punch Phantom, but something tells him that getting him angry may be the most illogical thing to do. But like hell, he will let this slide. How can we know that we can trust him? He asked Phantom. Easy. He doesn't like dogs, loves pudding, is willing to beat up guys who deserve it. And he is similar to my Momotaro's in one of my worlds. A huge big brother to Eri. Phantom pointed out while gesturing to the Momotaro's, who have Eri on his lap. To everyone's surprise, she doesn't mind and Momotaro's doesn't mind when Kota sits on his lap as well. See? Phantom said. Besides, he can make her as Izuku as well. Yay! Eri cheered as she jumped off her new guardian's lap. That reminds me. Momotaro's got up and walked up to Minta. I heard what you said to Eri and your thoughts about her older self, punk. The grapist gulped in fear as the Imagine cracked his knuckles. Please have mercy. He begged, but he was dragged by the red oni to a room. It went scary quiet. Razor. Zero asked. Should we? No. Phantom said. Someone like him shouldn't be in the school for heroes. Then they hear Minta's cry for help and painful screams as Momotaro's is beating the living shit out of him. Phantom turned to Nezu and Aizawa. We should have a talk about this walking danger to the opposite gender. After the viewing. The 2 nodded and wondered what was on Phantom's mind. Izuku, now in his blank form, uses a red cellular phone and inserted it into the buckle of his belt. Gold train tracks from out of the phone and summoned a sword with 4 masks as a guard. Standby tunes play into the background. Henshin. He grabbed it and inserted his denliner pass into the open slot of the sword. Liner form. The denliner headed towards Izuku from behind and turned translucent, while changing Izuku entirely. Now with red under armor with black lines on the side of his body and white lines on the opposite side of his arms. His solid chest piece has a white under the red breasts with amber headlights. The shoulders have a white bottom, red center, and black top. The legs have a white armor pieces on the thighs and silver pieces on the shins. And finally the helmet is white with a red curve line on the side with a silver train motif mouthpiece. The center headpiece is now black with a green jewel and has a train spoiler on the back of the head. The eyes are red and long with 3 different color horns under it. The scene changes to Izuku standing on gold train tracks and heading towards the Imagine and charges his attack. Full charge. Train attack. Momotaros, Yuritaros, Kintotaros, Ryutaros, Ariases, and his girlfriend Naomi looked at him in the train cart of Denliner with a shocked expression on their faces. That is / a terrible attack name, the audience and Izuku's comrades said at the same time. But he destroyed the monster with one mighty slash with his sword. That attack was manly as heck, but the name didn't really give much of an impact, Kirishima said. Tetsu nodded in agreement. Yeah, this Izuku isn't that all great at naming things, Razor said as he scratched his head. How you think I got my name? Momotaros yelled as he pulled a rope with Minta tied up at the end. I didn't name myself. Izuku did. Still wish the kid named me something cooler. I like your name. I think it's cool, Iri said. Yeah, like Deku, Koda said. This made Momotaro blush. Oh oi, don't go saying things like that, you munchkins, Momotaro said flustered. Aw, a big bad, only getting all shy with 2 kids, Midnight said with a giggle. Isn't that adorable? Huh. What was that, hag? Momotaro said as he shook his fist at her. I dare you to say that to my face. Ugh, Momotaro, no fighting with the guest, please, Razor said as he snapped his finger. Walking in is a GM holding a tray with a cup of coffee that had red icing on top. Here, have some of Naomi's coffee, Momotaro grumbles as he grabs the coffee and carefully drinks it. Dude, where did you get the coffee? And can I have some, please? Phantom asks. Oh, I have a version of Deno, not Izuku by the way, that stops by and visits the other riders that made a base next door. Oh, I'll call her to make a cup for you and send one of my GMs to get it for you, Razor said as Phantom gives him a thumbs up. He notices that Kyuki and Rem looked interested as well. I'll ask for more for you too. This made the girls smile. Tilda Break the Chains by Torbal and Tilda. Kiva. The screen shows Izuku wearing a pitch black sleeveless vest over white long sleeve shirt, a blood red scarf wrapped around his neck. He also wore gray pants and red shoes. Beside him is a black violin case, and behind him is a small shrine with a picture of a long green hair girl with the kindest smile. That was Ibara Shiozaki, the previous Fangire queen, and Izuku lost love. In front of Izuku are various insects like kaiju with glass-stained skin. All who dare disturb my offering to her will pay dearly, Izuku said. Let's go, Kivat. Just then a small mechanical-looking yellow and black oval-looking bat with large red eyes fly around Izuku. All right, Izuku, let's show these punks some respect, Kivat said. Izuku grabbed him, and Izuku brought him to his left hand. Kivat then bite it. Bite, Kivat said. From the bite, black spread all over his hand. This spread until glass-stained marking appears on Izuku's face. Then chains appeared over Izuku's waist. They wrapped around his waist until they broke up, revealing a red belt. Henshin, Izuku said as he put Kivat on the small bar of the belt and flipped him downwards, Kivat now hanging upside down. Izuku's body is covered in quicksilver as it took the sill out of armor before breaking like glass. Standing in Izuku's place is rider form. A black under armor. On his wrists and left ankle had silver metal guards. He also has red metallic gloves. His entire right foot is covered in the same silver metal armor. However, it had a bat-like wing fold up and is wrapped around with chains. The same for the odd jacket, metal jacket-like armor he has on, and his shoulders are also covered in chains. His chest is blood red with black outlines along his muscles. His helmet is designed to look like a bat with his yellow visor looking like bat wings. Izuku puts his right foot back, his left a bit forward. His right arm is stretched upwards, while his left is stretched downwards. He bends his knees a bit and leans his torso a bit forwards. He then charges forwards towards his enemies. Wow, Midoriya looks so gothic, Mina said. So cool, Tokeami said in awe. Shihei Kurwaro nodded in agreement. What was that bat thing, and why did Izuku have those markings? Inko asked. Well, the bat is known as Kivat Bat III. He is Izuku's partner, and allows Izuku to access the Kiva belt. Together they are known as Kamen Rider Kiva, the one who bridges 2 worlds and seeks for both to live in peace and harmony. Huh? What do you mean by that? Kendo asked. It all started in 1986, where Toshinori met Inko. Inko was queen of the Fangires while Toshinori is a human. But he fell in love with her, and so did she. But there was a problem. Fangires and humans are forbidden to fall in love, and the punishment is death. And now Fangires are a race of stained glass vampires, and one of the most powerful of the 13 demon races. They can take the form of a human and suck their life energy to maim their souls. Phantom explains. Anyway, when the king of the Fangires found out about it, he stripped Inko of her title and powers, and have been sending others to kill her since. And during that time, Inko had to hide Izuku in order to keep him safe. Everyone was shocked at what they heard, and were disgusted at what they did to Fangire that fell in love with humans. Then Class 1B realized something that shocked them more. What earlier before Izuku transformed, he was in front of a small shrine with a picture of Ibara on it. Does that mean Ibara of this universe was the new Fangire queen, and she was supposed to marry Izuku's half-brother and current Fangire king Denki, but she slowly fell in love with Izuku. Long story short, she too saw that Fangire can live in harmony with humans and wishes to make that dream a reality with Izuku. But unfortunately, she was killed by a Fangire named Bishop, who follows the previous Fangire king's ideals. That was after she took a blow for Izuku, when Denki was about to kill him, as due to Izuku being the son of the previous Fangire queen. It also means that he has the right to be the next Fangire king. Razor said. Ibara and Denki flinch at that. Ibara is blushing at the idea of marrying Izuku. Denki is shocked to hear that he is Izuku's half-brother, and nearly killed him over something like inheritance rights. It didn't feel right to him. He is Izuku's friend, and he would never do anything to harm his friends. Well, if it helps, you and that Izuku were able to reconcile and build the bridge between the two kinds, and now they live in harmony. Though as you can see, there are those that still chose the old way and wish to disturb the peace. You and Izuku continue to fight to protect Ibara's dreams. I guess that makes sense, Kaminari said with a nod. Looks like that other me wishes to honor Midoriya's wishes and seeks to redeem himself. Sounds like something I would do too. I agree. I am saddened that I perish for that dream, but it does make me feel like a messiah in a way. Ibara said. Razor. Not a Christian, so sorry if I got that wrong. Hey, I noticed that we didn't see this rider's kick move, Maruko said. Oh, you will see it. Please be patient, Kiduki said. The screen shows Kiva fighting off the insect Fangire. He swiftly punches and kicks them. He dodges their attacks by leaning back, sidestepping and leaping backwards that would make acrobats jealous. Kiva then reached for the right side of his belt and took one of the whistle-like objects with a red head. He took it off its slot. He flipped up Kivat's lower jaw and placed the whistle on it and pushed the jaw down. Wake up, Kivat said as he flew off the belt and flew around Kiva. Kiva then crossed his arms and crouched a bit. As Kivat flew, he blew the whistle, which caused a red mist to form until the entire area turned into night and the moon appeared behind Kiva. Kiva then raises his right leg high. Kivat flies around it and breaks the chains surrounding his foot. With the chains gone, the silver armor wings flap open, revealing red marking and a green gem on the tip of his foot. Kiva then launches into the air with his left leg, his back facing the Fangire while he faces the moon. He then front flips and aims his leg at one to the Fangire and launches towards the Fangire with his foot at them. He crashes into one of the Fangire and forces it to the ground. As its body hits the ground, a large symbol of Kiva appears underneath the Fangire before it shatters into glass shards. Heck, yeah, that was awesome, Maruko cheered. Well, you haven't seen nothing yet, Razor said. Then a small golden wyvern flew towards Kiva. It slashes several of the remaining insect Fangire. Pumpuan, tension fortissimo, the wyvern said as it breaks the chains on Kiva's shoulder. They slowly rise up, turning into golden bat wings, and release gold energy bat constructs. Kiva then raises his left arm, and the wyvern attaches itself to it. Both the wyvern and Kiva's shoulder wings starts to shine brightly. Henshin, the wyvern said as the bat constructs fly towards Kiva. The sealed armor piece on his right leg broke free. The bat constructs are absorbed into the armor and changes them. His red metal gloves also change to gold. His shoulder becomes gold. His chest armor gains more armor, making it more elegant. His helmet also changes as his visor changes to blood red with silver outlining and a gold crescent moon on its side on his forehead. This is Kiva Emperor form. Kiva walks towards the 5 remaining insect Fangire. Kiva summons an elegant blade made out of a gigantic gemstone crystal with a golden bat-shaped hilt. This is the Zanvat sword, Kiva's personal weapon whenever he uses Emperor form. He charged forwards and slashed the remaining insect with ease. With the last of the Fangire destroyed, Kiva, still in his Emperor form, walked back to his violin case. He stabs Zanvat's sword into the ground and opens the case and takes out a beautifully crafted violin. He places it on his shoulder and begins to play. And the screen fades black with Kiva playing his song. Kamen Rider Kiva Violin Solo Wataru tilde. For the duration of the violin solo, everyone remained silent. The sounds of Izuku playing the violin sounds so enchanting, though it sounds like he is playing it with his soul, as they hear what they are saying. A tragic tale of a son who bears the sins of his parents. Phantom began to speak. This is Kiva in his emperor form, which became his true form as Izuku's son arrived from the future. Wait, what? Everyone yelled, which made Phantom hold his ears. Yeah, Fangires came back, but with the power of family and friendship, I am sure they win, he responded. Then shook his head and popped his ears. Now we have reached the halfway point. The next rider represents the 10 years of the Heisei era of Kamen Riders. Then a dimensional wall appeared, and here he is. Out from the wall is a man, who is known as the Destroyer of Worlds, Tsukasa Kadoya. Kamen Rider Decade. The audience were confused about who the man is, but Momotaros glared at him. You again. I said I am very busy, the Oni yelled. Being a babysitter is different than being busy, Tsukasa said to him, which made the Oni wanting to fight him, but calmed down when he started drinking his coffee. Everyone please welcome the man that comes and goes as he please, the worst photographer, and with an ego that rivals the sun. Tsukasa Kadoya everyone. Razor greeted. Tsukasa smacked Razor in the back of the head, which made Kiyuki growl at him as she goes and checks Razor. So is he a variant, or, Zero asked, but was cut off. I am the original and core rider, the magenta rider said. But in someone's case, I am known as the Destroyer of Worlds. This made everyone tense up and wanted to attack the man. But Phantom diffused it. Hold on. This is a title that he got because of something he did that seemed like he destroyed that world, but in reality, he interferes with the story. Phantom explained. So Tsukasa, what brings you here? I am just passing through and see that you're viewing a version of myself. Though I wonder about Izuku Midoriya. Is he as good as the one residing in the other universe? You knew Deku? Ochako asked. One thing for sure, he is known as someone else, and I think Phantom will explain once he gets there. Tsukasa said, which angers the god. Honor Daikadu'u. He shakes his fists at him. That was supposed to be a surprise. The traveling rider just grinned and sat down, while the viewing began to project to the next world. Tilda Journey of the Decade by Gak Tilda. Decade. A young man in a black suede suit with a magenta shirt underneath. His hair is a bit messy, but also flat, and you can see the diamond-formatted freckles on his face. This is Izuku Midoriya, and now he holds a white camera motif buckle with 9 symbols around a dark silver ring, and an emerald dot on top, and a gunmetal holder that is attached to the buckle. He straps it on, and a bolt materialized and straps to his waist. Surrounding him are the enemies from past Rider series. What the? Aizawa said as he and his colleagues saw that the monsters the past riders faced have returned. The monsters are back, Ochako exclaimed. Welcome to the decade, Phantom said to them. Izuku pulls out a card and holds it with his 2 fingers in a dynamic pose, after he positions his driver in a vertical mode. Henshin. He inserted it into the card slot. Kamen Ride. He pushed the metal sides to close the driver and transformed. Decade. 9 blurred images appeared around Izuku, and soon went inside him. Now he bears black armor around the chest, shoulders, forearms, and legs. The inner thighs are white as the legs have a big black line in between the 2 colors. The chest has a slanted black X with white outlines around it. His helmet is mostly dull gray with a silver chin guard and dull emerald compound eyes. But then 7 rose color lines came out of the driver and became part of his helmet, adding color to the rider suit. Now the side of the body is now magenta as well the shoulder pads, upper arms and outer legs. His inner helmet turned magenta with black lines over the face resembling barcodes, and the black on the side of the helmet looked lively. And the emerald compound eyes bright up and turned clear. Yu Takayama watches her friend fight against them as another rider, seeing him turn into Kabuto to use his speed to take out the worms, then turn into Agito and his other forms to take out the Marku, while using Kiva to take out Fangires. Izuku turned back into Decade and used another card and inserted it into the driver. Final attack ride. Giant cards appear and rise up into a diagonal line as Izuku jumps up into the air and performs his rider kick. Decade. He descends down through the cards and peers through the last of the monsters, destroying it, which made Yu squealed in happiness. Then a man wearing a red-winged helmet rose from the debris and yelled at the rider. Who the hell are you? Izuku scoffed and answered. I'm just a passing through Kamen Rider, remember that. This is Kamen Rider Decade, the rider that can use the powers of the previous 9 riders, Phantom said. The Decadriver is what both Izuku and Tsukasa used to transform into Kamen Rider Decade. They also use special cards known as Rider cards, cards that possess the power to transform into the riders they represent. During the time of the 20 Heisei Rider, the Decadriver is upgrades to the Neo Decadriver, which is essentially a colored solid magenta, and bears the symbols of all 20 Heisei Riders minus Decade and 20 Rider himself. This raises their interest, hearing about how powerful the device can get, and wondering about the man himself. Decade had no world he could call home, so he travels to find it. Along the way he meets alternate versions of Kamen Riders and their enemies. Sometimes he teams up with Showa Riders, such as Amazon, Black, and Black RX. But the most recurring villain is Kamen Rider X's villain apologist. Phantom added, but the only villain is Decade himself. It's true. I was the bad guy for a while. I was once the leader of Die Shocker. Tsukasa admits. This shocks everyone. I fought all the riders, both Heisei and Showa. And I was victorious in the end. He coolly continued. But then I had friends, allies, who helped me get out of it. And here I am. Phantom steps towards them. Even someone with sins can be a hero. All that matters if we count them up. But how can we trust? Phantom cut off Yamomo. How can a villain reform if you don't give them a chance? Phantom said to her. Tsukasa changed because he had people who gave it to him. And he did pay his dues. Decade looked at Mount Lady. So you're that world's Kivala. What? The giant heroine was confused at his words. I had a friend who used the power of a Kiva-like device known as Kivala. I am sure that is going to happen to you in that world. Does the screen show any showing of a tiny bat? Phantom whispered to Riser. Nope, I don't see or sense a little bat anywhere. But we should keep our guard up. With how this screen is acting, I'm sure it will try something sooner or later. Beside the first phase of Heisei didn't have a lot of female riders, or the potential for them to be riders due to them needing certain conditions to be won. Phase 2 is more flexible, so I think that any girl will be a rider after or during W or something. That sounds very sexist, dude, Phantom said. He teases his friend at the end. Dude, you know what I mean? Razor said. But he was smacked by Kyuki and Rem for his words. He mutters his apologies and promises them that he will get something nice for them as sorry. Momotaros looked around and wondered where the other Taros were. While at the same time, Aizawa is worried what idiots are coming over to Yua once this is done. Unknown to them, the other Taros were currently talking with the other Izukus and the MHA guest Izuku and exchanging tales, tips and advice to some of the younger Izukus. Izuku pulled out a black device with magenta lines over it. It had a touchpad with 10 symbols on it. He pressed each one individually. Kuuga, Agito, Ryuki, Faiz, Blade, Hibiki, Kabuto, Deno, Kiva. Then he presses his symbol, which triggers the activation at last. Final Kamen Ride. He takes the buckle of his driver off and places it on his right hip, while putting the new device as the new centerpiece of his driver. Decade. He wears a black under armor with gunmetal gray line pieces over his legs and the side of his thighs. Black abs under his bulky upper body with arms that have silver collars around his forearms, as the arms are the same, but now the magenta is replaced with black. The upper body has magenta lines around 9 Kamen Rider cards, from Agito to Blade on the left side, and Kiva to Hibiki on the right side with Kuuga as the center. The helmet is silver mostly with raised black lines on the side of it and face. There are 2 long magenta lines over his hot pink compound eyes. And on the top is a Decade card in his final form. All right, we will be taking a small break. Razor said as several GM walking in the room. They were pushing carts with food on them. I'm sure you're all hungry, don't worry, once we're done eating. We will continue with the remaining 10 Kamen Riders. Is that spaghetti and ginger ale? Phantom said as he takes a plate of spaghetti and goes back to his seat and shared his food with Rem. Well, I want everyone to get comfortable and relax a little. Razor said as he takes a plate of Malaysian Mamak-style fried rice and a cup of ice-cold Milo. Well, if you don't mind, I'll take mine to go, Tsukasa said as a GM gave him a bento. Still a lot of worlds to see. But before I go, he then takes a picture of Eri, Momotaros and Koda eating apple flavor pudding with his camera. Blackmail. See ya. With that, he leaves through a dimensional wall. Kuso Decade team, Momotaro cursed, and was hit in the V-back of the head by Kyuki and Rem. No swearing. Razor. Hello everyone and Happy New Year. Judai Man last year was super messed up. Kitsune Naruto. Yeah, no kidding. Fox. I know. Sly. 2020 wasn't as hype as it should have been. Dang COVID. Razor. Let's hope 2021 will turn out a better year. Anyway, I bring you all another chapter to this fic, and I would like to thank everyone that likes this. To be honest, wasn't expecting so many people to like this. It kind of embarrassing, to be honest. Now to answer some revise. Anime 100. Well, this chapter will finish off the rest of the Kamen Riders. Ultraman is something I would do. Super Sentai isn't my cup of tea, but it may happen. Riem 519. I see I'm not the only one with good taste. Elemental Dragon Swordsman. Thanks for the info. Didn't notice me and Phantom missed those. Razor. Well, with that done, let's get back to the story. After everyone ate, the two gods began starting up the projector and began to speak. First off, we are halfway there with the Heisei era, Phantom said. Halfway there? Bakugo said, while raising his eyebrow. Yes. Yamomo will point out that the Heisei era began in 1989. The Heisei era Kamen Riders started in late 1990 to early 2000. Phantom answered. From that year to 2009. This is known as Phase 1. So far the series was slow-paced and serious with the exception of Den-O. But now from 2010 to 2019 things changed. That is known as Heisei Phase 2 or dubbed Neo Heisei. I should mention now, Phase 2 of the Heisei Riders will involve a lot of gimmick for each rider. So if you forget one, don't be sad, you're not the only one. Everyone is well aware when Phantom mentioned Kamen Rider toys. But now they'll see how they incorporated them into real life. So we are going to experience something different than what we saw with the past, Ida asked. Yes, and I'll say, the rider will be showing is a great start of the second phase. The god grinned while taking his sweater off, revealing a long red leather coat. His hair was dusted off like it was just ash, revealing his white hair as he put his pair of aviator shades on. Dude, really? Are the shades really necessary? What? I need a change in style like Phase 2. You should try it too, Phantom said while rolling up his sleeves. Razor shrugged his shoulders as he was consumed in a pillar of black fire. When it died down, Razor's appearance changed. He still has the same hair with the exception of a pair of shades on his front bangs. He now wears a dark purple sleeveless hoodie that is left unzipped, revealing his white shirt with a black line art image of Gundam Barbados. He no longer has the shoulder armor, but retained the red bandana. His right arm also changed as now it looks mechanical and demonic, while his left looks fine just with a few new scars that weren't there before. He still wore his fingerless bulk gloves. He now wears black trousers, dark blue sneakers, and he still has the belts in an X formation. Their girlfriends have sudden attraction to him, as they like the new looks. Kaminari quickly makes note saying, "Get a pair of bitchin' shades." Momotaros looked over and nodded in agreement. "Dude, what happened to your arm?" "Oh this, I lost my arm a long time ago. I just replaced the old synthetic arm with a new badass and more combat type one." "Dude, what's up with your hair?" "Oh, I had to stop Zero from burning the kitchen when he was trying to cook a pizza. When I was called in about you doing toku, I had no time to wash my hair." Phantom Pony asked the visiting god. "Who is Zero?" "My brother. Basically, he is me but mentally unstable and prone to violence," Phantom replied. "And you left him alone with your universe?" Every sane adult and student yelled at him. "Whoa. He can handle a simple job, such as making sure nothing bad happens. Otherwise all he does is drink my ale and binge watch read One Punch Man. Funny you should mention that One Punch Man is on the list of world's people that requested me to have these guys watch. Along with Superman, Dragon Ball Super, Digimon, Pokemon, Gods of High School, Deadpool, etc. Heck, I don't know half of the stuff they ask for." This made Phantom laugh as he mentioned the hate comments he gets about one of his worlds. The two thought of something to fill the empty void before getting into Phase 2. "Okay, before we go to Phase 2, we have to show you the secondary riders that we didn't show," Phantom said, then showed a list of secondary riders that he and Razor haven't mentioned. Kamen Rider Knight Shota Aizawa. Kamen Rider Kaikusa Katsuki Bakugo. Kamen Rider Ibuki Kayuka Jiro. Kamen Rider Ixa Toshinori Yagi Proto Tenya Ida. Kamen Rider Dean Gentle Criminal. "Wow Shota, you a Kamen Rider? That is a surprise," Present Mike said to his friend. "Yeah, I never take you as the type to transform and fight," Midnight added. "Well, both Knight and Aizawa are cold, tend to fight at night, and wear dark clothing," Phantom explains. Though Kamen Rider Knight was the winner of the Rider War, after being the last one standing. "What happened to Izuku?" Ochako said worryingly. "It doesn't matter. When Knight won and granted a wish, he wished to restart time back before the war started. so it ended up leaving on a good note. Phantom said to her. So I am a secondary rider again? Bakugo said to the two gods. Well, for starters, you and Faiz are rivals, and funny enough, the 13th of September is considered a holiday in celebration of Kaisa. Razor couldn't help but chuckle at that last mention. Oh, for he feels a glare of Momotaro's. Pete's sake. The glare lessened on him. So I am a rider in Hibiki? Jiro questioned. Yep. The Oni of the wind instrument. Phantom answered, then showed her instrument, a trumpet. But I heard a guitar playing, and that was Kamen Rider Todoroki. The god cut her off. And it's basically a combination of names of people I will not mention because that will ruin the surprise. It is an honor to be a rider. Ida bowed to Razor and Phantom. I noticed that Ixa and Ada are both sticker to their own rules. Razor whispered to Phantom, who nodded silently. It weird to see a villain to be a rider though, the class Spark Plug pointed out. Well, because Deemed was and still is a thief. He collects treasures of each world. Phantom checks his pockets and sees that Rem is still here. Similar to Decade, he can come and go to worlds as much as he pleases. So watch out for the man named Deki Kaido. Yeah, if you have something that is considered valuable, then best chance he's going to steal it either for fun, or he thinks it is a valuable treasure. Then the projection started up and showed the next phase. WBX W boiled extreme, by Aya Kamiki and Takuya . Oi Philip, Denki Kaminari, in a very fashionable gangster-style clothing, spoke to his partner. Izuku Midoriya, who is wearing very questionable clothing, and his green hair is very long, is reading a blank book. He looked up to his partner while their landlord, Rukiyu, watched them from afar. Yes, Kaminari. He asked his partner while holding a green USB stick with the letter C on it. Let's show this punk what happens when he makes this city cry. Kaminari revealed a black USB stick with the letter J on it. Both young men put on the same mechanical driver. It has 2 slots. The two pressed the button on the button of the sticks. Cyclone. Joker. Henshin. Both of them said together while being back to back with each other. Izuku inserted his USB stick into his driver first, which teleported to Kaminari's driver, who then inserted it himself while inserted his own and slanted both sides that form a shape of a W. Cyclone. Joker. Upbeat music plays as heavy winds surrounded Kaminari, while Izuku fainted to the ground, transforming him. The right side of his body is all green with golden yellow cuffs around the wrist and ankle. The shoulder pad has a stacked V-shaped golden yellow outline, while the chest a single V shape on his pec. The left side is all black with deep violet cuffs on his wrist and ankle. The shoulder pad has a stacked V-shaped deep violet outline, while the chest a single V shape on his pec. There is a single silver line dividing the two colors. The helmet is similar to the body, but the head crest has a silver W shape with a red jewel under it, and has red compound eyes. Now, he swings his arm at the unknown enemy while flicking his fingers and points. Count up your sins. His voice sounded like Izuku and Kaminari voices combined. Ladies and gentlemen, this here is Kamen Rider W, the rider of 2 souls and 1 body. Everyone's eyes grew wide at the sight and mention of this rider. So cool, Kota said. I'll say. And quite interesting to hear about a hero with 2 souls, Mandalay pondered. So sweet, I became a main rider, Denki exclaimed. And I look so hard-boiled. Then Jiri started giggling. More like half-boiled. She failed to suppress her laughter as her secret crush looks at her while irritated look. Hard-boiled, he retorted. Well, the device they use to become W is called the Double Driver, which is an upgraded version of a memory driver, developed for the user to link with Philip to access his abilities, and the successor of the Lost Driver in terms of belt design. The Double Driver uses 2 specialized Gaia memories at once for even more power for the user. There is only one physical Double Driver, but when Kaminari places it on him, another Double Driver manifests itself onto Philip. The USB-looking devices are Gaia memories. The Gaia memories are mysterious devices resembling USB flash drives that contain all of the Earth's knowledge of what it represents. Through specific means, they enable users to either become a Doppant or a Kamen Rider while harnessing the powers and skills relating to the aspects of the Gaia memory. Then Phantom added about the villains. So the villains are the organization known as Museum, he said. Then Mina shouted, I knew museums are evil. Ashito, quiet. Her homeroom teacher scolded her. Sorry, sensei. She sat back down like a sad pup. Anyway, they are an organization that sells Gaia memories. They are like your world's trigger, except that they turned the user into kaijins known as Doppants. But the Gaia memory they use are unpurified, while W uses purified ones. The Gaia memories from museum breaks after the enemy is defeated. The thought process was fast when everyone had mini conversations about W and wondered how it all happened. But they are confused by one thing. Why did Kaminari call Izuku Philip? Nina asked. Well, it happened when Izuku died 12 years prior. His consciousness was turned into data, which revived him because he fell into the well of the true Gaia memory. He had no memory of who he was. That when he was saved by Kaminari's mentor, Kane Pendragon, who later died after trying to protect both Izuku and Kaminari. He gave Izuku the name Philip after Philip Marlowe, a fictional detective. Phantom explained, then saw the looks of Midnight and Ryukyu when that name was mentioned. The look of shock and horror. He looks over to Razor, who nodded and turned back to the audience. Now this time we are going to show secondary riders, mostly because we neglected to show them what they look like. So here's a treat. A young man with black hair and crimson-red eyes is put on a driver that looks like a steering handle of a bike and straps it to his waist. He then pulls out a red Gaia memory that has a letter on it. And then he pressed the button on the bottom. Excel. Henshin, he shouted, and inserted the Gaia memory into the slot and transformed. Excel. His armor is all red, except on the feet, side of the legs and arms, hands and abs. There is silver on the side of the arms and legs, halves of a wheel on the outer calves of his legs, and silver feet. His hands are black while having a radiator as abs. His helmet is mostly red with a silver faceplate and dark blue monocular eye that lights up. This is Kamen Rider Excel, Hero Pendragon. I am sure you know him, Mrs. Pendragon. Phantom said to Ryukyu. The students look over to the dragon heroine with curiosity, who sighed and glared slightly at Phantom. I wanted my private life to be private. But Maruko looked at the secondary rider. Hey, isn't that your husband? She blurted out her secret. Husband, the student yelled all together. Yes, this is Hero Pendragon. But he is known as Red Knight, and given the name the Nameless Hero for the fact his real name is unknown. Ryukyu said. We are married for 20 years and have a child together. She gave out a loving sigh. He is such a lovely man who really goes all out for his family. What happened? Tsuyu asked her mentor. Nejire was also curious about her mentor's husband. She would have asked several questions herself. But Fist Bump and Jesus of Suburbia appeared beside her and covered her mouth with their hands. We decided to be separate due to our differences, which I am sure one of these powerful gods would mention. The two started whistling suspiciously. But no one except Aizawa doesn't mind it at all. But then the underground hero turned his attention to one of his colleagues. You want to add anything, Nimiri? The 18-plus heroine chuckled nervously. Well, you see, he is my brother. Thought so. At least those media hounds aren't here to listen in to this, Aizawa said. A gunmetal-colored bird-like device flies over W and absorbs Izuku's body and flies over to the rider themselves and descends down to their driver and open itself to form an X. Extreme. The double rider splits the silver line and reveals a white middle that changes his form. His right shoulder has a golden W piece on it, with golden bands on his wrist and ankle. 2 horns with green edges under his red compound eye. The left shoulder has a violet W piece on it, with violet bands on his wrist and ankle. 2 horns with violet edges under his red compound eye. The scene cuts to W Extreme, using the rider's kick on a doppant known as Utopia. It revealed that user is Dabai, who's slowly fading away. Count up your sins, he said. Is loving someone a sin? He tries to use Utopia, but drops as it breaks and dies into dust. The extreme memory showed green data coming out of the body. W knows what this means. It's time for us to part. Izuku said. Kaminari. Please don't tell me Chan about this. Got it. Kaminari said to his partner. Then, I'm going. Tilda Cyclone Effect Acoustic Version, by Labor Day Tilda. Izuku grabs the right handle of Extreme and tries to close, but Kaminari stops him. Let me do it, he said while tears welled up in his eyes. With my hand. Izuku smiled a bit. I'll leave it to you then. He lets go of Extreme and Kaminari grabs hold of it. The hard-boiled detective's lips quiver. Izuku looks at him. It's okay. Even after you close this, we'll always be partners. As long as the Earth is still here. Kaminari silently sobs for his partner. Are you crying, Kaminari? Izuku said it while smiling, knowing he accepted this fate. Kaminari started to remember their time together as partners. He then sniffled and swallowed his throat and spoke. Don't be ridiculous. Izuku looked over and clearly saw the tears down his cheeks. His smile never faltered. I'm closing it. Goodbye. Kaminari let out one big sob. while trying to close the Gaia memory. He looks up in the sky. Yeah. He then closes the case on Izuku. The Mito-haired boy slowly turned into pure data. His tears flow down on his face, and he looks at Kaminari one last time. And smiled. Izuku Philip Midoriya has passed away. Denki Kaminari, untransformed, looks up into the sky, seeing the winds of Fudo crying for the loss of one of its protectors. The scene changes to the Pendragon Detective Agency, where Kaminari sees a present, and it's from Izuku. He opens it and sees a lost driver and Izuku's book. He grabs the book and slowly goes through the blank pages. He stopped on one page and lost control to hold his sorrows as he cried on to the page that was left from Izuku. Please take care of my beloved city. Kamen Rider, Denki Kaminari. From your partner. Thank you, Philip. He barely regained control of himself. I'll cherish it. He closes the book and sobs as he promises that he'll protect the city and hope that he is watching. Everyone cried at the end. They had just witnessed Izuku die on screen. Inko's tears nearly flooded the room had Kyuki not use her magic to drain the tears away. The pro heroes lower their head in honor of Philip. But that didn't stop them from crying a bit. Why did Midoriya die? Zero asked. As I said, Izuku is made of pure data. In one of the battles, it left Izuku's body unstable to the point where if he transforms into W, it would be his last. But his sister, Momo, was kidnapped by Dabai, who uses the Utopia memory. So Izuku and Kaminari used W one last time to save her. Phantom explained. Then what is that driver that Izuku left for the other me? Kaminari asked. That is a lost driver. It functions like the double driver, but only for one memory. This allows Kaminari to transform with the Joker memory into Kamen Rider Joker. Then I hope the other honors that Izuku wishes to the best of his skills. Kaminari said. Say Denki, why are you so interested in Midoriya all of a sudden? Zero asked. Kaminari himself is unsure why. I just got this feeling, like you forget something important, yet you know it at the same time. He said truthfully. Inko looked at him sadly. She wanted to say something but chose not to. Phantom noticed this and turned to his friend, who merely smirked and pressed his finger on his lips. I'm sure you will remember it sooner or later, so don't go worry over it. Razor said. Tilda Anything Goes by Maki Oguro Tilda. On screen shows a young adult in his early 20s. He wore a dashiki, a pair of brown pants, red shoes. His messy hair is dark green with light green highlights. On his left arm, there appears to be a bracelet made of wood. He was currently on his butt as floating in front of him is a red arm, just below the elbow with red feathers, and only that. Was everyone's response. Okay, I know my quirk is like that, but still that is so weird. Setsuna said. What is that? Ochako said in shock. It looks like a demon hand to me. Ibara said. You've impressed me. The arm spoke. No, I kid you not, the flying arm literally spoke. I'll tell you how we can be saved. When it finishes, it glows purple, and something falls out from underneath it. Before the object fell, the arm quickly flew down and grabbed it. It can talk? Mike said as he found it weird. We live in a world filled with people with superpowers, and you find this weird? Midnight asked. But it's just an arm. The DJ hero tried to protest. Look at the worlds we see so far defy all logic we have. Kamui Wood said. The faster you accept that, the faster you get used to it. Like a rescue operation. You never know what's going to happen and act accordingly. Mandalay said. Wonder what's that thing it grabs, Shoji said. Is that the seal? Spoke a mantis-like kaiju standing atop a stairway as he looked down at the arm and Izuku. The arm then places the stone object on Izuku's waist. The stone-like buckle suddenly glows as it breaks off, revealing a metal buckle with 3 coin slots. A belt manifested around Izuku's waist as 2 attachments appear on both sides of the belt. On the left was a case and his right was a large scanner of sorts. Amazing, it evolves to match modern technology. David said in shock. Based on its design alone, it looks like it uses coins or something similar. Melissa said. That would make it much easier to carry around and store. The mirror dove in her glasses chirp happily at her, showing that she agrees with her. Razor and Phantom were surprised to see a mirror beast with such intelligence. They watch closely as the mechanical dove then morphs into a female humanoid-looking form, surprising them again when she turns towards them and does a shushing gesture indicating she isn't ready to show herself yet. Dude, have you ever seen this happen before? Razor whispered. No. This is the first time to see a contract monster to do that. Phantom whispered back. Whoa, Izuku exclaimed as he stood up in awe. My hand held more than just the core metals. The arm spoke as it waved its finger at the kaiju. It then turned and pointed at Izuku. Izuku. The only way to survive is to defeat him. It spoke as it flew beside Izuku and pointed at the mantis kaiju. Him? Izuku asked in confirmation. He had a determined look on his face. 3 medals. The arm said as it reveals 2 medals with golden rings in its hand. One green with a grasshopper and a yellow one with a tiger face on it. It then pointed to the buckle's coin slots. Insert them here. They will give you power. It then hands the medals to Izuku. The mantis kaiju then slowly walked closer to Izuku and the arm. Its left arm stretched outwards. Don't listen to Ankh, it said as he got closer. You'll pay dearly for using it. One wants him to use it, while another doesn't want to. I thought these kaiju guys are on the same side, Toru said. Well, like I mentioned with Ibara, not all kaiju are evil. Some choose to be neutral to live their own lives, or join the riders to fight their old allies. Razor said. Izuku, and the arm looked at the kaiju. Izuku raised an eyebrow and titled his head a little to the left. Eh? Izuku said, confused. The arm notices this. It lightly smacks Izuku's chest and grabs his face. Hey, what's a little risk? Better than both of us dying here. It then lets go of Izuku's face and points at him. Hurry and do it, Izuku. Transform. One should take risks, Ada said, his arms moving in a chopping gesture. It's unfitting for heroes to take risk without at least learning the effect it may cause. But he is in a life or death situation, you know. Kosai Tsuburaba pointed out. It then switches to the mantis kaiju. He raises both hands up in a pleading manner. Don't, he said. Izuku looked at the red arm in front of him, and then at the kaiju, then back at the arm. He smiles as he sighs. He then faces the kaiju. I've been to many places, but... He then walks forward towards the kaiju. Saving lives is equally difficult everywhere. He then flicks a red medal with a hawk into the air. He then catches it and places in the right slot, and the green one in the left slot. He then placed the yellow on the center. This causes the buckle to tilt. The arm then grabs the scanner of the belt and offers it to Izuku. Use this, it said. Izuku grabbed it and swiped it over the buckle. The scanner scans the medals with cling sound before going into a standby whirring sound. Izuku looked up at the kaiju and said the magic words. Henshin. Then giant medals of varying colors floated around his head vertically, and around his chest and legs horizontally. Taka, Tora, Bata, Ta tilde to tilde ba tilde, Tatoba, Ta tilde to tilde ba tilde. The belt announces, after the jungle finished, the medals stopped moving. A red medal was in front of Izuku's head, a yellow medal in front of his chest, and a green one in front of his legs. The 3 metal images fuse together and slam into Izuku's chest and form his armor. His bodysuit is mostly black, but certain parts weren't. His helmet had a red hawk design on the face with green eyes. The shoulders had yellow lines around it. His arms are mostly yellow with 3 tiger-style claws attached to his wrist. His feet were green up until his knees. Each section had lines of their respective color, all attached to the chest piece with a symbol of a hawk, tiger and grasshopper stacked on top of each other like a totem pole, with a dark yellow ring around it. Everyone was staring at the screen in the form of the rider Izuku changed into. They were in shock to see his attire. Is Deku a traffic light? Bakugo asked. Oh, Deku looks so cool, Iri said with stars appearing around her eyes. Yeah, Koda agreed. Me, I've seen the worst. But I will give the kid style for the motif, Momotaro said. So what is this Izuku's rider name? Yamomoisos. OOO. His name is Kamen Rider OOO, also known as the King of Desire, Infinity King and Multiple King. He uses the OOO driver to transform, originally a seal that kept the greed in their 800-year slumber. It also uses core metals. They are colored O metals that make up the essence of a greed. They can also be used to transform into Kamen Rider OOO or any combos. These 5 types of core metals were originally 5 sets of 10, created by human alchemists 800 years ago as a means to create artificial life, drawing from characteristics of different animals, forming the core of the greed before 1 metal in each set was taken. Razor said. But what is greed? Kanoko asked. It's greed. There is an extra E in the name, and who they are is quite interesting. When they were first created, they were mindless beings, but when they stole a piece of each set of the core metals, they became sentient. And so they wanted more, and the more core metals they absorb, the more powerful they get. Phantom said. First there is Yuva, the insect greed. His core metals are Kuuga, Kamakiri, and Bata. Then there is Kazari, the feline greed. His core metals are lion, Tora, cheetah. Next is Gamel, the heavy animal greed, whose core metals are Sai, gorilla, and Zu. And then there is Mezol. She is the aquatic animal greed. Her core metals are Shachai, Unagi, and Tako. And there is Kudai Garaki, the Kyouria greed, the dangerous of them all. His core metals are Terra, Tricera, and Tyranno. Hearing that name brought Inko into a panic. The name of the doctor that Izuku visited when he was a child. If the villains of their world have counterparts in the Kamen Rider worlds, then something is alarming. And finally, there is Ankh, the bird greed, and Izuku's partner. His core metal is Taka, Kujaku, and Condor. He is that talking arm you've seen. Though he grew to love humanity, mainly because of ice cream, and always demanding it as payment for his services. Phantom chuckled. They seem to perfectly represent one of the 7 sins of man. Ibara said. Now that I think about it, OOO is the first rider to have so many forms due to the many combos he could make. Razor said his thoughts out loud. Man, these Kamen Riders have forms for any situation. Talk about manly. Kirishima said. I know, bro. Imagine a situation where they are fighting a fire-based kaiju. They could change into a water-based form to get an advantage. Tetsu said. Will we see all those forms? Awase asked. Why don't you just keep watching? Razor said. On screen shows OOO and 2 other riders. Their armor were identical. They both have black buddy suits, gray shoulder pads with what appeared to be round gacha capsule with a green lower half in the center. Thigh armor bits and shin guards with the same capsule. The chest armor is mostly black with a green and gray chest plate with the capsule on the gray bit. Their helmets have a robotic look as they have long U-shaped visors, a large capsule on their foreheads. Their drives were large and silver with a gold dial on the side. In the center of the driver is the same capsule. The only difference between them are, one has red marking on his armor, while the other did not have markers. The one with red markers is Kamen Rider Proto Birth, and the other is Kamen Rider Birth. They are Tamaki and Zero respectively. Cool, I'm a rider, Zero said. Wow, Tamaki is a rider too, Nejire said. That's unexpected, Tamaki said. He is honestly surprised that he is chosen as a rider. They use the birth driver. Don't ask me why it's called that, I don't know. Anyway, the birth driver is a belt that enables the transformation into Kamen Rider Birth by using cell metals. Cell metals are different from core metals, as they are silver O metals and come from the greed, making up their bodies and those of the yummy. Cell metals can feature the front side of any core metal, usually one from the greed who produced it, but with no needed correlation once yummies start accumulating them. Their backs feature an X, though some shots show them as having the same horizontal bars as core metals. These metals are a manifestation of human desire that hold tremendous power, and can be generated by yummies absorbing targets of human desire. Originally, Tamaki was supposed to inherit the title, but he had to leave for an operation, so Zero took that up. But then Tamaki did return and took the title as Proto Birth alongside Zero, his student. Phantom said. The two in question looked at each other. They didn't know what to say. Tamaki looked flustered at the thought of someone looking up to him like a mentor. Zero looked embarrassed. It shows the 3 of them fighting a giant dragon-like kaiju. Another thing to note was that OOO's current armor was different than before. The only part that was still the same was the legs. His chest, arms, and helmet have changed. His helmet has a green Kuuga design with orange eyes. His arms were slightly lighter green, and have new forearm guards with Kamakiri-style blades attached to them. It also should be noted that there were multiple duplicates of OOO fighting alongside the original and his comrades. On the lever above them, 4 beings were looking down at the battle. They all seemed to be them after animals. One was blue and appeared to be female. She had a dolphin-shaped head. Her legs had an octopus look to them. Her body, however, was plain. She also wore a short blue cape over her shoulders. Beside her, sitting against the rails, is a male being with similar chest condition. He had a rhino-style head, and his legs are based on an elephant. Another male was leaning against another set of rails, not too far from the first 2. His head looked like a lion. Unlike the previous 2, his chest and arms had armor that was styled like a tiger. However, his legs were plain-looking. The last being was different from the other, as his armor set was complete, as his head resembled a Kuuga, his body a mantis, and his legs a grasshopper. OS. The female said as she threw 3 metals at one of the OOOs. OS. The gray one beside her said, as he tosses 3 metals at OOOs as well. OS. The tiger one said, as he tossed his metals at OOOs. All 3 OOOs caught the metals. Are they helping him? Nina asked. Yes, Razor said. But aren't they evil? They are greed, right? Pony asked. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Phantom said. Logical action. There were times when a villain assisted me in taking down another villain. Aizawa said. Of course it helps their agenda, but without that help I couldn't have beaten those villains. You know what they say, helps come in all sorts of shapes and forms. Best not to look a gift horse in the mouth. Izuku, Anki yelled as he threw his medals at Uos. Might as well take this too. The insect-themed greed said as he tosses a doll with a purple medal within its arms. One of the Uos caught it and looked at the medal. Hey, a dinosaur medal. He then passes it to the Uos next to him. You take this. The Uo that holds the doll looks at it before he grunts in pain as 2 more purple medals flew out from his body. He grabs them. The scene changes to all the Uos. They form a circle, each with a different color set of medals. They all tilt their buckle and grab the scanner and scan their respective sets. Then surrounding each Uo's images of the medals appeared and spun around their bodies. Kiwagata, Kamakiri, Bata, Buzz ga tilde ta gata gata kiri, ba, gata kiriba. One Uo's belt jingle as a set of 3 green medals stopped in front of him. They fused and slammed into his chest. His form doesn't change as the images of a Kiwagata, Kamakiri and Bata stacked on top of each other are formed. This is Uo's Gatakariba combo. Lion, Tora, Cheetah, Roar la ta, la Tora tilde tilde tar. The second Uo's belt jingle, as a set of 3 yellow medals fused and slammed into his chest. This form has lion mane-style helmet design with blue eyes. The arms are the same as his base form, and his legs are bright light yellow that resembles a cheetah. On his chest, the images of lion, Tora, and cheetah are stacked on top of each other. This is Uo's Laterarter combo. Sai, Gorilla, Zoo, Dull Thud Sagozo. Drum Beat Sa Gozo. This Uo's form is very different as it is white, silver, and gray. His helmet is white and is designed like a rhino as he has a horn on his forehead and he has red eyes. He has bulky shoulder pauldrons and large gauntlets that look like gorilla arms. His legs have elephant-style armor from his knees all the way down to his feet. The images of Sai, Gorilla, and Zoo are stacked on top of each other. This is Uo's Sagozo combo. Shachai, Anagi, Taco, Splash Sha Sha Shada, Sha Sha Shada. Like the previous form, this one is different from the base form, as this form has different shades of blue. His helmet has a fin on top, bright yellow eyes and fins on his cheeks that represent a dolphin. His shoulders have light blue wires attached to his forearms and look like an unagi. His legs are bright blue with octopus design. The images of a Shachai, Unagi, and Taco stacked on top each other are formed on his chest. This is Uo's Shada combo. Taka, Kujaku, Condor, Eagle Screech Ta tilde Ya tilde Dull. Like the forms before, this Uo's is different from the base form. The head is different than it normally is as the eyes become red rather than the usual green, wings protruding from the head, and the hawk symbol on the forehead becoming more prominent. He has a 3-layer red wing shape armor. On the tip of his boot and the back of his ankle guards have gold claws like spikes. On his chest, the Taka, Kujaku, and Condor images stacked on top each other, however, unlike the rest, their images combined to show a full bird instead of 3 separate birds. Also, unlike the other forms, this form as a personal weapon, as in his left hand, is a scanner with the same image on his chest. This is Uo's Tajadal combo. Tira, Tricera, Tyranno, Screech Poo to Tyrannosaurus. This Uo's outfit is entirely different, as this bodysuit is silver compared to the black the others have. His helmet is designed after a Tira with green eyes. His body armor is based on a Tricera, as it has said dinosaur's horns on his shoulder armor, which are done in gold. His legs and thigh armor are designed based on a Tyranno. The images of a Tira, Tricera, and Tyranno stacked on top of each other on his chest. Unlike the others, this one has a gold ring encasing the image. This is Uo's Putatyra combo. Cobra, Kane, Wani, Snake Hiss Bira Ka tilde tilde Wan. This form is similar to other forms, as this form is different shades of orange. His head is based on cobra on top of his head, and its tail wrapped around his forehead with purple eyes. His body is more armored with its cane design. His gauntlets are shaped like 2 halves of a turtle shell. His legs have a crocodile design. The images of Cobra, Kame, and Wani stacked on top of each other are shown on his chest. This is Uo's Birakawani combo. Taka, Tora, Bata, Ta tilde to tilde ba tilde, Tatoba, Ta tilde to tilde ba tilde. Uo's Tatoba form is the last one as soon all the O's broke the ring formation and stood side by side with one another. They all then grabbed their respective scanners and scanned their belts. Scanning charge. All the belts announce as each of them launch their respective final attacks. Birth and Proto-Birth summons a chest-mounted cannon and fires at the large kaiju. Putatyra Combo uses his ice powers to freeze the beast in place. Burakawani Combo delivers a sliding kick. Laterarter Combo slashes the kaiju with his claws. Sagoso Combo launches a headbutt at kaiju. In the air, Tajidol Combo, Shada Combo, Gatakariba Combo and Tatoba Combo were preparing their final attacks as they launched flying kicks at the kaiju in the respective order. The kaiju explode with OOO symbols forming in the explosion. OOO lands beside his comrades and cell metals were raining down. Proto-Birth opens a container and raises it up to catch as many cell metals as he can. "I'm rich," Proto-Birth said happily as he reached into the container and tossed a handful of cell metals in the air. "It's raining desire," OOO said happily. Fun fact, each of OOO's forms beside Burakawani have their own theme songs. Razor said, "My personal favorites are Anything Goes, Time Judge It All and Power to Terror. This is strange. Normally we see a final form of the rider, but instead we see all of OOO's forms." Momo pointed out while her hand cupped around her chin. "You are correct. The reason we showed this is because Kamen Rider OOO has a history when it comes to final forms. Officially it is Putatyra. But then some officials showed Super Tatoba. But then some pointed out that Tajidol was the final form because of Izuku's bond with Ankh." "His bond?" the creation girl asked. "In the final battle, Ankh's core metal was cracked, which prevented him from staying in form or doing anything. But he sacrifices himself for Izuku to use the Tajidol to defeat the Kyoryugeryu greed. To this day, Izuku is finding a way to bring Ankh back." Phantom explained, which made everyone cry a little. "Man, the first parts of Phase 2 are so heavy, man. I really cried my heart out." He whispered to his friend. "Reasons why I will not show Kengo's death. That was so emotional even for me." Phantom whispered back. "Then goes Aizawa. Say Aizawa, what do you think of the power of friendship? Illogical to rely on something like that." He responded. The creation god grinned so smugly, and so did his friend. Both of them began the showing of the next rider. Tilda Switch On. By Anna Tsuchiya Tilda. A young high school student, wearing a short black jacket over a t-shirt with baggy black pants and red Converse shoes with flames on it. His green hair is in the style of a pompadour, standing in front of a red monster. "What is that delinquent doing?" Tenya yelled. The two gods said nothing but snicker in what is going to happen. Izuku, a brown-haired girl in a blue blazer with a plaid skirt, runs to him with a translucent blue device. It has 4 switch-like pieces inserted. She quickly straps it to his waist. "Flip the switch." "Huh?" He looks down and notices 4 red switches, which he flips them all at once. Ochako noticed herself on screen. "Hey, that's me." She held her hands together, thinking that in this version she and Izuku are a couple. Phantom gave her an evil smile, laughing internally. "Raise and pose your arm. Then pull the lever and say Henshin," Ochako said to him. 3, 2, 1. "Henshin," Izuku shouted and pulled the lever and transformed. He is now in a cylinder like a pod and smoke covers him. Once it fades away, he is now in bright white armor with lines over his legs and body. It looked like an advanced space suit for astronauts, with orange and silver lines from the breasts of his chest to the cuffs of his legs. The legs have black kneecaps and large shin guards that have an X and triangle symbol on his right and left leg respectively. The arms have silver shoulder pads and guards around the forearms that have circle and square symbols on the right and left arms respectively. The helmet is all white except for the black center in the face. It is also in the shape of a rocket with wings near the neck and a red stripe around the tip of the nose. The face has 2 white marks above the orange compound eyes looking like antennas of an insect. Izuku squatted down with his arms crossing his chest and jumps up in excitement with his arms now spread upwards to the sky. "Space Kita!" he shouted at the top of his lungs. At the same time, Iri and Kota copied what they saw and shouted the rider's catchphrase at the same time with him. Phantom took a picture seeing the two doing that rider's pose. It was too cute to pass up. "Everyone, this is Kamen Rider Fourze," Phantom exclaimed. "So this rider is a delinquent," the fast student said in disbelief. "Is this really a good choice?" Phantom walks up to Ida and slaps him. "Don't you ever say that to Fourze again." He then walks back to Razor, who looks at him in disbelief, but understands who Fourze is. Ida, just because someone wears delinquent-style clothing doesn't automatically make them bad. Besides, I've seen many good-hearted heroes wear those styles of clothing. In fact, in one of the worlds I watch over there is a hero group that acts like pre-Quirk Yakuza, Razor said he shows pictures of Bancho wearing individuals helping out elder people, cleaning streets and stores and protecting civilians from villains. Ida looks down in shame for his actions. Phantom looks at him and sighs. Look, kid, don't let your mistake discourage you. You just need to have an open mind. Not everything is black and white. It is a spectrum that we have to understand. Besides, you're still a kid. You still have a lot to learn, he said to the speedster, which cheers him up. Thank Phantom, sir, he bows quickly, which the god just chuckles slightly. Also, Fourze is by far the most loved rider in the whole multiverse, Razor says. Right. Because Fourze is the rider who wants to be everyone's friend. The hero will go far and beyond the cosmos to be your friend, Phantom said excitedly. This Izuku uses the Fourze driver, built by this world's version of Shinso's father. The original purpose of this driver was for space travel by utilizing Astra switches, but changed when the Zodiarts appeared. For Izuku to transform into Fourze, he must first insert 4 Astra switches into the switch sockets, if they weren't there already, and flip the red transwitches down, turning on the status monitor with each thrown transwitch, to begin the countdown. Afterwards, Izuku pushes the enter lever on the side of the belt, and raises his right arm in the air. That last part wasn't originally part of the sequence, but it more or less became a staple for it. The Astra switches are mysterious devices that are the source of Kamen Rider Fourze powers. They are infused with cosmic energy to materialize armaments known as the Fourze modules. This made Ochako and stargaze as the kids truly see a real-life space hero. Don't get her wrong. 13 will always be her idol, but seeing an actual hero that goes into space. Wow, he really beats me in the space-themed department, 13 said jokingly. Really cool looking too, Present Mike said. Though I wonder why it is at a high school. Glad you asked. Because the main villains are known as Zodiarts. They are based on constellations and horoscopes if they raised enough experience and power to reach that stage. Most of the users are students of the school Izuku goes to, while the main guy behind is the principal. The whole UA staff were disgusted by the fact that the man in charge of the school is doing this and influencing his students to do so. The reason believed to come from the exposure of cosmic energy that became addictive to elude the man into believing that they were chosen by a higher call. Man, Fourze must have given them a hell of a rider kick to beat them, Maruko said with a big wide grin. Now that you mentioned that. Fourze quickly pressed the switch on his 2 Astro switches, which activated their powers. Rocket on. Drill on. A large orange rocket with silver thrusters appeared on Izuku's right arm, while a giant yellow drill appeared onto his left leg. His rocket arm flies towards the Zodiart and punches it with that arm. That is so awesome, Insa said, looking like his eyes are going to pop out of his sockets. Damn kid. Breathe, Momotaro said to the hot-blooded teen. I'm sorry, but I can't help but feel the hot-bloodedness is so amazing. It knocks the monster outside of the school. Then the rider gives him a rocket-style uppercut. It launches both of them into outer space. Fourze took the moment and pulled the lever of his driver again. Rocket drill limit break. Rider rocket drill kick, he shouted, and positioned his kick and launched at rocket speed with his drill leg, going through the monster, thus destroying it. Okay, that is so awesome. The Ribbit Pro hero said. Whoever is the origin of this rider is automatically my best friend. Then suddenly Fourze crashed into the viewing room. Oh. Leave it to Gentaro to go beyond the plane of existence, Phantom said. God darn it, Fourze. Do you know how annoying it is to fix this? Now I've got to call that shady guy for a new screen. The screen fixes itself. Never mind, but still the point stands. Sorry. Didn't mean to destroy your place. Fourze apologizes. He looks around and reads the room. Oh, hello. I am Kamen Rider Fourze, and I will befriend everyone throughout the cosmos. He gave them all a signature thumbs up after pounding his chest a few times. The kids instantly got up and went up to the rider, excited to see the most wholesome rider they'll meet. Mr. Fourze, Koda asked, can I get your autograph? Please, Eri said with those puppy dog eyes. Sure, anything for my new buddies, Fourze said, while a pen and pictures of himself appeared in front of them. He signs them and gives the signed pictures to the kids. He then gave them his signature handshake and fist bump to them. He then went through a portal that Phantom provided, leaving everyone in shock and awe. Is anybody going to talk about the actual rider that appears out of nowhere? Ciro asked everyone their response, and they just shrugged. Phantom, since when did Fourze have fourth wall breaking powers? Razor whispered. You really want to ask that when we see him fist bump a giant robot, date an alien, and travel through time with a wizard? Phantom whispered back. A young man, wearing a Chinese-style school uniform, puts on a silver and gold driver with a black circular center. He inserted a deep blue switch into the open slot. Meteor ready. Henshin. He hits the dial on the driver and it spins. He kneels and is engulfed by fire. He transformed and was transported next to Fourze. His body is all black while sparkling, silver bands around the arms, wrists and ankles. Also having silver kneecaps and knuckles. The 2 fingers on his left hand have silver tips on, while the right is all black with a finger scanning device on it. His chest has a deep blue shoulder armor over his right arm and a sash across his body. The helmet is silver on the lower half, while the silver on the upper half is covered by a blue meteor flames whale having violet compound eyes. "Your fate is mine to decide," he said to the Zodiac. Kamen Rider Meteor is his name and karate and kung fu is his game. Phantom said. The meteor of this world is Shoto Todoroki. He originally became a rider to search for the Aries Zodiacs. As his sister Fayumi was forced to use a Zodiac's switch which self-destructs and sends her into a coma. Everyone was shocked to hear what happened to their fellow classmates' counterpart. Yaemomo rests her hand on Shoto's arm to assure him that everything will be okay. Phantom then showed a few people on the screen. I should have mentioned that Izuku made friends and started a club with them. We have his childhood friend, Ochako. This made the gravity girl happy. The brains, Shinso. This made the brainwashing teen wonder about himself. The queen of the school, Nejire. The scatterbrain girl made a derpy face. The star player, Mirio. The teen himself wondered about his counterpart. The DJ and gossiper, Hisashi Yamada, also known as PM. The teacher himself's eyes went wide to see his young self. And finally, the goth Kinoko. The mushroom girl went gloom into being called a goth. They sound like a nice group of kids, Rem said. It's kinda like Mean Girls meets Breakfast Club meets Kamen Rider. Phantom said to his significant other. And Kinoko. You and Shoto became a couple in the future. The mushroom girl blushed at that, because her being with the son of the current #1 hero. It sounds crazy. While Momo sends a death glare to Phantom. Dude, remember to be careful with your wording, especially with Ochako and her stand. His friend gulped a little. Anyway, next we have what possibly the ship that Razor and I have been waiting for. With that, Ochako smiled so brightly and waited to hear him mention her name soon. A girl, a black bobcat-style hair in a brown school sailor uniform, pulls out a metallic blue driver and straps it to her waist. She poses something similar to Fourze. 3, 2, 1. Henshin, she transformed. Her body is all silver with black on the side of her hips. The upper chest has bright blue in between and under her breasts, and the neck looks similar to a sailor-style necktie. Her legs have black kneecaps and blue guards around the ankles. The arms have shoulder pads and blue guards around the forearms. The helmet is all white with a black center, as the face with blue compound eyes and silver antennas attached to the blue fins on the top of the helmet. Space Kita, she said in a cute way as she charged towards the battle. Is that, Itsuka asked. Yui? Setsuna yelled. Yep. Yui Kodai is Kamen Rider Nachiko, and the girlfriend of Fourze. Phantom said, then flinched when he felt the searing hatred from Ochako. How did that happen? Tetsu asked. Well, Yui came as an alien disguised as a girl. She took form off. Izuku fell in love with her, went on a date with her. Then she got kidnapped by an evil organization. So he, Kamen Rider OOO, and Kamen Rider W came in and saved her. But she had to return to her home planet to heal, but promise him to meet again soon. Upon hearing that information, Yui couldn't help but feel happy that someone was in love with her, and not in a creepy way. But something in her heart tells her that she is meant for someone else. She smiled as she waited for the moment to meet her prince. As much as I admit that Midoriya is cute, he isn't my type, so don't worry about me trying to date him. Yui said with a straight face. Kiyuki, have the GM send a few more sofas in. We will be adding a few more guests. Izuku pushes down a large switch and opens up the safety glass that encases the red button on top. He pressed it with determination. Cosmicon. All 40 switches gather around him and transform into a new powerful form. Now his body is blue with black on the sides of the body, legs and kneecaps. The boots are white with a blue stripe in the center. The arms have silver rocket fins on top with white on the forearms to the hands with a blue stripe in the center. The chest has black armor that shows off all 40 Astro switches like a storage case. The helmet is all blue with a black center face with red compound eyes and yellow marks around them. There is black circular stripe around the cone, and a needle on top with silver wings on the side of the head. Spaxi Kirita. Fourze yelled out so loud. It can be hard across space itself. Well, I should mention that the cosmic state was achieved after Izuku was brought back from the dead. What? Everyone screamed. Inko nearly gets a heart attack as she has her hands over her heart. Toshinori fans himself. Eri and Kota had tears in their eyes. Ochako nearly fainted and fell out of her seat had not her stand caught her. Yeah, the Aries Zodiarts made a deal with Shoto. He would heal and awaken his sister if he does one thing. I'm sure you can guess where this is going. Razor said grimly. Shoto looked down at his hands in horror. The blood of his friend, the one who helped him overcome his past, the one who reached out to him, and the one that showed him that his quirk is his own, and the one who gave him courage to step forward was on his hands. Yamomo looks at Shoto in worry. She tries to say something, but doesn't as she doesn't know what to say. He was then brought back to life due to a mix of cosmic energy and the bonds of their friendship, that he was brought back to life and gained a new power from it. Izuku knows that you were Meteor the whole time. Despite you being cold to him and betraying him, he was willing to die to help you save the very person you cared about. Phantom said to Shoto, who looked at him curiously. Friends may not be forever, but when it is, they are willing to go far and beyond to help you back up. The god smiled brightly upon them. This made all that were sad a little better. Shoto was glad his other self was able to redeem himself, even though he knew that they didn't deserve it. Aizawa, while annoyed about the whole friendship thing, was glad that the same thing had brought his student back to life. Life is showtime. The screen shows what appears to be a spacious park. However, all wasn't peaceful as there beside one of the trees is a kaiju that resembles a Minotaur due to its bull-like face, horns and tail. Not too far from it was a person that it was attacking. Both, however, were currently staring at the new arrival. He wore a light purple shirt with dark blue and light brown markings, a black leather jacket, red jeans, red sneakers, dark green clean-kept hair with light green ends. He has freckles, and he wore a necklace around his neck. This is this world's version of Izuku Midoriya. He wore a confident smirk. On his left hand is a ring with a black right hand with a yellow outline, a larger version of the hand as a buckle for his belt. He places his left hand over the hand buckle. The ring flashes as a red magical circle appeared over the buckle. Driver on, please. The buckle changed into the driver. It has two levers on either side of the now larger right hand. Izuku then reaches to his left side and takes a ring with a red ruby from a silver strap and puts it on his left hand. So I'll finish this quickly, Izuku says, as he then pushed the lever on the left up and the right side down. This caused the hand to rotate to become a left hand. Shabadubai touch henshin. Shabadubai touch henshin. Shabadubai touch henshin. The belt sang in a loop. Izuku then reached for his left hand and pulled down a mask down on the ring, giving it a face. Henshin, Izuku says as places his left hand over the buckle. He then stretches his left arm to the side as the ring shines. Flame, please. A large red magic glyph formed in front of his outstretched hand and slowly passed through him. Hi. Hi. Hi hi hi. The belt sang as the glyph slid over Izuku's body. His leather jacket transformed into a tight coat with red wrist guards. Over his chest are giant rubies in the shape of squares both on the coat and the suit itself. On his feet are matching ankle guards to his wrist guards. His helmet is actually in the shape of the ruby ring. He brings his left arm close and raises it to show the ring to the kaiju. Saw showtime. Wow. Eri and Kota said in awe. TCH, I'll admit his suit is pretty cool, but mine will always be cooler. Momotaro said. Razor and Phantom rolled their eyes at the obvious jealous imagine. Right. Anyway, this is Kamen Rider Wizard. Like his name says, he uses magic and his power comes from mana. Wizard Driver is the driver that Izuku uses to transform. It activates the power of the wizard rings by radiating unique vibrations, freeing the inert magical power inside the magical stones. By switching the position of the hand author, the user can either transform or utilize spells. The wizard rings are the jewelry-like power source of Kamen Riders of this universe. There are two types of rings, the left-handed transformation rings for transformation, with Wizard having the ability to change his current forms, and the right-handed magic rings for performing spells, as well as summoning their personal weapons. So in other words, Izuku is a real wizard. Sato said. The potential to use dark magic, I'm interested. Tokiyami said. Dark Shadow appeared beside on his shoulders. Hell yeah, Dark Shadow agreed. Agreed. Shihai Kuwaro said as he nodded his head in agreement. Probably should not mention Voodoo Izuku. Razor muttered. Phantom hears this, but chooses to not say anything. I wonder what kind of babies I could make if I add magic to the mix. May thought out loud with a mad smile on her face. No, Rem said, as she has a spray bottle and sprays the inventor as she also wields a paper fan. No bad, May. Bad, she said as she smacked May with the paper fan. The screen shows the kaiju laying on the ground in pain, and the wizard proceeds to switch his right ring with another one. This one depicts a dragon or bird with a leg. He then pulls the lever on the right and pushes the lever on the left and places his right hand over the driver. Finale, he said. Kick strike, the driver announces as Wizard twirls around and gets into a leaping posture as the same glyph appears beneath him. He flaps his coat to the side as his right leg is engulfed in flames. He turns around and proceeds to backflip towards the kaiju as it slowly gets back up. Wizard then twists around and aims his leg at the kaiju. A large glyph appears in front of Wizard. He passes through it. The rings of the glyph are set ablaze. His kick impacts the kaiju, and it dies in an explosion. You know, I've noticed something. Yosu spoke up. Every single Kamen Rider we have seen so far, every kaiju they kill explodes in one way or another. Why is that? Well, each rider kick and punch have a force equal or more than All Might in his prime. And it is possibly the force that it brings. The energy from it caused an overload that the body cannot take, thus explosions. Phantom explains. Man, I wish my kicks would make that kind of impact. It makes the fight more exciting. Maruko said. Well, you could get a support gadget to help or something. Kiyuki said. The rabbit hero hummed to the thought. Anyway, this next part will interest you, Ryukyu. Razor said. This made the dragon heroine raise an eyebrow at this. The screen now shows Izuku with another young man. He has black hair, heterochromatic eyes of red and violet. He wears an open gray Letterman jacket fur collar with a yellow undershirt, black jeans and blue shoes. On his waist, there is a large black buckle with a silver 2 doors on the center and a slot on both sides of the buckle. This is Percy Pendragon, a fellow wizard with a weird addiction to maple syrup. In front of them was a pair of kaiju, one based on a phoenix and siren, and in front of them were 3 squads of stone-like creatures wielding staff. Percy, Ruku screamed as she saw her son on screen, or at least a version of him. So that's your son, Mount Lady said. He's pretty handsome. I bet he has to beat girls off with a stick. So that's why Pendragon sounded so familiar. Nezu said. I should have realized sooner. He then turns to Vlad. Well, Ken, looks like we've just met you, a newest 1B student. King Vlad looks at Nezu in confusion. What? Oh, that's right, I never told you or Aizawa yet. This made Aizawa turn his attention to the principal. I've decided to increase the hero course students by 6 more students. 3 for each class. I plan on moving Shinso to 1A. Great. Aizawa mutters. More problem children for me to look after. So we both know one of the 3 students we're getting, but who are the other 2? At the moment, I can't seem to recall their names for some strange reason. Nezu said, which was weird as he would never forget such information. Probably Razor is the reason why you can't remember. He is the one that brought us here. Aizawa said. With the students, they were talking about Percy. Wow, so that's Ryukyu-sensei's son. Ochako said. He looks friendly. Tsu said. His eyes look so manly. Kirishima said. I wonder if he's our age back in our world, Itsuka said. She then turns to Yui. What do you think, Yui? Yui didn't say anything. She just looks at Percy on screen. To her, she has just seen the most handsome boy in her life. His eyes drew her in as she couldn't look away. She didn't realize that she was blushing. Razor and Phantom looked at each other and nodded. Mentally, they high-five each other. Operation Ultracnite ship is a go. Razor whispered. Indeed. I'll play some Mitchell Jackson and Steve Miller bands the joke if possible. Phantom whispered. Ready, Izuku? Percy asked as he put on a gold ring that had a face with green eyes that resemble a lion on his left hand. Yeah, after we are, Izuku said as he put on his ruby ring. The world's final hope. Shabadubai touch henshin. Shabadubai touch henshin. Shabadubai touch henshin. Izuku's drive sang. As that happened, Percy raises his left hand up before he does a motion with both arms before he crouches a bit, as he leans his body to the right with both arms swung to his right. Henshin. The both said as Izuku places his left hand over his driver, while Percy went back to a standing position with his right hand on the driver and left arm stretched outwards before he slots his left hand ring into a slot on his driver. Set. Percy's driver announces as he turns the slot with his ring. This causes the doors on his driver to open, revealing a golden lion face. Open. Flame, please. Their respective drivers announce as red glyph appears beside Izuku, while a gold one appears in front of Percy. The glyphs pass through their respective owners, giving them their rider form. In Izuku's place is Wizard in his flame mode. As for Percy, he now wears a black bodysuit. His chest armor is mostly gold with a bit of black on the right side. His left shoulder pad is in shape of a lion head, while his right is more normal as is black with a gold trim. He has gold wrist and ankle guards, gold knee pads and gold leg armor below the knees and attaches to the ankle guards. He also has white gloves. His helmet is styled to look like a lion mane, as his face looks like a lion with silver mouthpiece and green eyes. This is the Beast Mage, Kamen Rider Beast. Saw, it's showtime, Wizard said. Saw, it's lunchtime, Beast said. With that, they charged towards the stone creatures with their respective weapons. My boy, Rukiyu said as she watched Beast fight stone creatures with skill. If he is as good as this version, then I see no problem with him being in my class. Ken said with a small smile. Brat got skills, I'll give him that. Aizawa said. But it takes more than that to be a hero. Well, it is the duty of a teacher to teach them to be heroes, David said. He did his research on Aizawa when he heard his best friend was going to teach at UA, and he was both angered and disappointed with Aizawa's teaching style. If they don't have the potential, then why give them false hope? Aizawa countered. What gives you the right to tell one's potential? You'll be surprised who Percy is. Anyway, what you do is considered child abuse and a way to create villains because of your lack of care. I get you don't want someone dead because they are way over your head, but for game's sake, teach them than letting them fight willy-nilly because you failed to take action when it comes to your students' behavior. And don't get me started about Minta, Phantom adds in. To most people that just show how much UA care little for their students are more than willing to expel them for no reason. Razor said. Did you know that there was a petition to remove Aizawa from UA and take his teaching license? Nezu said. You wouldn't believe how much I had to do to keep those parents off UA. I was given a warning from the Hero Committee that if Aizawa expelled another class, he would be terminated as an UA teacher and be brought in for questioning for the suspicion of sabotage. Wow, Erasure, you really dodge a bullet there, Miss Joke said. Ugh, fine, I'll rework my teaching style. Aizawa gave in. With the students. Deku Niai is so cool, Koda said. I want to do magic too. Appels forever, Iri said. Yeah, and all the pudding I could want with a snap of my fingers, Momotaro said. I like the animal theme Beast has. Koji comments about Beast suits. I dig in these pre-battle catchphrases, they are so swag, Kami said. But why did Percy say lunchtime? Oh right, well it connects to his driver, the Beast driver. It houses the Phantom Beast Chimera, which gives Beast his powers. He needs to feed Beast Chimera with mana, which is what the Phantom are made of, or else the Beast Chimera will consume him. And Phantoms are monsters born from despair of others. Once they destroy one's underworld gate, they will take over and the host will sacrifice. But the wizard stands in the way of their plan. Ironic that is my name, but my ability is rather to be a storyteller of heroes and well transformed, Phantom said, which made everyone sigh in relief. But to think my son would have to form a contract with such a dangerous creature, Rukiyu said in worry. Well, it was forced when he found the Beast driver. Just out of curiosity, does he have a maple syrup addiction, or doesn't he? Razor asked. Well, I remember when he was a child, he snuck under the cabinet and drank a whole bottle of maple syrup. Even nowadays, he drinks it before he eats his pancakes, Rukiyu said as she giggles as she remembers some of the pictures her husband sent her. Shut up and take my money. Razor glares at the smug Phantom and hands him several wads of cash. Phantom smiles at his new wads of money, but it quickly disappeared when Rem took said money and kept it in her pockets. But Phantom was cut off. I know you were eyeing on the Fourze figuarts. No way are you spending that much for a basic figure. Rem scolds her boyfriend, who just stands there like a dead fish. Ha ha ha. Razor laughed at his friend, but was quickly silenced when Kyuki Karate chopped his head. The screen shows Wizard and Beast regrouping after defeating their respective group of ghouls. Wizard then switches his left ruby ring with a sparkling diamond-shaped one. Beast swaps his right ring for a blue ring with a gold lion on it. Time for the encore, don't you agree? Wizard asked as he pulled his lever on his belt to change the hand on the driver to a left hand. Oh yeah, I'm more than ready for the buffet, Beast said. With that, they activated their respective rings. A gold glyph appears in front of Beast, and a platinum one appeared above Wizard as he raises his arm up. Then a gold chimera and a platinum dragon flew out from the glyphs. Infinity, please. Hyper, Wizard and Beast drivers announced. The platinum dragon circled around Wizard's body, and the platinum appeared beneath him. The chimera lunged forward and devoured the remaining ghouls. Hi, Sui, Fu, Du, Bu, Zaba, Bang, Dogon. Wizard's driver sang as the platinum glyph rose up, and the platinum fused with him. His armor changed. His black coat is now silver, a dragon head mounted on the chest near the bottom of the neck, a blue gem and silver wrist and ankle guards, his gloves darker shade of silver. His helmet has a light blue crystal face guard with 6 silver antennae pieces jutting out of the helmet. Go. Hi Hyper, Beast driver announces. The gold chimera flies behind Beast as it enters a gold glyph and enters Beast's body. This causes his body to burst into blue flames. When the flames disperse Beast in a new form. His bodysuit changes from black to blue. His chest armor changes as now it has a lion's face. His helmet also changes as the mane is now blue with gold highlights. The silver mouthpiece is now gold and his eyes are now red. With the power of hope, Izuku gained the power of infinity. Phantom said to them, while Percy gained the power of hyper from his chimera Phantom. So sparkling Aoyama said as his eyes sparkle. I guess diamonds are a girl's best friend. Momo looked at infinity with her eyes sparkled. Hyper Beast looks so manly, Kirishima and Tetsu said together. Tsuyu was about to comment, but then she saw Phantom with a device in his hand. What are you doing? Fun. Phantom said before activating them. Red Knight. Asterisk static sound asterisk. Then circles appeared and unzipped to reveal an opening. Then out came 2 people. Oh, landed on my arm. A male with black hair, red eyes. Wearing a t-shirt under a black jacket. Dad, did you piss off the wrong bloke again? A boy with hair the same as his father's, but his eyes have red on the right and violet on the left. Both of them got up. I swear, Percy, all I did today was making. The man looks around and sees familiar faces. Whoa, he then sees Rukiyu. Honey? Hero, she said. Mom, Percy said. My baby. The dragon heroine goes up and hugs her 2 men. Everyone just watched in awe to meet them now and so early too. Hero left his wife's embrace and goes over to Midnight. Nimiri, have you been behaving well? He asked. You know me, big bro. Just doing what I enjoy, she smiled. It feels so good to see you and Percy. Same for you. He then sees his son fanboying over the pro heroes. Oh boy. Oh my god. Percy goes zip towards All Might. All Might. My mom told so much about you. He then goes to the Wild Pussycats. So cool to meet Japanese heroes for the first time. Unknown to him, Pixie Bob is lustfully looking at the boy. Percy then zips to Mount Lady. Your debut is so sexy. He is unaware of his own embarrassment due to the excitement. Dude, does he act like this in your world as well? To which his friend nodded. Then feels the jealousy of Yui. Then Riser clears his throat loudly to get the 2 new guests' attention. Oh sorry. Hero and Percy apologizes. It's fine. I remember how excited I get when I meet new people. Ah, youthful days. Phantom said. Well, since you both are going to be sticking around for a while, I will introduce myself. My name is Dark Razor X1, but my friend here calls me Razor or DRGX1, either will do. This is my girlfriend assistant Kiyuki. Razor introduces himself and Kiyuki, who smiles and waves at them. And I am Phantom, and this is my Rem, my girl. He said while Rem smiled and waves. It's nice to meet you 4, Hero said. Yeah, and thank you for inviting us, Percy added. Then both of them suddenly have all what was planted into their head about Izuku Midoriya and the multiverse and the Kamen Rider viewings so far. Percy stared into nothing, but then he smiled wide. So cool. I gotta admit, this kid got guts and the heart of a hero. Hero said. And those Kamen Riders suddenly remind me of those shows I watched as a kid. With that said, Vlad goes up to Percy. Percival Pendragon. Yeah. I am Vlad King. I am your homeroom teacher for Class 1B of the UA Hero course, when you transfer next semester. The teacher said to him. Oh sweet. Did you hear that, Mom? I got into UA. The boy said excitedly. I heard, sweetie. And I am so proud of you. His mother smiled a bit, though she is internally worried for her son. This kid has a lot of energy. The rest of the a staff said in their thoughts. With the students. So this guy is coming to UA? Manga asked. And in our class. Well, he is the same age as us. I wonder what quirk he has, Itsuko wondered. Possibly enough to get him to US, Itsuna pointed out. The teachers heard that and wondered too. So Vlad asks his future student. Pendragon, you never did specify what quirk you have. On the transfer application, you left quirk unwritten. Oh, that because I am quirkless, the teen boy answered. What? Everyone sans the ones who knew yelled. Yeah, I am born without a quirk. Percy shrugged while getting looks from people. Nezu, though, chuckled, seeing a challenge for the boy. The reason why he accepted Pendragon into UA for the accomplishments he heard from the boy despite the lack of a quirk. All the while, he can hear his staff and pro heroes questioning if it's even ethical for him to be in the hero course. So he had an idea. Sir Razor and Phantom, mind giving everyone a test of young Pendragon's skills? I don't see why not. I do love to show a pre-battle before we get to the next rider, Phantom said. Hey Phantom, do you have any spare evil grunt, do you? Indeed. First off. Phantom snapped his fingers, and the viewing room rearranged to one with a big ring, as the center with Percy in it. Dude, what the F******? How and why did you do this? I have an arena just down the hall, he asked with confusion, then received a box from his pal. Iwi. This is good enough payment, Phantom said to him, as he snapped his fingers again and saw two winged knights standing in front of Percy. Phantom, what's in the box? A signed Bayan driver. Percy was confused, but now he was kind of scared. Whoa. Is this some kind of test? You could say that. The god responded. But who says you can fight unarmed? On Percy's back was a German Grobes Messer with a motorcycle-like handle, and on his hip was a modified Smith & Wesson 500 double-action revolver. Red Queen? Blue Rose? His face was blank, but then turned into determination. Alrighty then, I see where this is going. Rukyu growls at Phantom. What are you doing with my baby? Easy. I just want to show everyone how much he has grown. Phantom smiled so meekly. Isn't that right, hero? The father of the boy glared at the god slightly but sighed and allowed it. Which let the gods wave his hands and the knights move. Percy is ready in his stance, and revving up his sword as the audience sees the sword spewing flames. This kid is going to get hurt, Aizawa said. No doubt. But I am curious how he handles so well since he had possible training. Kamui Woods pondered. Well, here's the thing about my brother. Midnight joined. If he hadn't moved to the UK, he would have made it to be the No. 2 hero in Japan. One of the lights flies towards the boy and lands its blade onto him, but Percy dodges and uses his Red Queen clipped one of its wings. Then shoves his Blue Rose up the head of it and pulls the trigger. Asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk. Nothing came out, but the shrapnel of the helmet had like there was no physical body controlling it. The crowd went wide at the movements of the young Pendragon. The second knight swings its sword, but Percy was quick to block it with his blade, then blinded it, using the bullets of Blue Rose. Wow, he can handle those weapons pretty well, Snipe commented. I see that my class may take an interest in weapon usage next semester, Vlad said. I wonder who taught him those fighting moves. Percy bows to the knight with a cocky smile. Bring it on. As it flies again towards the teenager, he dodges and slams his blade against its armor, and repeatedly does so for many times till the armor cracks. Seeing it stunned by the massive hits, Percy then pierced Red Queen into the head of the knight and revved up his blade, igniting flames inside the enemy. Take it all. Then he forcefully pulls his sword through its armor, which turns the knight into nothing but pieces. The room changed back to the viewing room as Percy's weapons disappeared. So we have shown what our resident knight in training has done, Phantom said. Then the students gathered around Percy. Dude, that was awesome, Mina said. You could say it was stylish, Ayamama added. Yui couldn't help but feel enamored by the way he fights, and how cool he looks while fighting. So she hid into her seat, and wondered if she could be enough to talk to him. Raizer clapped his hand and Phantom said, Okay, enough fun. Time to showcase the next rider. I'm sure I talked about that world before. The kids sit back in their seats, but somehow Percy is sitting next to Yui, much to her dismay. Hiro and Rukyu noticed this and looked at the gods. The four had a similar idea, and now 2 more people are joining in the cause. To have grandchildren. Tilda just live more by Gemu, no K's Tilda. A man with a plaid shirt under a nylon orange vest with white pants holds a driver that is all black and has a mini sword on the right side of the driver. Standing right in front of him is a kaijin, a mutated green monster with the looks of hunger. The man quickly straps the driver to his waist and activates a lock that looks like an orange. Orange. Huh? Aizawa said. What is it? All Might asked his colleague. Something about that device. It tells me something. He quickly inserted it into the opening center and locked it into place. All the while the sounds of men grunting in harmony as it was presenting their champion. Lock on. Soya. Henshin. He cuts the orange lock where it reveals the inside of an orange, but a sword with an orange slice-shaped blade. His body transformed, now sporting an all-metallic blue under armor with gold bands around the wrists, gold scales on the thighs and arm guards, and gold on the kneecaps and shins of his legs. The helmet is mostly blue, but with a silver samurai-like mouthpiece, a blank-looking visor, and a golden crests on the forehead. So it's like Den-O, Muruko pointed out. Then the sky above him zipped open, and a metal orange descended upon the man. What the... Everyone grew eye-wide to see an orange coming down on Izuku. Orange arms. The path of blossoms to the stage. The orange is now on his head and transformed into armor. Now with samurai armor on the chest and shoulders, with now an orange visor on the helmet with the back helm added. He now wields a sword that looks like an orange slice on a sword hilt. He quickly charges towards the monster and slashes it with his blade, while pulling another sword out that has a second feature. It was a gun. He quickly slashes it with his dual swords, making the kaijin fall and walks back in confusion. What rider is that? Koda asked. Our Lord and Savior, Kamen Rider game. Both gods said unison. Huh? Everyone is now confused by that statement. The Lord doesn't take kindly over praising false deities. Ibarra said. Girl. You are talking to two actual gods. Fruit Jesus is real as your god. Phantom explained. Plus, you've barely scratched the surface of the deities that exist in the multiverse. Razor said. Kamen Rider game, the hero of the stage. One of the many armored riders that fight for the forbidden fruit. Phantom said. That is a Sengoku driver, the transformation belt for this universe Kamen Riders, or as they are also known as armored riders. The Sengoku driver is usually only in its buckle form. If the user wants to use the belt, all they have to do is place it on their waist, and the folding band will automatically wrap around their body, fastening the belt. The Sengoku driver possesses a rider indicator plate on the wearer's left-hand side. The rider indicator indicates what ride wear was generated upon attaching to the user during its first use. When the driver is damaged beyond function, the rider indicator becomes blank. Removal of the rider indicator allows extensions to be used in its place. Also, the Sengoku driver is the only known driver to ever be mass-produced, which made everyone surprised to hear about a mass-produced driver, instead of a unique one like the previous Rider worlds. So why fruit? Percy asked. In the beginning of the series, it started with a quote, "Pluck the fruit of heaven," which the lock seeds are, fruits from the heavens. Using them to unlock the inner warrior that each has. Phantom explained. So anyone can be a rider? Hero asked. Yes, and they are DNA locked. So once you use it, no one else, but you can use the Sengoku driver. Phantom reminded everyone. If someone tries to use a driver that belongs to another person, it won't work. Razor said. Izuku slashes his orange lock seed a few times, and then readied his two swords. Orange sparking. He slashes both of his swords at the same time, and then makes a circle formation that formed a whole orange slice, destroying the monster. And that monster is an Inves, and I already told you guys what they are, and what the forest full of them does. Phantom explained. A blonde young man walks towards the chaos caused by the Inves. He wore black clothing with red accents and edges around his clothing. He puts on the Sengoku driver onto his waist, which has a knight faceplate, and pulls out a banana lock seed. He activated it. Banana. Then inserted it into his driver. Is that? Zero asked. Lock on. Come on. Henshin. A metal banana descends upon the man as his body turns into a red underarmor with a silver metal chest. The banana lands on his shoulders and detached to form his armor. Banana arms. Knight of the Spear tilde. The ends of the banana became the shoulder pads with a chest piece with banana ribs as his helmet is all red, except with a silver face plate and a blue jewel on the forehead, now with banana horns on the side of it. He runs in to attack the monster with his peeled banana spear. Bana bana banana. Everyone including Bakugo screamed. This causes Razor and Phantom to laugh as they unintentionally said the meme. Once they too calmed down, Phantom spoke. Katsuki Bakugo, Aka Kamen Rider Baron. Phantom said. He hates the strong and pity the weak. He joins the war to reshape the world into his image. So he and Izuku have conflicting ideals. Sounds like me and Deku all right. Bakugo said. Though I never imagine a fight between a samurai and a knight, let alone an orange and a banana. Well, they aren't just the only ones. There are at least 8 other known riders from the same universe. Minus the Kurokichi troopers, as they are just random nobodies. Razor said. Phantom then shows images of the riders, their rider names, and their real names. Kamen Rider Ryujin Natsu Todoroki Lockseed. Grape/Yamatsu-Iguri. Kamen Rider Shinzenjetsu Shoto Todoroki Lockseed. Melon Energy. Kamen Rider Gridon Denki Kaminari Lockseed. Acorn. Kamen Rider Kurokichi Hantasiro Lockseed. Pinecone. Kamen Rider Bravo Yuga Aoyama Lockseed. Durian. Kamen Rider Duke David Shield Lockseed. Lemon Energy. Kamen Rider Sigurd Nito Monoma Lockseed. Cherry Energy. Kamen Rider Marika Kami Utsushimi Lockseed. Peach Energy. My brother became a rider. Shoto said to himself. But why do I sense betrayal? Ugh, don't worry about it. Razor said. Also in this universe, you are an older brother. A peach. Sounds so. Kami rather keeps that last part to herself since there are kids there. Huh, Monoma is a rider in this one. Kendo said, slightly surprised that he of all people became a rider. Hey, we haven't heard from the jackass lately. Tetsu said as he just realized that said person is still missing. Possibly very beaten up so badly, Shinso pointed out. Wow, that guy sounds like he is not well liked, Percy said in his thoughts, then felt his arm hugged by his future classmate. Huh? Yui by instinct holds his arm like a pillow, her face rubbing against his arm. To which, Percy blushed. Wow, I knew I was popular with the ladies, but this is new. He had no idea the predator eyes he had upon his skin. Anyway. Phantom continued. Here is the final battle, or as Uraraka once said, the battle of fated rivals. Akako blushed when she remembered that she did in fact say that. The ruins of the city are shown and armies of invest from 2 sides. Leading from the left side are holding a flag that has Baron's symbol, while the other side is holding Game's symbol. Izuku is not in a heavy samurai armor, holding a big heavy-looking sword. He charges towards his rival, Bakugo, who charges forward as well. Midoriya, he yelled as he transformed out of his rider form into a monstrous form which shocked the audience. What the? Bakugo muttered. Bakugo, Izuku yelled at him. The two clashed their swords against each other, and against the invests around them. Both of them clashed their weapons. Everyone grew eye-wide with the possible climatic battle between 2 of the strongest in their year. And saddened for the fact that it is also a fight to the death. Have you gained anything other than your sorrow and despair? Izuku yelled at him, pushing him back. Is that anger all you have? He tries to throw in an attack, but he missed and Bakugo kicked him in the back. It is, Bakugo yelled, then proceeded to hit him with his sword 3 times. I hate this world for its pain for the weak, and forces all to be strong. Both rivals intertwine their weapons against each other. Soon I will have the power to destroy it all once I defeat you. He breaks free and slashes the orange rider and kicks him to the wall. Izuku quickly uses a key like Lockseed and inserted it into the slot. Fruit basket. Bakugo was about to strike him with his sword, but was blocked by mechanical fruits. They spin around the samurai and become one with him. Lock open. Kiwami arms, now in silver shogun armor with black outlines and a chestplate that shows images of fruits from the heavens. A silver cone-like helmet with a colorful rainbow visor with a gold game symbol as the head crest while donning a bright red cape. Die shogun. Bakugo tried to strike him again, but Izuku blocked it with his arm guard. I won't let you. I can't let you defeat me. I have to stand in your way, Bakugo. Everyone was shocked to see the 2 rivals as they clash for what appears to be the last time. Though they did have some questions. I bet you all have many questions about the forms Izuku used and why Bakugo turned into a monster. Razor said. To which they nodded. Well, the form Izuku used just now is the Kachidoki arms, which uses the Kachidoki Lockseed. It was given to him by a man known as DJ Sagara. The next is the final form, Kiwami arms, which uses the Kiwami Lockseed along with the Kachidoki Lockseed. This was also given to Izuku by DJ Sagara. This form let him use all of the other riders' weapons as his own. Bakugo gave up his humanity for power, as he sees Izuku growing more powerful with each form. So after getting infected by a higher form of invest, he chose to take form. This really shocked Bakugo to the core. It makes him think that if Phantom never showed him the error of his ways, would he also walk the same path to prove that he was better than Deku? Razor and Phantom noticed the worried look on Bakugo's face. They were about to say something, but were stopped before they could say a word as Percy spoke. Hey now, Why are you worrying about something that never happened? Percy said. By the looks of it, you don't seem like the type to never abandon what makes you a person for something like power, so why worry? Bakugo just stared at the Percy in both shock and realization. Dang it, you are right. That other me must have been too weak to give up so easily. I ain't that coward, I'm better than him, and I'll be a better hero than anyone ever was. He finished in his usual manner. This caused Wana to smile as they see Bakugo back to his somewhat normal self. Glad I could help, I guess. Percy said somewhat confusedly. He was honestly just trying to help someone from being down. He wasn't sure why Bakugo talked about being a better hero. Right, anyway. Kirishima, we got something for ya, but first check your pocket. Kirishima, confused by this, but does as he is told. As he reaches into his pocket, he left something that wasn't there before he pulls out a lock seed with a Kirimi design, but it was colored red and was a bit spiked. Wait, is this? Kirishima said in shock, then Phantom tossed him a blank Sengoku driver. This made Phantom and Razor grin at him. Congrats, kid. You are officially a Kamen Rider, Phantom said. Then a GM walked in with a cake that had red frosting with the words Happy Birthday, red knuckle written with pink frosting. Kamen Rider Red Knuckles in honor of your fellow counterpart Knuckle, Razor said. Kirishima is in shock. Mina hugs him and she cheers for him. The others congratulate him. Percy looks at the belt and for some reason gets a flash of images. He quickly shook it off and played it off as his mind played tricks on him. Kirishima places the driver on his waist and a belt manifested. Remembering what gain did he press the side of the lock seed and it announces, Red Kirimi. Before he could place the lock seed in place, he is stopped when Fist Bump grabs his arm. Sorry, but we are still on a schedule. You can try it out later, Razor said. Aw, man. Kirishima whined a bit. He sighs and nods his head. All right, I understand. It would be unmanly of me to stop the show just to test out my new powers. Bro, you are so manly, Tetsu said. I wanted to see what Kiri's Kamen Rider form would look like. Mina pouted. You will see it later, Razor said. Tilda Surprise Drive by Mitsuru Matsuoka Ernest Drive Tilda. The screen shows an older Izuku wearing a white shirt, a dark blue suit, a red tie, dark blue pants, a brown belt and red shoes. His hair is neatly slicked back, and he has a small goatee on his chin. Around his waist is a large silver device that looks like a car's speedometer and dashboard. Wrapped around his waist is a red belt that looks like a seat belt. Clipped to the belt is a silver holster with what appears to be 4 different colored cars. And on his left wrist is a sliver device that resembles part of an automatic transmission shifter with a red strap like the belt. Beside him is what appears to be a modified Honda NSX with a mostly red and black color scheme and a white line accent. Its left front wheel is exposed. Wow, Deku-kun looks so handsome, Ochako said out loud with a dreamy look on her face. The suit does look nice on him, Inko commented. It looks like a detective suit if you ask me, Toshinori said. How would you know that, All Might Sensei? Sato asked. One of my friends is a detective in the police force, the former hero answered. He is, Razor said, which surprised them. Izuku took All Might's advice and became a detective. In fact, he was the youngest cadet ever to be made a detective. Everyone looked at All Might in curiosity on Razor words. All Might looked proud and ashamed. Proud on what Izuku accomplished and ashamed for what he said to Izuku and crushed his dreams. There are heroes that are police officers, like Fire Inspector, the Deku Rangers. Even the greatest hero, the Spirit, is a detective. What you said may be wrong, but your heart was in the right place. You just need to choose your words carefully, Phantom says. To which All Might gave a soft smile. In front of him is a biomechanical-like kaiju with a number plate on its chest. Izuku smiles as he looks down at his belt. Looks like we got another one belt, San. As he said that, the screen on his driver changed from an R to a face. Okay, Izuku-kun, start your engine, Belt-sen said. Wait, that voice. David? Toshinori said in shock. David himself is surprised to see a belt with his voice speaking. Could it be an AI based on me? The scientist wondered out loud. Did I make it? Izuku nodded. He then twists the small red tip handle on the driver, which causes Belt-san's face to change to a tire. He then grabs the red mini car that looks similar to the car next to him, but with the right front tire covered from the clip, and flips the back end of the small car. He inserts the car into the bracelet, which causes the bracelet to flash similar to a car's headlights. Henshin, Izuku yelled as he pulled the car upwards on the bracelet like a lever. He then makes a motion with his hands as Belt-san speaks. Drive, type, speed. Then tires made out of energy appeared over his body, and his armor materialized. The under armor is black like most of the previous riders, with the difference being that it has a white stripe on both sides. The armor is a vibrant red with gauntlets and leg armor of the same color. His chest piece is in the shape of the front of a car. His helmet looks like a car light with a spoiler on the back of it. The visor even glowed like a light. Then the front left tire of the car materialized a black tire, and launched it at the rider as it became part of his armor, as it covered his left shoulder to his right side diagonally. "My name is Kamen Rider Drive," Drive introduced himself. He uses his left hand and grabs his right wrist as he flicks his right hand a bit. "I'm gonna be going top gear," Drive said as he kneels a bit and rests his left elbow on his knee. "And you're coming along for the ride." "Dude, that was so manly," Kirishima and Tetsutetsu said at the same time. "Yep, meet Kamen Rider Drive, a police-sanctioned Kamen Rider," Razor said. "David, that is indeed you. Years prior, you created the Roidmudes as a purpose to benefit humanity. But your creation has gotten rouged by your partner. They believe they killed you, but your consciousness has passed down into the driver. And you already know about the Roidmudes and the global freeze," Phantom says. This shocked the audience. David felt both horrified for what had happened to him and guilty for his involvement in the incident. Melissa cries and hugs her father in comfort. Don't worry too much. Despite his UG condition, he still helped stop his ex-companion and destroyed all the Roidmude before they could cause another global freeze, Razor said. Anyway, as Izuku said, he is Kamen Rider Drive. He uses the drive driver and shift brace with the shift cars to transform. The drive driver only acts as a sensor, while the actual activation for the shift cars are performed on the shift brace. The shift brace is the device that holds Drive's shift cars as a remote for his drive driver. The shift cars, powered by core drivers, are miniature cars created for the purpose of helping humanity. They are used by Kamen Rider Drive in conjunction with his belt, the drive driver, and bracelet, the shift brace, which work together via infrared, when he changes them from their machine modes to their lever modes by rotating them. Some shift cars enhance Drive's current type form with a tire exchange, adding the last part of a shift car's name to his current type. Some of them also come with a weapon called a tire-specific item for Drive to wield, Razor said. Drive is also unique among the various riders due to his rider machine being a car rather than a bike like the rest, Kanuki said. Right, Drive's rider machine. The Trideron also serves as a support match for combat thanks to the weapons in the front of the car for him to use. When Drive initiates a tire exchange, Trideron creates the shift tire by first drawing its left front wheel in, then forming the shift tire, and lastly ejecting said shift tire by using its left wheel to push it out so that it can attach to Drive. Safe to say they were stunned by the equipment Drive has at his disposal. Some of them opened their mouths to ask questions, but Razor stopped them. Before you ask, no, I'm not showing the different shift car abilities, so don't even bother asking about it, Razor said. To which they groan in disappointment. Drive kicks the Roidmude a few feet away from him. Drive then reaches for his belt and twists the lever again. He then presses the red button on the shift bracer. This causes the image on the driver to change to a circle bar meter to form. The finisher, Belt Sen announces. As that happens, 4 tires materialize around the Roidmude and slowly close in on it. Driver then pulls the shift car to activate it. Full throttle, speed, Belt Sen announces again. Drive turns his back on the Roidmude and get into a jumping stance. As that happens, Trideron starts driving in circle around him and does a 2-wheels wheelie with its left side wheels. It moves so fast that it makes a red streak with each round. The 4-wheel from earlier close in on the Roidmude and launches it towards Drive. Drive then jumps towards the red streak. Perfectly timing his jump, he kicks off Trideron and swing back to kick the Roidmude. This causes him to kick of the Roidmude and head back to the streak, where he kicks of Trideron again. He does this several times in a rapid succession and speed, each Ike getting faster and stronger than the last. With one final kick-off, Trideron Drive delivers the final kick to the Roidmude. He missed the streak and skids to a stop. The Roidmude dies in an explosion behind Drive and Trideron drives through it. Wow, I should try something like that, Maruko said with a grin. Wow, this Izuku Midoriya is pretty cool. Can't wait to meet him, Percy said with a grin. Looks like Percy has his sights on a new friend and rival, Hiro said with a chuckle. True, but I hope he doesn't make this young man feel awkward if their relationship goes to tense, Rukyu said. This made some of the pro-heroes look at the married couple. What do you mean by that, Rukyu-san? Toshinori asked, a little afraid for his protege. Some of Percy's old male rivals would end up as close friends of his, if you get what I mean, Hiro said as he rubbed the back of his head. He then sent a small glare at Midnight. They and some of the students that were listening blush in realization. Yeah, I guess that was my fault, Midnight said as she scratched her cheek nervously. When I was younger, I visited them for the holidays. I may have accidentally left one of my yaoi mangas out in the open. He read it, and since then he has been playing for both teams, but I know he prefers girls more. Well, I don't think that would be a problem for Izuku, Inko said. Izuku is also bi. He used to have a major crush on Katsuki, but I think he stopped by the time of middle school. When Izuku started UA, I would catch him drawing Uraraka-san in his extra notebooks. Ochako blushed when she heard Inko say that. Razor looks at Phantom and grins. Here it is, buddy, Phantom said as he handed Razor what looked like a medal with an image of Percy from the right side. At last, the last piece, Razor said as he opened a panel on his robotic arm. There were 3 coin slots similar to the UO's driver. In the first 2 slots are 2 coins, one that has Izuku's face, and the second has someone with purple and black messy hair, red eyes, and is wearing a battle mask that has an air filter. Razor slots the Percy medal into the last slot and closes the panel. Oh, you will learn about this later. The screen now shows Izuku wearing belt-san. On his left is an older Percy. He is wearing a white jacket over a green shirt, red trousers and blue sneakers. And on his right is a slightly younger Sir Nightai. He is wearing a purple jacket with silver chains, a dark purple scarf, purple trousers and black shoes. Both Percy and Nightai have a blue driver that has a silver bike exhaust vent. In front of them were several Roidmudes and 3 that look like the leaders of the Roidmude. You two ready? Izuku asked. In his hand is new shift card that looks like the Trideron, but it has a screen that cover most of the shift car. You better believe it, Aniki, Percy said. In his hand is a small white motorcycle with the rear wheel has an image of an R in gold. Beginning mission, Nightai said in a near emotionless and robotic manner. In his hand is a small black motorcycle with the same R, but done in blue. All right, let's get into top gear, Izuku said with a smile as he presses the shift car. This causes the screen to light up in red. Fire all engines, the shift card announced. As that happened, Percy and Nightai lifted the black section on their belts and inserted the motorcycles. Izuku inserts the shift car into the shift bracer and pushed the lever. Signal bike, rider, mock, chase, Percy and Nightai's drivers announce. Drive type, Trideron, belt-san announce. Henshin, Izuku and Nightai said. Percy did a motion with his arms and turned his body a bit to the right. Let's henshin, he says. Then all 3 of them are surrounded by tires and gears made of energy. The Trideron shined brightly and soon broke apart, and its pieces flew towards Izuku. As that happened, several shift cars flew around Izuku's body. The shift cars then flew into the shift car in the shift bracer, and Trideron remodeled into armor pieces and attached to his body. Then the energy wheel turned into a tire and attached horizontally on the left side. Percy armor metal eyes. It is mostly white with 2 red line streaks. On his right side of his chest piece is a small tire. His overall look gives him a motorbike stunt artist. His helmet is design of a motorcycle helmet with a blue visor. And he has a white scarf with 2 red streaks. Nightai's armor is similar design to Percy's with a few key differences. 1. The wheel on the armor is located on Nightai's back. 2. His armor color is dark shade of silver with dark purple highlights, and his helmet has a strange design as half of is normal looking, while the other half is cybernetic looking. He has a 4-fin V-fin on his forehead, orange eyes, and his face armor is black. Sir, Mirio exclaimed, which All Might can't believe his eyes, seeing his deceased friend as a Kamen Rider, but also looks so robotic. Ah yes, first off, this is Izuku's final form, type Trideron. A shift car that combines all the powers of all shift cars and combines Trideron to create that form. With it, Izuku can change his consciousness with David to combat any mental attacks. Phantom explained. But what about Sir and Percy? Mirio asked. His eyes wondering about his late boss tells it all. Nightai is Kamen Rider Chaser. He was the prototype drive before he was defeated and reprogrammed as a Grim Reaper Roidmude. But with the help of Izuku's allies and himself, he turned back into the side of justice. Phantom explained. Then goes over to Percy. And this is Kamen Rider Mach. He uses signal bikes, which are basically shift cars, but bikes and have effects of traffic signals. He uses the Mach driver, which is a somewhat mass-produced version of the drive driver that anyone can use, which was tried to combat the freeze time. Why kid Percy calls Izuku bro? Kirishima asked. Well, because Percy is the brother of Pony, who later becomes Izuku's wife in the future Drive world. He basically ships them, even if they deny it. The American girl blushed at the thought of being married to the resident cinnamon roll. She spoke in English. Oh my god, this is so embracing. Percy spoke to her in English. I always wanted a sister. Huh, per inch. You seemed like a cute and fun girl to hang out with. Percy said to her, while smiling, which made her blush. Yui slightly glares at her classmate, but kept using Percy's arm as a pillow. Phantom and Razor looked at each other. Same thing with Percy, like you planned for Izuku? Phantom asked. To which his friend nodded. Yeah, Momo noticed something. You know, I haven't heard a single word from Minta. I wonder what happened to him. She looked at Momotaro's. Don't look at me, I was with the kids. He defended. She hummed, and then got an email from her phone. When she looks into it, and sees gory pictures of Minta getting tortured with saying you're welcome. To be honest, she wants to be disgusted, but yet seeing the grapist being turned into wine seems satisfying. In Phantom's pockets, little eyeball-shaped objects are shaking out of it, reaching towards Mirio. The tall buff blonde looks down and smiles. Well, hello little guys. He picks them up. Who are you guys? Gilgamesh. Crazy Horse. Odysseus. Calamity Jane. Takanaga. Aizawa noticed this. What the hell are those? Our transition to the next rider. Phantom said. Tilda wera amu. You nai wera ara by Kishiden Tilda. Izuku now wears a kimono-style jacket. His hands formed around his waist and summons a driver, and it automatically straps to his waist. The driver is oval-shaped with a handle attached to it, and the face is clear light blue. But under it, you can see a grinning face that showed its face with a singular eye. It was like the face was supposed to be a cover to look like a ghost. His friends, Melissa and Kirishima, witness him pulling out an eyeball-like object and click it as he inserted it. Oh my god, Kirishima is bald, Siro pointed out. I think he is a monk in this world, Ajiro said, while his red-haired classmate rubbing his hair in distress. As the eyeball enters the driver, a hoodie-shaped ghost comes out and dances around Izuku as he poses in a calm and peaceful way. Bachiramina tilde. Bachiramina tilde. Bachiramina tilde. Henshin, Izuku said as he pulled the level and pushed it back. Then orange symbols surrounded his chest, arms, and legs while forming black armor with a blank silver Y face. Then an eye symbol appeared on his chest, and the hoodie ghost landed on Izuku, and now he wears a black hoodie with orange edges, while his face is orange with black eyes and a silver horn. Kaigen. Or, let's go. Kakugo go 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 ghost. Go, 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 go. He unveils his hood and charges towards the ghoulish monster. He throws a punch at it, then floats around the enemy to evade the attack. Then kicks it from the back. Kamen Rider Ghost. The hero of heroes. Phantom said. And have the best design I have seen before the next rider. So how did Izuku get the ability to become Ghost? Ryuko asked. Then the screen showed some flickering light inside her. Both gods look at each other, knowing where this is going and deciding the best answer. I am Izuku Midoriya. On my 18th birthday, I was killed by a rampaging gamma. In order to come back to life, I became Kamen Rider Ghost and began gathering the icons. Izuku said. Everyone was dumbfounded by the explanation, or the reason why they show it, rather than explaining it themselves. Ghost uses the Ghost Driver. The user opens the Ghost Driver, presses the button on a Ghost icon to its standby time setting, opens the Race Invoke plate, inserts the icon into the icon throne, before closing it to secure the icon in place. Afterwards, the user pulls the detonate trigger, closing the glint eye, and opening it back up by pushing the trigger, which activates the icon's transformation time setting to summon its respective Parka Ghost and fuse with the user's body, thus completing their transformation. Icons are upon possession, allows its holder to see and perceive ghostly creatures, such as the Gamma. By obtaining 15 icons, the wielder of them is granted a wish of their desires. Ghost icons appear to have blank states, resembling generic eyeball when not used for transformations. As revealed in the 13th episode, ghost icons have the power to possess people in a similar vein to the Gamma icons. The ghost icons have a quad iris, which cycles between 4 settings when the ghost button is pressed. Then Phantom joins in and points at Mirio. With 15 of the icons, you are granted 1 wish. Also, they are sentient. They can choose who to follow. And they choose me? Mirio asked. Phantom smiled. Well, you have a great spirit inside, and these little guys choose you for it. With Gilgamesh, you will defy odds and redeemed yourself. With Crazy Horse, You will lead a revolution that the world will see again. With Odysseus, you will bear the strength of heroism. With Calamity Jane, the law is right behind you. And with Takanaga, the Bushido Code and the way of the samurai will guide you. Mirio gave the god his $1 million smile and a thumbs up. I will not let them down. Hey, I thought we agreed to give him the Nightai icon. Where is it? Well, it is coming, but Mirio has to complete it. Like a toucan boost. Phantom whispered. A man with long black hair with bags under his eyes, wearing a black leather jacket with blue shoulders and leather pants. He has a ghost driver as well, and he inserted his driver. Wait, Hiro yelled. Is that? Indeed it is, Rukyu said. Dante. Midnight added. Uncle, Percy whimpered. The pro-heroes recognize that man easily, and the students are wondering who he is. If Izuku were here to find out. I. Bachiramiro tilde. Bachiramiro tilde. Bachiramiro tilde. Henshin. He triggers his transformation, while blue symbols appeared on his body, as black armor is formed similar to Ghost, except the eye symbol seemed to have 2 horns. Kaigen. Spectre. Ready go. Kuuga. Dukai. Dukai. Ghost. A black ghost hoodie with blue edges landed on the man and took form. Now the face is blue with black glaring eyes, and with a mouth that gives off a hellish expression. He also has 2 silver horns. He summons his weapon that looks like an extended hand that also turned into a gun. He shoots the enemy that Izuku was fighting, then proceeds to beat it up with his weapon. This is Kamen Rider Spectre, also known as Dante Pendragon. Phantom explained. Or possibly in your world. He is known as the hellish hero, Sparta. So what is his story? Tetsu asked. Riser was about to explain, but Phantom explained. He and Nimiri were sucked into a different dimension. Nimiri got sick and turned into an icon. So he wants to use the 15 icons to revive her. Midnight smiled a little. That sounds like Dante, all right. But the smile faded away. The students want to ask, but they remained silent. Yui noticed tears coming down from Percy, so she decided to hold his head close to her chest for comfort. Ryuko Yanagi, wearing a green poncho and white jeans, arrived on scene with a device on her wrist instead of around her waist. The device is all black, except for the orange button and silver plate on the face. It also has an arm that holds a green container. She pulled a strange-looking icon. The body is all green, but with black edges with a singular green eye. She pressed on it. Stand by. She inserted her icon into it and turned the device upwards. Yes, sir. Loading. Henshin. She pressed the button, and then a black hoodie ghost came out. It had green outlines and green tubes on the arms. Ryuko's body changed, now in white armor with black on the side of her body and green lines on the legs and arms. She has the ghost eye symbol on her chest, but the blank silver face was a singular optical eye that makes her look like Cyclops. Eye drop. Necrom. Mega clarity. The hoodie lands on her body, and now the face is black with a silver eye with a green iris and a silver horn that also has a neon green tip. Crush the invader. Necrom joins in the fight and sucker punches the monster in the face while Ghost and Spectre hit him with their signature weapons. Huh? I became a Ghost Rider too. Ryuko said, though in a nonchalant voice, but trying her hardest. Indeed, this is Kamen Rider Necrom. And well, your backstory is that you're the princess of the Gamma Dimension and try to save your people. Everyone finds that very noble of her. At first you hated Izuku for stealing Dante away from you. Phantom added. How did I become an ally to him? She asked. Takoyaki and a sweet old lady. The god answered while holding back his tears, same with Riser. Which made everyone look at them funny. Well, I believe that sounds right, I guess. Ryuko said. I always watched those Toku hero shows when I was a little girl, but seeing them as a reality, I always wanted to be like one. 5 more icons came out and headed towards the ghost girl. Poe. Lee. Jackson. Ark. Lovecraft. With Edgar Allan Poe, you will bring horror. With Bruce Lee, you will bring fury. With Mitchell Jackson, you will bring love. With Joan of Arc, you will bring servitude and aid. And with H.P. Lovecraft, you will bring the unknown. Phantom announced. For once in her teenage years, Ryuko smiled. Her upperclassman, Mirio, smiled. Congratulations, Kohai. Vlad spoke up. Why are you sure that this is safe? And why did those spirits choose them? Phantom smirked. Because even spirits believe in the infinite potential of humanity. In the middle of the forest, Izuku is surrounded by pure white feathers. He summons a sparkling clear icon with an infinity symbol on top of it. He pressed it, and it made a heavenly sound. Mujin Shinka. Ah! A divine hoodie appeared. It was white with orange outlines on the long coat tails and clear shoulder pads. It flies around Izuku, while the jingle plays. Bakiri Mina tilde Bakiri Mina tilde Bakiri Mina tilde. Henshin. Chu Kaigen. Mujin. His body turned into white armor, with rainbow color infinity symbols on his arms and legs. Keep going. Go, 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 go. Got to ghost. The hoodie landed on his body, and now his face is all black with orange eyes. The head is covered by a clear helmet that covers half of his face. It also has a rainbow-colored horn. Something that you people lack these days. Phantom grinned softly at them. The infinite potential of oneself. True that, my friend, Razor said. Now we are moving on to the next rider, which got a special place in my heart. Why is that? Kirishima asked. Let's just say it resonates with me. Razor said with a smile. Not all men are created equal. That's the lesson I learned at age 4. The first incident was in Kinking City. An extraordinary baby was born who radiated light. After that, reports of people with superpowers popped up across the globe. No one knew what was causing these quirks. Before long, the supernatural became the totally normal, dreams a reality. The world became a superhuman society, with about 80% of the population possessing some uncanny ability. Our streets looked like scenes from comic books, as cities swirled with chaos and confusion. A new profession dominated our collective consciousness. Hey, I noticed that there is no opening song like the others, Gyro said. Oh, that will come in later, Razor said. Come on, you almost got him, cheered a voice of a young boy. This is the age of heroes. No, don't, you're too hurt. It's too risky, cried a young girl. I have seen many inspiring heroes protecting the innocents with bravery and assuring smiles on their faces. True, though I wish media not interfere at times. Aizawa muttered. Of course you would, Miss Joke said. Don't worry. I've got this, leave it to me, said a young man's voice. I too wanted to be a hero. This is it. A messy green-haired teen with black tips, wearing a black hoodie with neon green accents, a pair of gray trousers, pair of neon pink headphones around his neck with the same green highlights, cried as he raised his hand up in determination and brought it down on the attack button on his hand-held gaming station. What? I thought he was fighting a villain, Mina said, a little saddened by the anticlimactic turn. Hey, even games can be dramatic. Kaminari. I should know, I've played some games that make me get really into. I know how you feel, man, Yosu said. Me too, Razor said. Phantom and Kyuki nodded as well. On the screen, the little mighty character unleashed a powerful kick on the boss monster, and in a bright, colorful flash, it was destroyed. The character safely landed on its feet. A moment later, a victory jingle began playing as Mighty pumped his fist into the air in victory. The word "stage clear" in bright yellow letter appeared on screen. Yeah, the teen playing as well as the crowd of children watching cried in joy. Wow, mister, I've never seen anyone ever beat that level before, one of the children said. You are the greatest gamer ever, mister, a little girl said. Ah, come on guys, you're making me blush, the teen said with a smile. He then noticed the time on his console, and his eyes widened in shock. Oh no, I need to go now, he said as he packed his console in his yellow school bag. He got off the bench he was sitting on and ran off. Izuku Niai. We'll see you at the launch party later today, right? One of children, a young boy, called out to the teen. The teen turned to the boy and smiled. You betcha, Sauta-kun, Izuku Midoriya said to his neighbor's son, Sauta. He then picked up speed as he waved goodbye to the kids. Oh, so it was Izuku that was playing, Sato said. Wow, didn't expect Midoriya to be into such things. Yeah, Momo said. You know the saying, never judge a book by its cover, and I believe is what best described Midoriya-san. Kyuki said. Yeah, I guess it does, Snipe said. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I'm an average 16 middle school student that so happened to live in a world filled with people with superpowers. However, fate is truly a cruel mistress, as I am among of the small 20% of the human population that are born without quirks. Quirkless are what we are called. Even without a quirk, my dream to become a hero still goes strong. In fact, it seems fate works in strange ways, as today a motion of events will forever change my life in ways I've never predict. Location? Perfect player is Ezzy, real name, unknown. A man said from behind a desk. On the desk were several files, and across the room is a flat-screen TV with several images of a young man, wearing a black hoodie with neon green and pink highlights. the hood up covering his hair. He wore a black face mask and a pair of dark sunglasses. He wore green neon gloves with pink accents, black trousers and red sneakers. In some of the images, the young man appears to be playing video games in a tournament, and some are of him receiving awards and trophies. He has won multiple tournaments both nationally and internationally in the past, and holds many world records in several different games in several different genres. Often regarded as a genuine gamer by fans and developers alike. The man read out loud. He wore a gray business suit with a blue tie. He has dark blue hair with strands of gray showing his age. No way is also in that world as well, Kaminari said in shock. Pun not intended. Wait, you mean is a real person in our world? Ochako asked. Yes, I want to know that as well, since this specific rider is one of the worlds I watch over. Razor said. Oh, I know he's a big gamer celebrity like they said. Little is known about him. The only thing is ever revealed was his gender on his YouTube channel. Other than that, everything they said is pretty much the same. Kaminari said. I think I heard something related to his before. Percy said. I read that he played against some of the world's smartest people in chess and won each game. I swear I will beat his one day. Nezu muttered. He still remembered that loss like it was yesterday. Never in his life he felt to throw things around in anger. He still remembered what is said to him. Get good. Psst, Aizawa, Mike whispered. What? You notice that Nezu looks a little mad. Aizawa turns to see Nezu with a slight angered expression. Leave it, unless you want to feel his wrath. He is by far one of, if not the best candidate we need for the driver, said a younger man who is sitting on one of the sofas in the room. In front of him is a coffee table with different files as well. He wore a white shirt with a brown vest, black pants and white shoes. He has a lighter shade of blue hair. See, didn't I say he is the perfect choice? Said a cheery young girl. She has curly black hair and is wearing a white shirt with blue flower decals and a pair of blue jeans and black shoes. That may be so Asuna, but his identity is the issue. The young man said. He only registers his initial in every tournament and gaming event he ever participate. The organizers of those events won't tell us what he looks like on his request. The teen sighs in frustration. How looks like these guys are looking for this person. Kirishima said. Well, I wish them good luck. Kaminari said. I've seen some forums about his identity. The guy's is by far one of the biggest modern mysteries to date. Manga said. I think my friend in the police force once told me that his higher-ups almost commission an investigation to find his identity. Toshinori said. Calm down. If any luck, he should be attending today's event. The older man said. After all, only a handful of people were given the VIP pass in our last tournament. This made the teen and Asuna nod. The man then turns his attention to black case on the coffee table. Asuna, you know what you need to do? The man asked. To which Asuna smiled and nods. I do. Head to the Might Action X game launch event today. Mingle the VIP guest and find is among them. Asuna said, to which the older man nodded. With that, Asuna grabbed the case and left the room. As the door closes, the teen turns to the older man. Are you sure this a wise decision, father? The teen asked. The man turned his seat around and looks out his office window. We have no choice. He is making his move. I fear that they are the only ones that can stop it. They? It sound like something is coming. Hiryu said. Oh, I hope no bad thing happen. Pony said. It's I hope nothing bad happens, Pony. Itsuka corrected. Hey, if it's any constellation, I think you did great. Percy said. Yui silently glared at Pony. Location. Gaming Expo. Izuku stood in line for the expo. He is excited for the new Mighty Action X game, the latest installment in their famous Mighty Action series, that is about to be released. The game has been held back for 5 years, some technical issue with the game's software, and the fact the gaming consoles it was supposed to be played on weren't strong enough to properly support the game. So Genom Corporation built a specialized console to play every game in the market. However, his mood was a little down due certain events happened earlier. Flashback. Izuku was packing his things away. Class just ended, and he really wanted to leave as soon as possible. Just as he was about to keep his notebook, it was snatched off his desk. Izuku turns to see a spiky ash blonde-haired teen with red eyes and a viscous scowl on his face. This is Bakugo Katsuki, Izuku's former childhood friend and #1 bully. He Bakugo, what you got there? Asked one of Bakugo's lackeys. Hero note for the future. Ha, what a loser. Another lackey taunted. Bakugo scowled harder as he tisked. He placed the notebook in between his palms and activated his quirk, explosion and burn the book badly. He then throws it out the open window. Listen here, you useless Deku. I want you to forget going to UA cause only I'm allowed to go since I'm the only in this damn school that has the quirk and talent to get in. He then grabs Izuku by the collar of his school uniform and knees him hard in the stomach. This made Izuku bent over in pain as he held his stomach. Bakugo's lackeys laugh at his misery. As Bakugo and his lackeys leave, as he turns his head and gives Izuku a sinister smile. If you really want a quirk so badly, then pray for one in the next life and take a swan dive off the roof, he said as he and his lackeys laugh and walked away. Flashback ends. Bakugo wince and flinch at his other self's words. This just reminded him of how terrible his attitude was. Some of the heroes had disapproving looks on their faces. Class 1B are completely shocked by Bakugo's words. Wow, I don't even know what to say, Senkaibara said. I may like darkness, but that was a bit too dark, Shihai said. Not manly, bro, Tetsu said with an angered expression. Hey now, let's not jump the gun, Percy said, trying to calm down the tension. Sure, he may look like the kind of guy who would say that, but I can tell that he really is regretful and reflected on his actions. It's true, Ada said with some little hesitation. Phantom helped by showing Bakugo the error of his ways. More like traumatize him by making him feel what Izuku feels every day before UA. He experienced what his counterpart had endured and realized what he had done and learned his faults. Phantom said. So I guess I won't be too hard on him when I come to UA for that international hero lesson Nezu invited me next month, Hiro said. He then turned to his wife as he just realized his mistake. And I just ruined the surprise. It was safe to say that Izuku no longer see Katsuki Bakugo as a friend. But that was not all that brought him down. A few minutes later he was attacked by a sludge villain, but was saved by a hero that was chasing said villain. That hero was the very hero that inspired him to become on in the first place, All Might. He signed his burnt notebook and was about to leave. Izuku, seeing that it was his only chance to talk to his idol, latched on to the hero's shirt as he jumped away. They landed on a nearby building roof. Izuku let go and asked All Might that if he could be a hero without a quirk. As he asked that, All Might had steam coming out from his body, and his body began to shrink, revealing his weakened state. Izuku remembered after he explained his injuries, the answer to his question. Flashback. To be a hero without a quirky would be lying to myself if I said yes. But no, you can't be a hero without a quirk, All Might said with a pause. It's okay to dream, but make sure it is realistic. You can still help society by being a police officer or a doctor. With that, he left Izuku alone. The green-haired teen stood there. He clenched his teeth and fist tightly. Flashback ends. Toshinori still regrets those words. Inko placed her hand on his in recurrence. He smiled at her, and she smiled back. Razor and Phantom look at the two and sighs. Man, you think the former #1 hero would be more forward with his feelings? Razor muttered. If that were the case, then he wouldn't be single now, would he? Phantom whispered. Izuku sighs as he tries to forget those memories, but he won't deny that it hurt him greatly. His respect for All Might has dropped quite a bit. Don't get him wrong, he still looks up to All Might, but he now no longer sees him as the idol he once saw. His thoughts were lost when he heard several familiar voices. Hey mister, remember us? A familiar voice called out to him. He looked back and saw the group of kids from earlier, before being held back by some security guards. Oh hey guys, hey, it's okay, they're with me. Izuku called out. He showed them his VIP pass. The guards check it, and when they confirm it is real, they release the kids. The kids rushed over to Izuku. Hey guys, how's it going? Izuku asked with a grin. He gave some of them high fives. We're doing awesome. I can't believe that you have a VIP pass, Niai-san, said one of the boys. Yeah, I heard that these are super hard to get, said one of the girls. This made some of the other VIP members look at Izuku, since most of them are well-known gamers, some from other countries even. Izuku turned towards them, and they noticed the headphones. This made their eyes open wider in shock. Izuku winked at them, and they nodded their heads in excitement. If they are hard to get, how did Midoriya get one? Mina asked. Who knows? Maybe he won it in a gaming contest, Toru said. Perhaps, but why did those other gamers look at Midoriya in shock? Kinoko said. Percy blinked a few times as he realized who Izuku really is. He was about to say something, but was stopped when he saw Fist Bump and Jesus of Suburbia appeared in front of him. He was told what they are and who they belong to. The two Stan did a shushing motion. Percy understood the message. Let's just say was very lucky to get one, he said. Izuku noticed that someone was missing. "Hey, where's Sauta-kun?" As he said that, the kid's face saddened slightly at the mention of their friend. "He's not coming," one of the girls said dejectedly. "Huh, not coming, why? He was so looking forward to this," Izuku inquired. "Well, earlier at school, he was feeling a little sick. When it got worse, his mom came and took him to the hospital," the first boy explained. "My goodness, I hope that kid gonna be alright," Ryuka said. "I pray for the child's health," Ibara said as she clapped her hands together in a prayer. Hospital, Izuku was shocked. Was it really that serious that he would have to miss coming to the gaming event of the century? The children began talking about how they could bring him a souvenir after the event. But Izuku was too preoccupied to listen. His little buddy suffering in the hospital was all he could think about. He then turned to one of the VIP members. "Hey, you mind watching these kids for me?" he asked, to which the person nodded. "Sure, man." Izuku thanked him. He stepped out of the VIP line and headed to the hospital. Location: Mustafa General Hospital. "Yes, he should be in room 107. A nurse said at the front desk of Mustafa General Hospital. "Thank you very much," Izuku replied politely before striding down the hallway to the specified room. However, he heard Sauta's voice before he even got there. "But it's not fair. Why do I have to stay here?" Sauta cried, much to Izuku's concern. "Please, sweetheart. You have to understand it's for your own good," a voice Izuku recognized as Sauta's mom replied. "No, I'm not staying. You can't make me," he rebuked stubbornly just as Izuku was about to reach the room. Suddenly, Sauta burst from the open door and rushed down the hallway to the exit. "Stubborn kid," Aizawa said. "Reminds me of the times we had to chase Kota down for his shots," Mandalay said. This made Kota blush in embarrassment and Eri giggle a little. Reminds me of Izuku when he was younger," Inko said. "Huh, Sauta-kun?" Izuku said quizzically as he began to advance, only to stop before crashing into Sauta's mother. "Oh, Izuku-kun, what are you doing here?" she questioned him. "I heard about Sauta-kun. Is he okay?" Izuku questioned. "Please, he's getting away. Help us catch him," she replied frantically. Right," Izuku said before bolting after the young boy. He was out of sight, and so he went outside and looked around, finding Sauta already crossing the street. "Sauta," he called out to him. "Izuku ni," Sauta said with a smile, happy to see his friend. However, that smile fell when he saw his mother and the nurse follow after him, making him immediately run away. "Sauta-kun, wait!" Izuku cried as he ran after him. Having trouble closing the gap the boy's head start gave him. "Come on, Sauta-kun, wait, I just want to talk," Izuku kept calling. But Sauta just ignored him and kept running. He turned a corner and just barely missed a casually strolling Asuna, who lifted the black case she was carrying to keep the boy from running into it. "Oh, that was a close one," she sighed with relief as she turned back around to keep running, only to be met with Izuku running at top speed into her. The two fell to the ground painfully, Asuna's case falling out of her hands and spilling its contents onto the ground. One such item was a strange neon green device with what seemed to be a neon pink lever switch closed onto it, and the other was a little pink device with a strange glass part sticking out of it. Sauta looked back at the sound of the crash, but the first thing that caught his attention was the pink trinket on the ground. "Huh, is that the driver for this rider?" Gyro said. "It's colorful to say the least," Mount Lady said. "Yeah, the designs for the driver get stranger and gimmicky every year," Razor said. "But it does make the rider season interesting," Phantom adds. "Ugh, oh, I'm so sorry. Are you okay?" Izuku said frantically as he stood back up, rubbing his bottom from the fall. "I'm fine, I guess." "Oh, my bum," Asuna said as she rubbed her bottom. "I'll say," Minta said with a bit of drool coming out from his mouth. He is then whacked on the head by GM 124 again. "Seriously, do you not learn? Or are you mentally born like this?" The GM wondered out loud. Here, let me help you up," Izuku offered. "Oh, no need, I can get up myself," Asuna insisted before nimbly leaping back up to her feet, much to Izuku's surprise. "My name is Asuna Mijun. It is a pleasure to meet you," she greeted happily, as if completely oblivious to their circumstances of meeting. Izuku struggled to find the words to respond when Sauta walked back and picked up the pink trinket. "Hey, it's Mighty Action X," Sauta said in surprise as he read the label on the trinket. "What's it doing here?" he wondered out loud, gaining the attention of the two teens, specifically Asuna. "Might Action X? Is that a video game?" Mike asked. "Yep," Razor and Phantom said at the same time. "Oh, pardon me, little boy, but that belongs to me," Asuna said politely. Yet she quickly snatched the device away from the boy and quickly began to gather up her things. That game comes out today. Hey, you think you can let me play it? Please, just for a bit? He pleaded, clasping his hands together. I'm sorry, but I cannot let you do that, little boy. Asuna replied as she secured the game and the device back into the case. You see, this isn't just an ordinary game. It is very important that I deliver this to certain someone as soon as possible. She explained, Sauda looking down sadly at her response. Sauda-kun, are you okay? Why did you run away like that? Izuku questioned as he put his hand on the boy's shoulder. Much to his shock, he pushed his hand away rather violently, refusing to look up at the older boy. I can't play it, Sauda said dejectedly. Suddenly, Sauda moaned in pain as he grabbed his head, suddenly feeling dizzy. A moment later, he fell to the ground unconscious. Sauda-kun? Hey Sauda-kun, are you okay? What's wrong? Izuku cried as he kneeled down and tried to shake Sauda awake. Asuna looked over as well just in time for the both of them to see strange black blobs come out of the back of Sauda's neck, leaving behind a strange rash that looked almost like pixels. What was? Izuku wondered, but was suddenly pushed out of the way by Asuna. What the heck? Bakugo screamed. He watched his words due to Iri and Kota being there. Everyone had their own shocked reactions to this. Yui held onto Percy's arm in shock. Pony did the same on the other arm. Percy himself didn't notice the extra weight on his arms, but he did felt a comfortable warmth from them. Hiro and Rukyu looked at their son and smiled a bit. Looks like he found his princess or princesses in this case. Rukyu said. Like how I found mine. Hiro said. It can't be, she said as she kneeled down and put on a strange-looking stethoscope. Though instead of pressing it to the boy's back, she hit a button on it. A screen appearing displaying Sauda and strange star icon right around where the rash had appeared. Oh no, these symptoms, Asuna mumbled to herself with great concern. Izuku looked up and saw the screen, but didn't know at all what to make of it. Hurry, we have to get this boy to a hospital, please help me, Asuna said to Izuku, only increasing his concern. Quickly Midoriya, Ita said. I hope Deku doesn't get infected as well, Ochako said. Phantom then noticed the look on Razor's face. It clearly showed he was hiding something, but out of respect, he chose not to ask about it. Once Izuku had carried Sauda back into the hospital, the boy was immediately moved to an intensive care unit that seemed almost quarantined from the rest of the hospital. Izuku, as the good Samaritan that helped out, was allowed through, as well as the boy's mother, who looked on helplessly as her son was frantically examined by multiple doctors, all spouting medical nonsense that neither she nor Izuku could understand. Eventually, they were forced to wait outside. Izuku thought that he should probably say something to comfort the worrying mother. But with himself just as worried, he could think of nothing to say. After what felt like hours of waiting, Asuna came out of the IQ and approached them. His conditions have stabilized and is resting right now. She then turned to Sauda's mother. Are you the boy's mother by chance? To which she nods. I need to speak to you in private. A specialist will be arriving soon. Sauda's mother nodded again. She then turned to Izuku. Please keep my precious baby company. Don't worry. I won't let Sauda-kun be alone. Izuku assured her. That sounds so like something Midoriya would say. Mina said. I know, Midoriya is so manly like that. Kirishima said. For sure, bro. Tetsutetsu said. That just shows that the green kitten is perfect husband material, Pixabob yelled, to which Ochako, Mandalay, Melissa and Ragdoll blush. With that, Asuna led the woman to a plain-looking office. Inside, they are greeted by a light blue-haired teen, who was sitting on one of the chairs and reading a file. Asuna, you arrive good. You must be Sauda-san mother, correct? The teen asked. To which Sauda's mother nodded. Right, my name is Ritsu Kiruto. I'm considered a specialist for your son's case. Please tell me what is wrong with my boy. She asked, desperate for answer. Very well. Your son is infected by a sentient virus known as bugster virus, Ritsu said. A sentient virus, Sauda's mother exclaimed in shock. A sentient virus, Recovery Girl said in shock. Why would anyone create such a horrible thing? Now this is a whole new problem that I don't think us heroes can properly deal with. Death, Goro said. I doubt my quirk would even affect these virus, Aizawa said. Indeed, it was manufactured by a villain organization about 10 years ago. Pro-heroes were able to deal with said organization, but the leader and the samples of the virus were never found. We believe that your son was infected by this virus. The bugster virus itself infects their host and slowly assimilating their body into its own. Assimilate, His body, she repeated. Yes, if left unchecked. There is a very real possibility that your son will die, and the bugster will take his place. Retsu said in a grave, serious tone. Everyone was in shock and horror at what they just heard. They imagined their own bodies being broken down in agonizing pain and forceful reshaping it to a new form, effectively killing them. Ibara prayed hard for the child to be cured quickly. No, this can't be happening. She cried as she stood up and began pacing all over the room, tears spilling from her eyes. Ma'am, please calm down. The virus effect accelerates based on a person's stress level. If your son saw you like this, it would worsen his condition. Asuna said as she tries to calm her down. We do have a countermeasure available, but at the moment it is not operational due to the lack of personnel, Retsu informed. Asuna glancing back at the black case she had brought with her. Then what do we do? The mother pleaded. For now we just keep your son in the IQ and stave of the virus. I will have my associates speed up the preparation process and have our countermeasure ready in a few days. I'm sorry, but it is the best we can do, Retsu said apologetically. The mother didn't reply. She just sat back down in her seat and began crying into her hands. I'll let you know if anything else happens, ma'am. But right now you need to be strong, not just for yourself, but for your son as well, Retsu said as he places the file on the table. They place a comforting hand on her shoulder and gestures Asuna to leave. That boy has a good head. Take note, students. During a rescue operation, it's best to calm any victim and/or relative of a victim to ensure that they won't do anything reckless, 13 said. 13 is right. It's best to keep the victims calm in those situations. If they are in panic, it would cause more problems for them and the heroes as well, Mandalay said. Asuna was extremely saddened at the sight of the crying mother. She looked back at the black case and narrowed her eyes in determination, taking the case and walking to the door. Don't worry, ma'am. I promise your son will be fine, she said in a chipper voice, much to the mother's surprise as she looked up at her. I'll go and bring Perfect Player is here, and he'll beat that virus no problem. You just wait, Asuna assured with a bright smile before leaving the room. The mother just looked at the doorway in confusion. Huh, Perfect Player? She mumbled to herself, the title seeming somewhat familiar to her. Wait, how will a gamer help them fight the virus shroom? Kanoko asked. Maybe it has to do with the driver, Manga said. Meanwhile, once all of the doctors had gone, Izuku went in to see Sauda, who was lying in a bed in the IQ, surrounded by screens monitoring his vital signs. Sauda-kun, he said softly in case he was asleep. Izuku ni, Sauda replied. Hey buddy, how are you feeling? Izuku asked as he walked over to his side. Sauda was silent, looking down sadly as he pulled out a key ring with a little trinket shaped like Mighty on it. That's the key ring I won for you at the arcade, right? Izuku said, recognizing the little prize. I really wanted to go to the launch party today, Sauda lamented. Hey, come on, I know it sucks, but it's not the end of the world, Izuku said, trying to cheer him up. Tell you what, I'll buy you a copy, and once you're good to receive visitors we can all. There's no point if I don't go to the launch party, Sauda cried, slamming the key ring on the bed in frustration. Now that is not how a young man should treat his situation, Ida said. Sauda-kun, Izuku said quizzically at the boy's reaction. I wanted to do something lasting before the end of the month, he admitted. Izuku rose an eyebrow, confused by his young friend's words. What do you mean, Sauda-kun? Mom told me that we are moving to Tokyo next month due to Dad getting a new position there due to his job. This was supposed to be my last chance at making lasting memories with my friends with you, Izuni. Sauda's eyes began well up in tears, but he was stopped by a sudden shooting pain in his head. Ouch, Kaminari said. I know how that feels. What do you mean by that jamming way? Gyro said. I actually used to live in Mustafa when I was younger. I had 2 friends there that I would even call them brothers. One day one of them was caught in an accident and had to move away. I moved away not long after due to Mom getting transferred. Sauda-kun, Izuku cried in concern. The boy's words resonated with Izuku greatly. Memories flashed in Izuku's head of the time he too moved away from his other home. Izuku was born and lived in Mustafa for the first 5 years of his life. However, he and his mother moved to Kyoto because of something his mother never told him about. Anyway, he made a friend when he was living there. Unfortunately, when he was 11 they had to move back to Mustafa. Izuku knew the pain Sauda is going through. Am I going to die? Sauda asked him. Everyone couldn't help but feel sorry for the kid. No child should be asking that kind of question. This really affected the students as it made want to better heroes and stop things like this from happening. No way. And you know what? You're not missing that party, Izuku replied, with a determined smile on his face. Huh, but, Sauda began. So you're a little sick, big deal. And you know what I always do when I'm sick to feel better? Izuku asked playfully. Play games? Sauda replied. Exactly, Izuku replied before his smile softened, and he took his friend's hand. Don't worry, I promise you'll be playing with your friends in no time. Us gamers have to stick together after all. He promised sincerely, the two friends smiling at each other. I think Sir Midoriya plans on taking Sir Sauda to the launch event, Shishida said. That is too reckless for Midoriya to do, Ida said. After waiting in line for hours, the convocation center finally opened and fans flooded into the room that the Mighty Action X launch party was being held. There were merchandise booths set up everywhere, as well as demo booths for those who wanted to try the game before purchasing a copy. As soon as they were allowed and fans already scrambled to start a line for the demos and began shopping around for mighty memorabilia, the scene was chaotic enough that many didn't notice the man. He wore a gray business suit with a blue tie. He has dark blue hair with strands of gray that walked onto a stage set up on the far wall of the room, a large monitor flashing to life behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies for the wait, the man announced, his voice emanating from the speakers grabbing everyone's attention. Many recognized the man as the CEO of Genom Corp himself, Orga Karuto, that would always attend these sorts of events personally despite his high position. It's been 5 long years since it was originally announced. Now, the long-awaited legendary game, Mighty Action X, is finally complete, he announced dramatically as the game's logo appeared on the screen behind him. The crowd burst into applause at this announcement, and immediately after the demo booths sprang to life and fans quickly started playing. Hang on a second, I just noticed something, Agito said. This man is the same man from earlier that Ritsu and Asuna talked to earlier, and is Ritsu's grandfather, right? Yes, that is indeed correct, Momo confirmed. And they both know about the bugsters, right? Agito continued. Yeah, Zero said. Why does a gaming company CEO and his son know about this virus in the first place? Agito said. This made everyone realize that he is right and begs the question, why does the Genom CEO knows about the bugsters? The pro heroes and teachers turned to Razor, as he did mention that he himself watches over this specific Kamen Rider version of Izuku. The young adult watcher turns to them. Not telling it's a secret, he said with a cheeky smile. Not too long after the main event had started, Asuna walked into the party and examined her surroundings with a childlike wonder. She had never been to such a crowded and fun-looking place before. It almost made her forget the reason she came. No, pull yourself together, Asuna Karino. A little boy's life is at stake, and the only person who can save him is somewhere in this room. At least, I hope he is. He has to be, she said to herself as she scanned the room. Honestly, she didn't really know what she was looking for. She didn't know Perfect Gamer is his real name, or even what he looked like. She had no idea where to even start looking. However, as her gaze passed over the line for the demos, she had to do a double take as she saw a familiar head of green hair, as well as the yellow jacket of a familiar young boy. She cried as she rushed over to the line. Little boy, she cried out, gaining the attention of the group of children that Sauda was speaking with, as well as their teenage chaperone. Sauda looked both surprised and worried at the sight of the ginger-haired girl, and Izuku seemed just as shocked. Looks like Midoriya is busted, Mina said. What are you doing here? He asked her as she stood before them. That's just what I was about to ask, Asuna replied. Why is this sick little boy not in bed at the hospital? Sauda, who is this girl? One of Sauda's friends asked. I thought you said you were all better. The girl of the group added with concern. I am. I don't need to go back to the hospital, Sauda replied, turning around mid-sentence to Asuna, shooting her annoyed glare. Oh, I am certain you do, little boy Sauda. You are very. Asuna began to lecture before Izuku covered her mouth. Wait, didn't Asuna mention that the virus accelerates due to stress, right? Toru said. To which her answer was answer with nods. Then why is she trying to make Sauda stressful? Isn't that counterproductive? Sometimes people forget the important stuff, Razor said. Will you excuse us for a moment? Don't mind us. You guys just keep waiting for the game. I'll be right back, Izuku said awkwardly as she guided Asuna off to the site out of earshot. Look, I'm sorry for sneaking Sauda out of the hospital without permission, but he really wanted to come to this event. Izuku began to explain himself. Please, just let us off the hook this once. I promise I'll take Sada back as soon as the launch party is over. He pleaded, clasping his hands together desperately. Absolutely not. That little boy is very, very sick. He needs to be taken back to the IQ as soon as possible. Asuna insisted. Oh come on, so he gets a little dizzy sometimes. One afternoon playing video games with his friends isn't gonna kill him. Izuku tried to rebuke. I'm sorry, but you just don't understand the situation that boy is in. Asuna replied. If his illness is left unchecked, his life, as well as those he comes in contact with, will all be in danger. She explained. What? Izuku nearly whimpered with a shocked expression on his face. He had no idea that Sauda-kun's condition was that serious. He looked back over to the group of children silently, all giddy to finally get their hands on this legendary game. Did he really just put all of their lives in danger? Once it seemed like Izuku would no longer protest, Asuna walked back over to Sauda and his friends. Man, talk about laying it hard, Sato said. Ochako glared at Asuna, with a dark aura surrounding her. Switch Up appeared behind her with the same aura. She was not the only one glaring at the screen as Melissa, Mandalay, Ragdoll, Pixie Bob, and another joined her. Sauda, we're going back to the hospital, Asuna said as she grabbed the boy by his wrist. Let go, it's nearly our turn, he protested, refusing to move from his place in line. I'm sorry, but this is for your own good, Asuna insisted as she tried to pull him away. It's just for a little bit, let me play, Sauda pleaded desperately. Suddenly, he felt a shooting pain in his head, closing his eyes and grasping it as he moaned in pain. Hey, Sauda, you okay? Sauda's friend asked. You really are still sick, aren't you? Another one stated. Sauda-kun, Izuku cried as she rushed over to him. But as soon as he was in reach, Sauda pulled out of Asuna's grip with enough force to not only send Asuna, but Izuku to the ground a few feet away. Sauda cradled his head in his hands as the mirage of a strange creature momentarily appeared over Sauda, but vanishing as soon as it came. Sauda couldn't take the pain anymore and let out a scream, the same black blobs from before now covering his entire body and morphing into what can only be described as a giant black golem. The entire room erupted in panic as the sight of the monster began to stampede away and out of the room, including Sauda's friends. However, Izuku, Asuna, and Orga could only stare in horror at the creature as a strange white mask with blood-red markings and two round yellow eyes materialized on the creature's face, and it began to swing its large club-like limbs at whatever was around. At that moment, 3 pro heroes showed up, the 3 heroes being Death Goro, Kamui Woods, and Mount Lady. The Tri started to fight the monster, but their attacks didn't seem to affect it at all, as a miss-hit box would appear where they strike. Oh my god, Mike screamed in shock. Everyone is in shock by what they saw. Oh no, Sauda, Ochako said in shock as he had her hands over her mouth. Dang. I don't think we will be helpful in this situation, Kamui Woods said. So it has been completed, Orga said in worry and anger, as he is escorted away by his bodyguards. Izuku in anger grabbed Asuna's shoulder with unintentional force. What is that? What is happening to Sauda-kun? Tell me. Asuna did notice that Izuku's emerald eyes flashed blood for a fraction of a second. What was up with Midoriya's eyes there? Shiro asked. That was weird, Shoji said. Miss Midoriya, does Midoriya's eyes ever flash a different color whenever he is angry? Shoto asked. No, but I'm not honestly sure. Izuku never gets angry around me. Even if he did get angry, he was always good at hiding it, Inko said. Seeing as she had no choice, she told him the truth. That is a sentient computer virus made of Villian organization many years ago that acts like an actual virus. It evolves by coming into contact with and infecting humans. We call it the bugster virus, she elaborated. Once infected, the virus multiplies and assimilates the cells in the host's body until it completely turns into a bugster, she concluded as she looked back at the convocation center, where the bugster union was still rampaging. Izuku's eyes widened in terror at this new information as he let go of Asuna. He looked back at the convocation center and listened to the sounds of the bugster union battle with 3 pro heroes goes on. He couldn't believe that hidden somewhere in that monstrosity was his little buddy Sauda, and what's more, it was all his fault that he ended up like that. So then Sauda-kun he is already, Izuku said, and he dropped to his knees in despair and then falling over onto his hands as he fought back the tears. He screwed up. What kind of hero would put innocent people in danger? Maybe Bakugo and All Might were right, maybe he should give up being a hero. No, Deku-kun, don't think like that, Ochako said. Deku ni, Iri and Koda said. Oi, where's that heroic spirit? Momotaro said. No, not yet, but we still have chance, Asuna said. Izuku looked at her in shock and relief. Really? Sauda-kun can still be saved. Quick, tell me how to do it, Izuku said. Asuna looked at him with slight concern, knowing full well the danger of the method to deal with the bugster. Are you sure? This is a very risky and may even be fatal, Asuna asked. Her voice clearly showed concern. She knew the consequences for those that couldn't handle the method. Izuku nods without hesitation. He has a determined look in his eyes. Unsure. It's my fault for this happening in the first place. My dream is to become a hero, and what kind of hero I would be if I'm not risking my life to save someone, Izuku said. What neither noticed was a certain skeleton blonde-haired man hiding not too far from them. He heard everything, and is deeply touched by what he heard, and he also felt ashamed for his words to Izuku. This is Toshinori Yagi, also known as All Might. That's it, Midoriya. Show your true hero self, Ida said. You can do it, Deku Niai, Iri and Koda cheered. Deku, Ochako said softly. Asuna looks Izuku in the eyes. She nods to him. She kneels down and opened up the case she had with her, and takes out the driver and device from earlier. With the gamer driver and rider Gashat, we can operate on Sauda and remove the bugster from him. Become a Kamen Rider as save Sauda, she said as she hands him the devices. Kamen Rider, Izuku mutters. For some reason that name, that title, it resonated with him as if it was calling out to him. Izuku then slaps the gamer driver on his waist, and a black belt formed around his waist. Like his predecessors before him, he took the call of action because he knows it is the right thing to do, and his heart made sure he takes that righteous path. Phantom says. True, like every rider before him, Razor said. Please be careful, that game is very dangerous. I'm not sure you could even use it, Asuna warned again. Game, he said quizzically as he looked at the Gashat in his hand. It did indeed have the logo of new released Mighty Action X. But it couldn't be Mighty Action X, the Gashat announced as Izuku hit the black switch on the top right of it. Suddenly, a holographic screen resembling the home screen of the Mighty Action X game appeared behind him, and modernized remix of the Mighty Action jingle rang throughout the area. The world around him suddenly began to change, a pulse of energy rippling out and turning the area around him into a blocky, pixelated version of itself, before quickly reformatting into its original appearance. The only difference being that there were now square blocks of what seemed to be chocolate sporadically placed all over the place, some on the ground and some floating in the air. That's strange, Shoto said. It looks like the game became real, Yui said. Cool, Percy said. Reminds me of those platformer games I played as a kid, Hiro said. Same, Toshinori said. What the heck? Mouth Lady screamed as she avoids the blocks. The other pro heroes were confused by the sudden change of their surroundings. The game field, Asuna said in shock. What she didn't notice was a slight breeze blowing past Izuku's face as a confident, almost excited smile graced his features. If it's a game, then you best leave this to me, Izuku said with so much confidence, much to Asuna's confusion. I'll change Sauda-kun's fate with my own hands, he added as he swung the Gashat around in a transformation pose. Okay, not gonna lie. That is a pretty cool thing to say. Henshin, he cried out before flipping the Gashat so the glass end pointed downwards, and switched it to his left hand and inserted into the first slot in the gamer driver. Gashato. Let's game, mecha game, mucha game, whatcha name? The driver announced as a virtual ring appeared around Izuku, followed by a multitude of icons that showed various armored characters. Once the icons stopped spinning, Izuku chose the one that resembled Mighty, his body glowing with pixelated energy before the character icon phased into him. I'm a Kamen Rider. In a flash of bright light, Izuku's transformation was complete, and standing in the place of the quirky golden-headed boy was a rather ridiculous-looking mascot-like character that vaguely resembled Mighty. The only indication that this was in fact Izuku was the gamer driver that was around the character's waist. What? Was everyone's response to the rider now on screen. Bahahaha, oh my god, he looks so cute, Mina said. Like an adorable pillow, Ochako said. Then appearing on her lap is a plushie of said form. She hugs it with glee. The same plushie also appeared on Eri and Koda's lap as well. Introducing Kamen Rider X8. This Izuku uses the gamer driver and rider Gashat to transform. By inserting an active rider Gashat into the right Gashat slot, the user is able to transform into a Kamen Rider. Razor said. But it looks so weird, Kendo said. You'll never catch me in something that dumb, Bakugo screamed. Huh, whoa, what is this? Huh, what? Izuku said as he tried to adjust himself to his new bulky armor. What? Kamui Wood said in confusion as he sees the new rider. The other heroes have the same confused expressions on their faces as well. The Bugster Union seemed to notice the new threat and winded its big arm to attack. Look out, Asuna warned. Izuku looked up and saw the attack coming, immediately leaping out of the way, a little jumping sound effect leaving his feet as he did. The Bugster's arms smashed the ground where Izuku once stood, the suited boy landing right on top of the large fist, only leaping off when it tried to shake him off. The Bugster raised its arm to slam him again, but Izuku once again leaped out of the way, landing on the creature's head in a mocking pose. The creature took the bait and reached for him, only to slam its own head once Izuku leaped out of the way. Well, his looks don't match his skill, Razor said smugly. Everyone was surprised at how agile and fast X8 is despite his appearance. What but how? Maruko said in complete shock. She admits that she didn't have much expectation of this rider due to his appearance, but clearly X8 blew that out of water. Even the smallest speck of darkness can be a raging abyss. Tokiyami said. They did giggle at the part where the Bugster Union hit itself. With a flip in the air, Izuku landed a couple of feet away from it safe and sound. He took a momentary look at his surroundings and quickly deduced that it would be more effective to be on the other side of the Bugster. And so he literally rolled under it, the Bugster desperately trying to step on him the whole way until he made it to his desired location. He unrolled and stood up straight, letting out a cocky chuckle as he unconsciously summoned his weapon. It started as an icon on a ring surrounding him, but eventually materialized into a little white and black hammer with a pink A button and a green B button on one set. On the other was a large, black slot, and on top it had what seemed to be a spiky pink mohawk. Gashoken Breaker. The weapon introduced itself as Izuku took it in his right hand. I'll clear this game without any continues, Izuku declared as he pointed the Gashoken Breaker at the monster. Once the monster acknowledged the challenge, Izuku, with a determined grunt, raised the weapon in the air, turned on his heel, and began running away into the intricate bridges of connected the various buildings of the convocation center. What the? Is Deku running away? Bakugo said. Not very manly, Kirishima said. Yeah, I would have fought it not run away, Minoru said, trying to sound cool to impress the girls, but failed as he was glared down by Switch Up with her cracking her knuckles. Care to repeat that? The stand asked. Plus, didn't you suggest we leave everything to the pro heroes during USG, while everyone else were fighting off the villains? Shu said. Looks like you all need a lot more help before you can be considered a pro hero yet, Hiro said. Ugh, Hiro sir, what do you mean? Jiroda asked. Looks closer, and you will see what I mean, the Briton hero said. Come on, over here, come get me, he taunted, the monster chasing after him furiously, breaking some of the chocolate blocks that floated overhead. Hey wait, where are you going? Asuna called as she tried to follow at a safe distance. Hey, get back here, Death Goro called out as he and the pro heroes followed them. This is just how you fight in platformers. You jump around the stage, collecting items, and then strike at just the right moment, Izuku explained as he leaped from bridge to bridge, platform to platform, jumping on and off chocolate blocks to avoid the Bugster Union's flailing attacks. Asuna couldn't help but get a little dizzy watching the little character leap all over the place. Was this really the most effective way to battle this Bugster? I see now. Midoriya was trying to get into a better position and terrain to strike the Bugster effectively at the same time, dodging the Bugster's attacks. Ida said as realized why Izuku ran. A terrain advantage, I should have realized. Yamomo said. Looks like you brats need more training, Aizawa. And you should be teaching them that. It's the rational thing to do, is it not? David said, sending another jab at the pro hero. Wow, he is really laying it deep on you to raise your head, Miss Joke said. Eventually, Izuku saw that its movements were slowing down and the time to strike was approaching. He leaped on a couple of chocolate blocks to get to the highest one he could get to and broke it apart with the Gashoken Breaker, revealing a yellow glowing metal that depicted a black figure running at top speed. The item phased into Izuku's body, making him glow as well. Got an item, speed up, Izuku announced as he unleashed the power of the metal, zooming across a set of floating blocks at blinding speeds, hitting the Bugster as he passed by, too fast for it to respond. Each time the Bugster was hit, a little graphic that said "hit" in bright yellow font appeared. This truly was a game. As the power-up was beginning to fade, Izuku landed one last powerful hit to send the Bugster out into the open, landing just within range to get hit. The Bugster noticed this and took the bait, going to hit him only to have all of his strikes knocked away by Izuku's weapon. Once the bugster seemed to be getting tired, Izuku leaped up into the air, spun in the air, and then slammed down on the creature with the Gaoshoken breaker. He did this a couple of times before he saw that its form was beginning to lose shape. "This is it," he cried as he landed one last powerful smack of his hammer. The bugster melting away, and then exploding into a series of black pixels. A little victory jingle played in the background as Sauda appeared in the aftermath of the explosion, falling to the ground unconscious. "All right, he did it," Kaminari said. "Yeah, go Midoriya," Mina said. "He saved the kid," Toru said in joy. "Now I really want to meet Izuku Midoriya," Percy said with a grin. "Wow, he did it," Mount Lady said in shock. "We couldn't even scratch it, but this kid could beat it like it was nothing," Kamui Woods added. "Sauda-kun," Izuku cried as he rushed up to the boy. He kneeled down and tried to touch him, only for his hand to pass right through him, noticing that his body was transparent and sparking with pixelated energy. "What the, why?" "The game isn't over yet," Asuna stated as she joined him. "But Deku beat the bugster?" Ochako said, confused by what she said. "No, what he beat was the union of host and the bugster," Razor said. "You see, the form just now was called a bugster union. Bugster unions are formed when a bugster-infected patient experiences enough stress. The bugster viruses inside multiplying rapidly and overtaking the patient's body, forming a giant orange virus form around it. The union shape seems largely irrelevant to the bugster's appearance. Bugster unions can only be defeated by a Kamen Rider in level 1. The reason why is unexplained, though it may be because other levels are too strong and may injure the patient inside the union. "Level 1? Kosai asked. "X-Aid current form," Kinwiki pointed out. "Rider that use this form have the ability to extract their patient form this fused state. Afterwards they level up." "What?" Izuku cried. A few feet away from them, a bunch of little orange specks began to come together, fusing into a multitude of enemies. The majority of them were strange little foot soldiers, with black bodies and orange heads that look like chickens for some reason. One of the bugsters stood put form the rest and seems to be the leader. The bugster has a snail-like motif, mostly blue, and seemed at least partially mechanical, wearing a black top hat and matching cape. "Puny level 1. You aren't worth my time biting into," the creature mocked as he stroked his snail-like appendage on its left arm. Suddenly, the foot soldiers changed appearance as well, now seeming to be dressed as chefs with various utensils as weapons. "That's the bugster?" Mirio said. "Yes, that is a bugster," Razor said. "There are multiple bugsters, each with their own personalities and abilities." "Wait, that's Count Salty," Izuku yelled out as he pointed at the bugster as he recognizes him. "Who?" Mount Lady asked. "Like my other self said." "Who?" Mount Lady asked, repeating her other self on screen. "He's a game character from that world's game series called Mighty Action. He is basically the first boss and last boss fight thought the game, as he is the main villain. If I were to make a comparison, I would say he is a mix of Bowser and Ganondorf in terms of boss fights," Razor said. "Man, I would like to play that," Kaminari said. Suddenly he finds a device that looks like a Nintendo Switch Lite. "That should have most of the games from this universe," Razor said. "Dude, thanks. In fact, here you go everyone," Razor said as the same device appeared on everyone's lap. Ironically, Mighty Action X is an actual game on the 3DISCLAIMER. "And thanks, man," Phantom said as he noticed that Razor got him some of the games he wanted. "Razor accidentally bought too much when he only wanted 2, Kiyuki said. Razor blushed in embarrassment and looked away. He's one of the most iconic boss from the Mighty Action series since his debut in Mighty Action 1. He is famous for being the first boss in nearly every game, and is also the famous last boss at the end of each game. He is practically loved by fans as much as Mighty himself," Izuku said, "but the eyes of his helmet are now stars." "Wow, I didn't know I was like so much," Salty said, clearly embarrassed by the reveal of his popularity. "Wow, I guess even Kaiju can feel embarrassed," Ajiro said. "Even I know who Count Salty is," Kamui Woods said, to which his comrades gave him a surprised look. "Don't judge me. Mighty Action Mobile is a great stress reliever." "Do you, Woods?" Mount Lady asked. Kamui Woods could feel the stares coming from his fellow pro heroes. "No comment," he said. "Anyway, I just need to defeat him and clear the level, right?" Izuku said as he turns to Asuna. "Yes, but be careful. Leveling up might just be too dangerous," she warned. "Well, Fist Boss Salties isn't so tough, so this is going to be a cakewalk," Izuku said. "But I do need a bit more attack power to even things up." he admitted as he reached to the side of his belt and hit a button on a strange green slot. Stage select. The driver announced a ring of images featuring different areas appeared. He can change his terrain. Amazing. Melissa said in shock. Oh right, another I forgot about the gamer driver. You notice the slot-like device on the black belt. When pressed, it allows the rider to select a location from a list. This completely rewrites the game area, literally teleporting all participants to another battlefield, even pulling in people not present at the location where the function is triggered from. This could be used to expand the fighting area, as well as to protect the original location from being damaged. Clearing a game will return the players to their original location, and being blasted out of a transformation with enough power can eject individual players. Razor explained. Wow, imagine all the property damage I could avoid. Mount Lady said. Oh, I could possibly make a baby like that. May said. She turns to Razor and was about to ask. No, Razor cuts her off. For two reasons. One, you simply don't have the people to make the coding for such a powerful device, and if used incorrectly could possibly destroy the location you are using it. The second reason is that the game area only works due bugster generating the energy to create the area without them. It just won't work. Besides, this version of bugster virus is much different than the usual one, Razor thought to himself. Nope, that's the stage select. He deduced as he let the images disappear without selecting anything. He then reached to the buckle of the driver, noticing the only thing on it was the large pink switch lever. So I guess it's this then. Don't worry about it. Just sit back, relax, and watch the skills of perfect player is in action, Izuku stated. This made Asuna's eyes widen in shock. Some of the gamers from the event that were hiding nearby heard Izuku's declaration and cheered for him. What? Your perfect player is? Asuna said in shock. 3, 2, 1. Razor counted down. What? Everyone besides Inko, Eri, and Kota screamed. They just found out the identity of perfect player is. Miss Midoriya, is this true? Ida asked. He is in complete shock to hear his fellow classmate and hero-in-training is in fact an international gamer. Yes, Izuku started playing games when he was 4 after. Inko didn't say more as she seems to be staring off into space. Ugh, Miss Midoriya, Mina said. This caused Inko to snap out of her trance. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just lost in old memories. Inko said. The teacher, on the other hand, were getting worried as they see giggling madly as he rubbed his hands together. At long last, I will have my revenge. Nezu said. Yeah, we need to keep an eye on Nezu now. Snipe said. Knowing Nezu, he would challenge Midoriya until he wins. 13 said. Die Henshin, Izuku cried as he posed heroically, or as heroically as possible with that ridiculous-looking body. He then pulled the lever out, revealing the gamer driver's screen with an image of his second rider from on it. The other side of the cover having the words Gamer Driver in bright, colorful font. Gachin. Level up. The driver announced as the image on the screen blew up into a life-sized hologram that Izuku dashed through. He glowed with pink energy as the image fused into him. Mighty jump. Mighty kick. Mighty action X. The driver sang as Izuku jumped high into the air and threw out a flying kick. Finally, the rest of his body completely fell apart, leaving only his face, and out from behind it popped a body resembling the image on the screen. Izuku now wore a pink bodysuit with black lines running down either side of his body, with a gray chest plate that resembled a game controller with 4 multicolored buttons on the right-hand side, and what seemed to be a life bar over 2 command buttons on the left-hand side. Of course, his helmet still made him resemble the mighty character, but its more humanoid appearance almost made him look like a fighting game character. Introducing Kamen Rider X-Aid Level 2, more or less his default form. Razor said. It's ugh bright, Zero said. The heck? Why is he pink? Pink for foo fudge's sake, Bakugo screamed. He minded his lang as he remembered that Eri and Kota are still there. A what wrong with pink? Mina asked. Nothing, Mina. I think it's pretty manly. Kirishima said. Finally, you know how annoying it is to hear that a guy wearing pink is girly? I know a hero from another universe that has pink hair, and he's still awesome. Razor said. Pink is the color of a hero too. Phantom says. My sister has pink hair, and she is quite strong. Rem said. Izuku landed in a kneel, pausing for a moment before standing back up and raising his right fist into the air with his other hand on his waist in Mighty's iconic pose. The words level up appearing in bright yellow font. Penny looked in amazement at Izuku's level 2 form, though the bugster seemed unfazed, though it would soon be sorry. Izuku let out a cocky chuckle before cracking his knuckles and summoning the Gashaken Breaker once more. As I've said before, I'll clear this game with no continues. Izuku said as he charged into the small army of bugsters, bashing any that came into range, each one taking 1 or 2 hits to disappear into a burst of black pixels. Wish I could help, but its bigger form took too much out of me. Kamui Wood said as he finally drops to his knees in exhaustion. Yeah, same here. Death Goro said as well as he sat down and held his right chest. I think I broke a few ribs. I don't think I could fight much longer anyway. I wish I could help him, but I think I would just get in the way. Mount Lady admitted. She knew that she relied on her quirk too much in her fight to get an advantage, but it doesn't look like that it would help much. You'd agree with the other me? Mount Lady said. This made her think that she should learn some form or martial arts, or get a support gadget. Well, at least you plan on improving, brat. Midnight said. Shut it, you hag. Mount Lady said. Eventually the fight spilled into a nearby parking lot, giving the genius gamer a lot more room to work with. He was surrounded and outnumbered, but Izuku effortlessly avoided their attempts to strike him, leaping around the battlefield with acrobatic ease as he hammered down each bugster one by one, slowly whittling down their numbers. Eventually, Izuku leaped out of the crowd of creatures, standing at the perfect angle for them to be all lined up before him, spinning his weapon in his hand confidently. He rushed in, bombarding the bugsters with powerful strikes, knocking them all over the battlefield before they burst into nothingness. Once he made it to the last one, that didn't seem to be paying attention, he gave it a moment to guard its head with what seemed to be a cooking bowl, before slamming his weapon onto it, killing the creature anyway. Suddenly, a second wave of bugsters materialized, though it did little to deter Izuku as he tapped the button on the Gaishaken breaker. Yakin, the weapon announced as the mohawk unfolded and extended into a blade. Wow, it's also a retractable blade. Mei said, now I really want to make a baby like that. I'll help. Seeing these Kamen Riders and their weapons has really inspired me to make things to help heroes like Izuku. Melissa said. Yakin. Izuku couldn't help but repeat as he brandished the Gaishaken breaker in blade mode. He then re-engaged the bugster, skillfully slashing at them while blocking and countering any attack thrown at him. He leaped around the battlefield, easily dispatching the second wave of bugsters. Oh, spicing things up, are we? Salty said from his perch. I don't say this often, but I am impressed with your skills. If things were different, I would have liked to recruit you to my army. He then leaps down onto the parking lot, haughtily laughing and gaining the gamer's attention. Have it thee, he said as he dramatically threw his cape behind him and charged towards him. Izuku simply leaped over him, much to Salty's surprise. The bugster tried again and Izuku, without even looking, back-flipped out of the way over him again, much to the bugster's irritation. But it did give a little sense of joy that reminds him so much of his rival. Izuku landed within range and slashed at the bugster. But Salty blocked the attacks with his snail-like appendage, and chuckled menacingly as sparks began to travel down Izuku's weapon. Gah! Izuku cried as he was shocked by the sparks making stumble back a bit. Salty didn't give him any breathing room as he began to fire bolts of lightning at his feet, making him dance. Whoa. Okay, easy there now. Izuku said as dodged the arcing electricity as best he could. He is honestly surprised. He knows that Salty could manipulate electricity in the games for a large area attacks in desperation as first boss. He figured that would be more practical in a real-life situation, but he didn't expect it to be this effective. Salty was about to fire another bolt of lightning at him. Izuku quickly swatted the appendage away with his sword, and the countered with an upward slash to his torso that sent the bugster rolling on the ground. Man, I should try doing that, Kaminari said. Hey, may think you can make something that helps me do that. Sure, making a baby like that would be fun, Mei said. I'll help as well, Melissa said. I could give a hand in it as well, David says. Well, at least she got someone supervising her, Power Loader said. With Salty now staggered, he leaped up onto a nearby floating chocolate block, and then came down on Salty with a powerful downward slash, just as he got back to his feet. He followed up with a high horizontal slash, which Salty ducked under, but he immediately swung back around and nicked him with a slash to the face. Izuku then took a moment to tap the B button on the Gaishaken breaker twice before landing an extra powerful slash across Salty's chest, 2-hit graphics appearing to signify the extra damage. Before Salty had a chance to recover, Izuku tapped the button again and slashed once more, followed by 2 more normal slashes that ended up with him standing on the other side of Salty. Izuku could see that they were nearing the end, and so with a loud battle cry, he began jabbing Salty with his blade, each jab keeping him in the air as they traveled across the lot. And once Salty had come back down, Izuku let out one final slash that sent him flying back across the battlefield. Gah, curse you, Salty said as he tried to get back up. Well, Salty, it's been fun, but now it's time to finish this, Izuku said. Gashan, the driver said as Izuku removed the rider Gashat from its slot and blew into it like an old-fashioned game cartridge before sliding it into the slot on the side of his belt. Gashato, Kaimwaza, the slot announced after Izuku hit the button. There was a standby noise as colorful graphic-like energy began pulsating from the Gashat and collecting onto Izuku's foot, glowing green like his boots. All right, here comes the finisher, Izuku said as he limbers up, getting into a stance as the energy began overflowing from his foot. Looks like Midoriya Shounen going to end the fight, Toshinori said. It's Midoriya's special move, Mina said in glee. Well, one of them anyway, Razor muttered. It not over yet, Salty said as he charges at Izuku to try and stop his attack. Mighty critical strike, the slot announced after Izuku hit the button once again, the eyes on his visor glowing momentarily before he leaped into the air and landed a kick onto the salty bugster. However, he stayed in the air and delivered a series of leaping and spinning kicks, the hit graphic occasionally turning into great as he did more complex-looking kicks. Eventually, he let out one last powerful kick, which earned him a perfect graphic, and Salty was flung back by its sheer force. Kaishin no Ipatsu, the holder cried as Izuku landed with a kneel on the ground and Salty writhed in pain before exploding, not even leaving behind any pixels. Realizing he was victorious, Izuku slapped his knee and stood back up, striking Mighty's pose triumphantly. Deku-kun did it, Ochako cheered as the others cheered alongside her. Now that was pretty heroic, Tsu said. Agreed, Midoriya really is growing as a hero, Mirio said with a smile. Now I can't wait to test my skills against Midoriya, Percy said with a grin. All right, Izuku announced with glee at his victory. Game clear, the driver announced as the victory jingle began to play, a ring of faded game titles orbiting him before stopping on Mighty Action X, the icon turning fully visible and the words Game Clear appearing on it. Not long after Asuna dragged Izuku and Sauta to a more secluded area after slipping past the pro heroes. Sauta sat in anticipation, Izuku untransformed by his side to keep him calm. Asuna scanned him again with her strange stethoscope. The screen only showed Sauta's face, no graphic to suggest bugster infection. Well, looks like you are cure and clear of the bugster, Asuna said with delight, much to the two boys' relief. Thank goodness that the young boy is cured, Recovery Girl said. Indeed, kids still got a long life to live after all, Gran Torino said. It would have been a major bummer if Midoriya went through all that but failed to cure him. Not cool, my dudes, Kami said. Thanks goodness. Hear that, Sauta-kun, you're cured, Izuku said with a big smile. Yeah, thanks to you, Izuku Niai, Sauta said with a grin. Izuku is surprised as the young boy continues. I saw you a little when I was inside that thing. You were totally awesome. Like a hero. Maybe even like All Might. Well, I should expect nothing less from perfect player is, Asuna said. Really? Izuku said in shock. He blushes a bit. I don't know about that, but I couldn't just stand by and not do something after. Plus my body more or less moved on its own. As he said those words, a certain blonde-haired man, who was hiding from the group, felt his heart resonate with Izuku's words. Toshinori smiles that at least his other self recognizes Izuku's heroic heart, and hopes that he would pass his quirk to that Izuku like he did with his. Kid's got what it takes, now doubt about that Toshi, Gran Torino assured his student. Later an ambulance arrived. Sauta was placed on the stretcher, and is being examined by a pair of paramedics, and his mother is there as well. You're right. He seems to be perfectly healthy now. But just to be safe, we'd like to keep him overnight to run some further tests, one of the paramedics said. Yes, of course, doctor. And this time Sauta will stay put, right? Sauta's mother said in a pseudo-stern tone. Yes, Mom, Sauta complied. Hey kid, looks like you got some company, said the other paramedic, as Sauta's friends rush over to the stretcher. Sauta, they all cried in concern. Guys, Sauta said in shock at their sudden appearance. Idiot, the hell do you think you're doing? One of the boys said. Why did you lie about not being sick anymore? The second boy added. We were seriously worried about you, the girl stated, all three glaring angrily at him. I'm sorry, Sauta replied as he looked down sadly. I just really wanted to go to the lunch party with you guys, since I will be moving away soon. This was our last chance, but I messed it up in the end. I'm sorry, Sauta said, feeling like he was about to cry. His friend's expressions softened a bit, realizing what this was all about. Geez, you really are an idiot, Sauda. The first boy replied, Sauda looking up in surprise at the declaration. You think that just because you are moving away, it will stop us from being friends? The girl asked rhetorically, with a somewhat disappointed look on her face. But, Sauda began to reply. Kaminari suddenly grabbed his head in pain, as if his brain was forcing him to remember. He is reminded of his childhood, where he was playing with two boys. He saw images of them playing games, climbing trees, fishing, and even taking naps together. But their faces were blurred out. Hey, you all right? Gyro asked in concern. It looks like you were having a headache. Shoji said. Kaminari, do you need any assistance? I would call recovery girl over if needed. Ida said. Denki messaged his head as the pain slowly faded. Not class prez, I'm fine now. He said, waving it off. Inko looked worried and wanted to speak to Kaminari, but Razor shook his head. Reluctantly, she backed down. Sure, we won't see you anymore, but doesn't mean we can chat online or play games online, or even video chat. The second boy stated. Besides, we can always visit them during the holidays. Sauda's mom said. After all, our grandparents, some of your aunts and uncle do live here. Izuku watched the interaction from a distance and couldn't help but smile as Sauda's worries faded away. He looks down at the gamer driver and rider Gashat and wonders why these things felt so right in his hands and why they also seemed so familiar. He then turns to Asuna and hands them back. Tilda excite by Daichai Miura Tilda. Here, Asuna-san, Izuku said. Thanks for letting me borrow these to save Sauda-kun. Internally, he is reluctant to return such a fun and unique game. Oh no, perfect player is, these are yours now. Asuna said as he handed the items back. Wait, what? Izuku said in shock. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, and I'll be happy to answer them. Just follow me. She insisted as she grabbed John by the wrist and guided away from the convention grounds. Whoa, hey, grip. That's a strong grip, he stammered as he struggled against her grip, but eventually just submitted to following her. As the two left the area, what they didn't notice was a black limousine park, not too far from where the battle took place. Inside the limo, a young man around Izuku's age. He has brown hair with blue edges slicked back. He wore a white shirt with a black vest, black trousers, and brown shoes. In his right hand is a blue-colored rider gosset with a black handle, and his left hand is resting on another gamer driver. What, another one? Everyone said in shock. Oh, did I forget to mention that the gamer driver is kind of a mass-produced type of driver as well? Razor said. If I'm not mistaken, Razor-kun, don't you have a working gamer driver in your armory? Kiyuki said. That's right, I do, but I don't remember what Gashat I have with it. Razor said. If you have a driver, does that mean Phantom has one as well? Kajiro asked the other god. Indeed, and it's mostly based on the current Rider series, Phantom replies, as he summons Seiken Sword Driver on his waist with the belt strap on. So that's how perfect player is fights. Interesting, I believe there is still room for him to grow before I call him my comrade. He then presses the rider Gashat. Tattle Quest. In another area close to the battle, leaning against the guard rail of the upper pathway, a young man wearing dark yellow shit, a black scarf, camo jeans, and army-style boots. He has black spiky hair with a silver bang covering his left eye. He is also wearing a camo-colored hat with two black horns on the front panel. He may be useful, but... He then pulls out a dark navy blue Gashat and aim it at the area Izuku was like a gun. If he gets in my way, I won't hesitate to shot him in the back. Bang. He said and then presses the button. What? He would shoot his own comrades for such a reason. How unheroic, Ida said in anger. Based on his posture and how he is gripping that Gashat of his, I say he has experience with firearms. Snipe said. So he might have a similar quirk as you, Snipe-sensei? Toru asked. Maybe, Snipe replied. Mandalay hummed. This caught her teammate's attention. Something wrong? Tiger asked. I just get this feeling, like a bond that only a relative should have. She replied. Kota didn't say anything, but he also has the same feeling. Bang bang shooting. Inside the convention area, a young man with yellow hair with a black lightning bolt, wearing a black biker jacket with Thunderbolt decals, a white shirt, red trouser, and blue sneakers. He is also wearing a pair of black sunglasses. He stops walking and crouched down to pick up a discarded Might plushie. The teen grins. Looks like my pal is now part of the race, he said as he pulls out a bright yellow Gashat and spins it. And I'll make sure we both cross the finish line. He then presses it. Bakuzu bike. Wait, was that me? Kaminari said in shock. Why does Kaminari have more version of him popping up than the rest of us? Sato said. Yeah, why is that? If anything, I thought Bakugo would be appearing more often due to him knowing Izuku for so long. Siro added. Who knows, maybe these universes like me more. Kaminari said in a joking manner, but couldn't help but feel like these universes are telling him something. The screen now shows X8 in what looks like a mech suit. By his side are the others and Class 1A and B. In his outstretched hand looks like a golden gashat with a different design. In his driver is also a different type of gashat as well. Standing in front of them is a different rider. He wore a black and green circuit bodysuit with large thick upper armor, and the helmet is a crown. The driver the Kamen Rider wears is a light blue with a green chain blade at one side, and a blaster at the other with 2 buttons between a screen. Let's duel Kronos, X8 said as he brought the new gashat to his side. I'll show the true power of the hero Deku and perfect player is. He then pressed the new gashat. Hyper Mideki. The gashat announced. A game screen with a golden mighty with long hair and a rainbow background appeared behind him. He then clips the gashat to the other gashat in his driver. Docking. The gashat announced again. X8 the outstecked his hand again as he lowly pulls it back and klecknes his hand into a fist. Hyper Dai Henshin, Izuku said as he slammed his fist on top of the new gashat. Time appeared to slow down as the panel on the golden gashat flipped down. I won't let you, Kronos said. The madness could be heard in his voice as he pressed the 2 buttons on his driver. Pause. Kronos' driver announced as a gray energy wave burst out from his body. Everyone had the look of fear on their faces as they tried to move away, but couldn't as they suddenly stopped moving, and the sky suddenly turned black. Everyone beside Razor, Kyuki and Phantom were in shock. They just witnessed a villain stop time like Izuku with Star Platinum form earlier. No way, Siro said in shock. A villain with the time stop ability. Aizawa said. Truly our biggest fear come to fruition. How are they going to beat him if he can do something like that? It's impossible. We're going to die, and that other me probably didn't get to touch soft breast either. Minta screamed, and he was of course smack in the head by GM 124. Seriously. You're about to die and your last thoughts are something perverted. Humans are such confusing creatures. GM 124 said as he shook his head. Just watch and you will see. Razor said with a big grin. That gashat is not allowed in my game. Kronos said as he stepped forwards and points at the still X8. X8 gashat announced as it completed its action, despite being frozen in time. This made Kronos step back in shock. What? He said in shock. Muteki. As a screen appeared in front of Izuku, he steps into it and leaps into the air. His body shines bright yellow. Kagek. Ryusei no Gotoku. Augon no Seikaio Gamer. Hyper Muteki XAI tilde D. X8 flies out of his mech suit as his body shines brightly like a star. Then several stars flew towards him and attached to his forearms, shoulders, chest, and ankles. This caused his armor to change as his shoulder now have shoulder pads with a 4-pointed gold star Disjin. The same for his forearms, leg armor, and chest. His chest armor has 3 stars. His bodysuit is now gold with a pair of neon pink and lime green lines on both sides. 1 final star fused with his helmet and changed it as well. His visor now has a 5-star shape. His eyes were rainbow color, and he now has long dreadlock hair like whips attached to his head. This is Kamen Rider X8 Hyper Muteki. Izuku does his signature pose and grin widely behind his helmet. I'll clear this with no continues. Phantom giggles like Izuku. Oh man, this still excites me every time. He collects himself and looks at the audience. So what you have witnessed is X8 Hyper Muteki, the power of the almighty gamer and invincibility. Izuku and a few others have worked together to stop the villainous Kamen Rider Kronos. Like with JoJo Bizarre Adventures, it was made to combat Kronos' pause ability and it worked. I wonder if you made that to stop me from punishing you. Rem said with a sweet, yet imitating voice which made her boyfriend gulp. Mind telling me about your recent spending? Phantom's sweat dropped. I love you, and I'm sure to treat you to something nice after the viewings. Good answer. Rem smiled so menacingly, making the males feel the wrath of his girlfriend. Also Kyuki, just so you know, Rayer spends more time on Jushin Impact than his actual paperwork. Phantom said. To which Razor had the face of disbelief. You ratted me out, you son of a by $5%, Razor said. He then feels that menacing glare from his girlfriend. Is that true, dear? Kyuki said too sweetly. Ugh, I will buy you dinner at your favorite restaurant. Razor said meekly. Kyuki just pats his head. Good boy. Man, these two get more whipped than a stay-at-home husband. Minta commented. At least they have girls, you bloody arsehole. Percy replied. The girls from Wanna went berserk. Ooh, for the savage comeback. Phantom and Razor calmed down the room before the fire get burning. Speaking of couples, Phantom said, time to bring some special guests. With a snap of his fingers, and a couch dropped down with two people on it. A man and a young girl. The man has black with a tan coat, and the young girl has silver lavender hair, and is wearing a monocle. Both of them are confused with their predicament. Sento? Did one of your machines do this? The girl asked. No, Seiko. If it were, then Banjo would have been affected first. Sento said. He looks around and sees familiar faces. Huh. What's Class 1 doing here? And who are the rest of these people? He sees Melissa. Oh, Melissa. What are you doing here? I thought you went on your date with Izuku and Banjo. Everyone except Razor, Kyuki, Phantom, and Rem screamed out. Meanwhile, in the Timeless Heroes universe. Sento, we're heading out. Banjo Ruga said with Melissa and Izuku behind him. Better not make a mess on the... He noticed that Sento is gone with Seiko. His girlfriend and boyfriend noticed as well and gaped in shocked. Where's Sento and Intelli? Both of them yelled. Where's the couch? Banjo screamed. Back to the viewing room. Everyone meet Sento Kuryu, the original wielder of the next Kamen Rider. Everyone took notice and realized similar to Tsukasa. He is the original rider as well. And his girlfriend, which some of you met before. Right, Yamomo? Phantom asked. Unfortunately, she answered. Still remembered being trapped with so many disadvantages on the exam. Oh, don't dwell on the past, Yamomo. All was for the test. Seiko casually brush is off. My ears still remember what your classmates did to me. Jiru muttered bitterly. Sento spoke. So why are we here? To show you Izuku as you? Phantom answered. We have seen versions of Izuku as riders you've met, including X8 and W. I wonder what Izuku could be like as a rider. Let alone as me. Sento said. Would the others have counterparts as well? Indeed. It is rather interesting what I found in the build version of your comrades. Phantom answered. Also keep it PG with your girlfriend. We have kids present. Understandable, both newly added guests said. Tilda be the one by Pandora FT Beverly Tilda. Izuku, dressed as Sento, stands between Percy, who is dressed in rags, and a monster with a heavy top that has large arms and a huge blue shell. He pulls out two bottles. One is red with a rabbit symbol, and the other is blue with a tank symbol. He began shaking them, and math symbols and equations appeared around him. I knew math was deadly. Mina said, but Sento shushed her. Still love the opening. Razor said. It does sound pretty cool. Gyro said. Around his waist was a mechanical device with a spinning handle on the right side, with yellow belt straps holding the driver. Both the monster and Percy are confused by this. But then, shall we begin the experiment? Rabbit, tank, best match. Izuku inserted the bottles into the driver, and now stands on a platform with one runner in front of him and one behind him. He stood there and smirked, while the clear runners filled with colors of the bottles used. Are you ready? Henshin, he yelled as he transformed into Kamen Rider build. Full Metal Moonsault, Rabbit Tank. Yeah. He wears a black undersuit with the left leg is red with a white spring around the shin, while the right leg is blue with tank treads on the foot. The chest has red armor on top of the blue armor, while a red rabbit ear and a blue tank turret sticking out of the left shoulder. The right arm is completely red, except on the wrist, which is black. Same with the left arm. Both have matching shoulder pads to match the color of each arm. The helmet is blue with red on the bottom in a slanted style, with the right eye is blue in the shape of a side of a tank, while the left is red with the side of the rabbit's face. Izuku posed with fingers snapping. Voltage finish. The scene is cut to Izuku on top of a graph of physics origin and slide down the curving line towards the monster, and destroying it. Then Izuku pulls a blank bottle out and uses it to absorb the monster's essence. Everyone cheered as they witnessed his transformation. Encase the boy. Present Mike shouted, while Aizawa looked at him funny. This is Kamen Rider build, the hero of peace and love, and the smartest rider next to the original. Phantom said, no seriously, Ichigo's Ik is 600, while Sento is possibly close to that. And yes, Koda, that is my action figure you've seen. Seeing the young boy's eyes brighten to see another cool rider. Razor was about to explain the build driver, but Sento beats him to it. The build driver is built to be the rider's system. It can be mass-produced, but it will take time to produce one. though I spend my free time making more in case one breaks or in other case stolen. But you need to have a hazard level of 3 in order to transform into a rider while required to be exposed by nebula gas. Sento began to mutter like a certain boy everyone knows, which kind of felt nostalgic, but kind of scary. He stopped when Seiko pressed her lips on his, breaking him out of a muttering storm. The kids made a gagging sound. Oh, such adorable children. Like Sento said, it is a rather complicated device and should be handled with care. So no, May. We are not giving you the blueprints of the rider system. It's too dangerous to use. May puts her hand down in disappointment. Besides, you don't have a test monkey to take the explosions for you. Your inventions explode too? Sento asks May. Yep. But I don't let that keep me down. My babies can be redone and improved. Failure is just a step to success, she answered. I like the type of attitude, Percy joined in. Maybe I could have you help me with my weapons. I am trying to have Red Queen exceed the system to go even farther than it normally does. May's eyes turned into stars. You know it, buddy. After we're done, it is going to be called Red Empresses. Yui glares at her with the same intention as Ochako when other girls flirt about her Deku. And Pony unknowingly felt a twinge of jealousy. The three nerds are starting to storm up ideas, which scares Power Loader, Class 1A and B, and some of the pro heroes. Raizer and Phantom whispered to each other. I think we created a dangerous group of nerds. Phantom whispered to his friend. True. I wonder if what would happen if Izuku is added to the mix. Agreeing to his friend's words, they continue the talk about Build's world. So anyway, the monsters here are called Smash, and they are created by the evil organization called Fourze. They turned unwilling prisoners into those monsters with the unpurified essence of the full bottles that Build uses. Phantom explained. Wait, that sounds familiar, Denki pondered. But Pony interrupted his thoughts. Wait, prisoners? That means Percy have. Yes. Prior to the events of their fated meeting, Percy was framed for murder, which was a plot by the main villain of the world. Sento said, similar to Banjo. Righto. You see, the essence and the rider system came from the device from Mars. Phantom said. The Pandora box is a powerful weapon used by the Blood Tribe to annihilate countless civilizations and their native planets. When the Blood Tribe targeted the planet Mars, they were successful in utilizing the box's might to its full potential by raising Pandora's tower that completely wiped out most, if not the entire Martian civilization. This also caused the Sky Wall disaster. An incident was an unprecedented incident that occurred 10 years prior to the start of Kamen Rider Build's events, when certain Snake attempted to raise Pandora's tower by using his powers on the box. However, due to Vernage's tampering with the bottles, he failed and the box caused the Sky Wall to spring pre-constructed from the ground. Rising wall suspended several people helplessly in the air with an unspecified fate. And the entire country of Japan was split into 3 parts, Hokkaido, Tauto, and Saito. Which shocked everyone by that piece of news of the device and the damages it caused, but the two gods continued the viewing. Percy is now wearing a shirt that says, "Your face looks better on social media," with a blue Letterman jacket with an image of a dragon on the back. He has the build driver around his waist with a blue and orange mechanical dragon placed into the slots. Lend me your strength, Yui. He violently shakes the dark blue bottle that have a symbol of a dragon on it, and inserted it into the dragon. Cross Z Dragon. The same runners appeared around Percy as he raised his fists up. Are you ready? Henshin. The runner closed on him and transformed the former boxing champion. Wake up burning. Get Cross Z Dragon. Yeah. He wears a black undersuit with dark blue armor around the legs and dark blue ankle-high boots. The chest is covered with dark blue armor with shoulder and chest guards over the upper chest. The shoulder has orange flames over the breasts with orange shoulder pads that have blue-edged and white horns. The right arm is completely dark blue, while the left is the same, except it now has orange flames on the forearm of the suit. The head is completely black with a bronze dragon crest on the forehead, with a white mouthpiece, while the eyes are dark blue in shape of the side of the head of a dragon. This is Kamen Rider Cross Z. The scene cuts to Percy spinning the handle around, then a Japanese dragon appears behind him, igniting his right leg. Ready, go. Dragonic finish. He jumps and Rider kicks the smash into submission as it explodes. Percy smiled so brightly. Mom, look, I'm a dragon like you. To which his mother smiled a bit, seeing her son so happy. But looks down as she remembers that she didn't believe in him in being a hero. But felt a warm hand on her shoulder. Her husband with a reassuring looks on his face that she knows too much. It seems that you and Izuku are best friends as much as me and Banjo. Sento said to Percy. I think the difference is that you're not a meathead like Banjo. Though he is after all a very good friend. Seiko added. My lord, Izuku sounds so cool, and he looks so cute in the get-up. Percy exclaimed, which made Ochako and Yui stop like a record. Okay, now he is like Banjo, Sento said. Oh no, Midoriya Pendragon is now my rival for his affection. Both girls said in their thoughts. But wait, there's more. Phantom said. Kaminari is wearing a large brown winter coat that covers most of his body, including his legs. His hair is a bit flat and down, while having specks of dirt around his cheeks. Around his waist is a sky blue driver with a wrench for a handle on the right side, while a tube on the left side, with a black belt strap to keep it in place. He smirked as he pulled out a bag with an image of a robot on it. My fiery passion is for you, Gi-Tan. He inserted the packet into the driver. Robot jelly. Henshin. The driver crushes the packet, and the semi-solid liquid goes into the tube as his body changes into a golden bodysuit with black armor and gold ankle-high boots and arm guards on the forearms. On the shoulders are deflated metal packs with cog symbols on it. The chest is covered by the golden breastplate, and his head is plastic white with red compound eyes. Crushed. Oozing. Overflowing. His head sprays out grease-like liquid, and gives the breastplate a black armor layer, and the head the same treatment, but not it has a singular horn. Robot in grease. Standing in front of Jiro is Kamen Rider Grease. Oh man, I look so cool, Denki said in excitement. And Jiro looks so cute as an idol. The earphone-quirked girl then smacks him in the face while blushing in embarrassment. Never say those words again. You dug your own grave, bro. Percy said to him. Next is a man with blue hair as he walks towards the smash monsters, as he inserts a cracked bottle into the same driver that Kaminari uses. Danger. Crocodile. Henshin. His voice sounds so familiar to the audience. And the driver crushed the bottle. Now covered by a large beaker and violet liquid covers his body, while two parts of a crocodile's jaws break it, transforming the man. Crushed. Consumed. Cracking. Now in a deep purple bodysuit with teal collars around the ankles and wrists. Teal outlines around the creaked open chest of his purple armor chest, and teal on the kneecaps. The legs are covered by purple greaves, while the arms have purple shoulder pad with edges that look like crocodile tails. While outlines coursing through the arms to his white gloves that have sharp edges on the knuckles. His helmet is black with white cracks on the face, and under his teal compound eyes, while in between the jaws of the purple crocodile. Crocodile and Rogue. This is Kamen Rider Rogue, the most fearsome, the most deadly, and the most. The scene then cuts to the man, now wearing bizarre clothing and answering questions with his t-shirts. But then cuts to him wearing a cool leather jacket, but still answers questions with his t-shirt. Everyone started to laugh at his antics, while admiring the badassery that is Kamen Rider Rogue. But something about this guy also makes them unease for a bit. Not until May asked the gods about the driver that those two used. The Scourge driver is rider system conceptualized by Takumi Katsuragi as the evolution of Project Build. Its schematics were completed by Sento Kuryu here. It uses splashchilies, which are spout bag-like shape version of a full bottle. Then Phantom added another important note. It also gives any man who uses it a girlfriend. He then shows the three riders with girlfriends. Percy is caught off guard by a kiss from Kami. Kaminari and Jiro are holding hands as they prepare their first date. And the blue-haired guy and the reporter girl from the media have matching couple shirts. Denki and Jiro blushed at the thought of holding hands, let alone a date. Which Riser gives Phantom a thumbs up for fueling the Kamijiru ship. While Kami goes up behind Percy with a relaxed grin on her face. Gee fam, I wonder how much a great kisser you are. The boy blushed. Well, don't know per se, but I did have some good experiences. Though none with nice list as yourself. He complimented. Awa, aren't you totes sweet? She rubbed his head, which made Yui very angry. Looks like Yui might pull an Ochako from earlier. He whispered to Phantom. I'll probably send him to where all the Percys are. I think they are playing games with their Izukus. He whispered. These riders must be great friends to fight alongside each other. All Might said. No, they weren't, Sento said. We were enemies at first when he first met. Though it was all because of their leader's lust for power of Pandora's box. Kazumi and Gentoku were a handful at first, but they only did things because of the sky wall incident. They might be rough around the edge, but they are heroes at heart as they are willing to give their lives to protect their Earth. He smiled at the thought of his friends and the world he once knew. Funny, I never knew that I would meet such great people, or even have this smart girl as my smart girl. You mean you're smarter than you, girl? Seiko said with a smug grin, which her boyfriend replied back with his own smug grin. Percy lays on the ground, beaten, believing all hope is lost until… What are you doing, Percy? He looks up and sees his friend and brother in arms. Izuku with his iconic smug grin. I guess this is too much for a supporting cast like you. Percy? He smiled and looked at Kamen Rider Mad Rogue. The egotistical superhero is back, Izuku exclaimed as he held out a large clear blue bottle with gold collars on each end. His memories are back, Kaminari said from afar. Did Midoriya say egotistical? Kendo asked. That doesn't quite fit for him at all, Setsuna replied. Relieved to see him back to normal, Percy laid on his back with his arm over his eyes. Took you long enough, he exclaimed. Let's begin the experiment. Genius. All yeah. He turned the cap and inserted it into his driver. Genius. Yeah. Standing on an assembly platform with many full bottles moving forward on the line. Are you ready? Izuku put his finger on his head and said, Henshin. The totally flawless bottle brainiac. Build genius. Awesome. Really awesome. Izuku is now wearing a blank white bodysuit with white armor and gold cuffs around the ankles and wrists. His chest has the build symbol in gold and a gold crest on his forehead of the helmet. Bottles began inserting into his body and acting as the eyes of his helmet. With warm colors flow into the chest from the right arm and left leg, while cold colors are from the left arm and right leg. His eyes are a spectrum of colors as the center of the head crest is filled with it. His friends smiled for his epic debut of his newest form, while Mad Rogue stand there in shock. I've got the winning formula, Izuku and Sento said at the same time. Well, that was conveniently good timing, Razor said. I do try my best. After all, a hero like me loves attention, Sento said with a smug smile. Great a glory hog, Aizawa muttered. It's part of who he is. Despite the ego personality, he is the most selfless hero, Phantom says. I do have a question, Kiro, Sue said. That man with blue hair looks familiar, but I can't put my finger on it. Yeah, you're right, Sue-chan, Toru said. Now that you mention it, he kind of does, Sato said. Oh yeah, that is a version of Tamura Shigaraki. This caused many of the occupants to gasp in shock. What? They screamed together. How is the League of Villains' new leader a rider? Kamui Woods exclaimed in shock. Well, it shows that the multiverse is truly a strange place. After all, there are worlds where the heroes and villains swap roles, Razor said. There are some universes that Tamura is the good guy, while having Izuku as the villain or both as heroes or villains, Phantom said. Well, let's not dwell on it just yet. We still have one more rider left for this generation. Also, I'll be sending you both back now, Razor said as he turned his attention to Sento and Seiko. Very well. Pretty sure the musclehead is going crazy with our sudden disappearance, Sento said. It was nice meeting you all, Seiko said. With that, the two were teleported back to their world. Back in the timeless heroes' world, Sento and Seiko returned to the living room, seeing their friends planning a rocket ship to find them. Banjo looks at the couple in disbelief. Melissa looks at them in shock, while Izuku is just relieved that they are all right. The trio hug their friends while Sento and Seiko are excited to tell them what happened. Back to the viewing room. So this next rider will be the last Kamen Rider of the Heisei era and is considered the most powerful of them all, Razor said. This shocked them again. They have seen riders with world-destroying, god-slaying and reality-warping capabilities, and they just now learned that the last one is considered more powerful than the rest. You mean this Izuku is stronger than Kuuga Ultimate? Kendo asked. Stronger than Decade the World Destroyer? Vlad asked. Stronger than Lord Game Sama? Ibara asked. This made some of them look at her funny. She noticed this and sighs. I will accept that there are other gods out there, and I will give them the same respect as the Lord. Yes to all of your questions, Razor said. He turns to Kiyuki and nods to her. Let's start this finale, Kiyuki said as she pressed the remote. But for some reason the screen remains blank. This confused not only them, but also Razor, Kiyuki, Phantom and Rem. Ugh, is something wrong? Rem asked. I don't know. Kiyuki, hand me the remote please, Razor said as Kiyuki handed the remote. Razor then pressed the remote again. Nothing happened. He tried a different button, but the result was the same. Razor's eyebrow twitches as he starts pressing a random button in anger. Is Razor all right? Phantom asks quite concernedly for his friend. It doesn't happen as often, Kiyuki said, knowing well her boyfriend boss's anger issues. God damn it, what is wrong with this stupid thing? Razor screamed in frustration. I personally enhanced this thing. The only thing that could overpower it is, Razor stopped as his eyes widened in shock. Phantom eyes also widened in shock as he realized what that meant. What could overpower your enhancement? Melissa said nervously. Is someone who is much stronger, my dear, said a deep voice. Everyone jumped in shock at the sudden voice. Even Kyuki and Rem are shocked by this. The duo quickly pulled out their weapons and scanned the room for the source of the voice. Who was that? Yamomo said in shock and slight fear. Shoto moved and got in front of her in a protective manner. Kaminari, Kirishima, Tokiyami and Ojiro did the same with Gyro, Nina, Sue and Toro. I don't know, Kyuki replied. Momotaro's make sure Iri and Kota are safe, she ordered. Or you think I let anything happen to them? Momotaro said as he pulled out his sword from somewhere and got in front of Eri and Kota. Do not be alarmed. I have no intentions of harming any of you. The voice spoke again. I was merely curious on who was about to watch my younger self. Just then the screen came to life and showed a wasteland. There were a few rocks here and there, some small plants struggling to survive in the area, several decayed trees, multiple destroyed tanks, jeeps and mech-like vehicles littered the wasteland as well. But the most eye-catching of them all were two things. One was a throne, and the other was the man sitting on the throne. The throne was mostly black and has a menacing, almost demonic design to it. But that's what frightened them. It was the fact that the armrests were made with Bakugo's gauntlets, and resting over the man's head were 3 helmets. What scared them more was the fact that it was Ida's, Ochako's and Siro's helmets. The man himself, clad in a black suit. He had elegant gold-winged shoulder pads, gold lining and padding on his arms and legs. A giant golden rolled-styled watch band wrapped around his chest like a sash, golden belt with a display screen which had golden wing extensions on the side, and coming from his back were 2 giant white clock hands styled like a cape. He wore a helmet which looked like a giant golden watch with a blank face. His visor reads Rider in katakana in the rough shape of an eagle. On his forehead were 3 golden watches. 2 of them are set to the 10 and 2 position, while the silver symbol on his forehead reads Kamen, also in katakana. I take it you riders know who I am, correct? Said the armored figure. This made Razor and Phantom tense up, as they both got into battle stances. Razor reached for his sword, while Phantom was in position to activate his beam katana. This action made the others, Kyuki and Rem, concerned, as they have never seen their respective lover like this. What's going on? Minta screamed in fear. Is Hita talking to you, Yus? Mina said. It seems so, Momo said. But that shouldn't be possible. Based on what we've seen so far, the screen doesn't seem that kind of ability despite it giving Uraraka a stand. That's because it doesn't show recorded events. This seems to be live, Kyuki said. I'm still having some trouble with these technology terms, but that means it's shown while recording, right? Rem asked. That is correct, Miss Oni. The black and gold figure spoke. Where are my manners? I forgot to introduce myself. He spoke as he stood up from this throne. I am the one who stands at the top of the world and rules it with an iron fist. The one who is a true hero and a true villain. I, who inherited the powers of my 19 generation of Kamen Riders before me. I am the most powerful man to walk the earth. I am the demon king of time. I am Omazayo, he said. He added a bit of power to his words which made the viewers tremble. They were brought down to their knees, as they were kneeling like a servant to their master. At the last bit, when he revealed his name, he raised both arms up. He then lowers them down. But I also go by another name, Izuku Midoriya. Everyone is shocked by the reveal. This version of Izuku, that proudly states how he more or less brought the end of society, as they know it. But that's impossible. Deku-kun WW would never do such a TT thing, Ochako said. That's right, Midoriya is the most heroic person I know. He would never do such villainous acts. Ida protested. I know Deku enough that he would never do something like that. No way he becomes a villain and destroys lives, Bakugo screamed. Razor and Phantom had to stop themselves from cringing at that. Alma said as he stared at the audience. His red visor seemingly glowed brighter. Ha 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 ha. He chuckles. Ah ha 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 ha. He then started laughing like a madman. This made everyone, even Razor and Phantom, gulp, their anxiety building up. The students and some of the pro heroes looked to Razor and Phantom, thinking that they could help beat Omazayo. The duo noticed their stares. Even with the 2 of us using our full power, I doubt we can even beat him, Razor said, which shocked them. I've done my research on this version of Omazayo. Unlike his more tyrannical counterparts, he has a sense of honor, twisted as it may be. He would only use a level of strength just slightly stronger than his opponent to give them a fair chance, as he puts it. He would also give handicaps like not moving from his throne, using one arm, or he will announce how many actions he would use. Razor said, which shocked them. Plus, even with all your quirks, skills, or I could rewind time on All Might to turn him back to his prime, it won't be enough. I would estimate that he would use only 4 to 6% of his power. If me and Phantom joined in, he would only use 20%. That's just how powerful he is. Because he is the one who has the powers of all riders. Even with a flick, he could turn his enemies into dust. Phantom said in shock. Ha 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 ha. Please forgive me. Oma said as he finally calmed down. It has been so long since I've heard something so funny. As to answer your question, Katsuki Bakugo, you don't know who Izuku Midoriya truly is. Oma Zio sat down on his throne, crossed his legs and locked his fingers together. You not know his true self he keeps hidden behind the masks he puts on. His true dreams, his true view of society, his true vision for the next generation. This made everyone think for a moment. What Oma Zio felt strange, as he is technically Izuku, yet not at the same time. Each Izuku they have seen so far were different from their Izuku, yet they shared similar traits. This made some of them really wonder if they truly know their Izuku. Inko starts to wonder if she really knows her son. Alas, you will have to cease those thoughts of my younger counterpart for now. Oma Zio said, grabbing their attention. As now you will see my past self obtain his destiny. Oma uncrossed his finger and sat in a more relaxed posture. Before we depart from one another, I wish to bestow a gift to you, Ochako Uraraka, Melissa Shield, Eri, Koda, and Inko Midoriya. May you continue to support my younger counterpart to be better than me. He said that last bit sadly, as he raised his left hand outwards. It glowed anonymous black and red aura, it then blast out 5 spheres of the same energy. The spheres flew around Oma's throne before flying straight to the screen and turning the screen static. Everyone just stared at the now static screen, not sure what just happened. Then the 5 spheres flew out from the screen and headed to 5 people Oma Zio said earlier. The spheres stopped mere inches away from their respective targets. The spheres slowly disappeared in their place were strange stopwatch-like devices, and for Ochako and Inko, they both got a white belt buckle with 2 slots that were meant to occupy the stopwatch device. In the middle is a flat white clock-looking device with a button on top. The devices land in their respective owners' hands. Eri and Koda looked at the device in confusion. Eri's device was lilac and red. Koda's was ocean blue and emerald green. Ochako's was white and orange. Melissa was navy blue and metallic gray. Inko was neon pink and neon green. Razor and Phantom were shocked at what just happened. Oma Zio just gave Ochako and Inko Ziku drivers and gave 5 ride watches to 5 people. Before anyone could say anything, the screen came back to life and showed a video. Tilda over Quartzer by Shuda Tsuyoshi Tilda. Izuku could only stare at the scene before him. He watched as several pro-heroes fought what appears to be a twisted monster version of Kamen Rider Bill. In his left hand is a black stopwatch-like device. In his right hand was a large white buckle device. Standing beside him was a young man around his age. He wore a brown coat, gray trousers, black shoes, a gray scarf around his neck. He had a mix of brown, black, and green hair slicked back. In his left hand is a book with the title Oma Advent Calendar. Not too far from them is a girl with long white hair with black tips. She wore a white combat dress, red eyes, a small horn on the right side of her forehead, and beside her was another girl. She wore more casual clothing. She has brown hair and a bob cut. She is Ochako Uraraka. Please don't use that. The horn girl cried out in desperation. If you do, you will only end up as a tyrant, a demon king. You will end up as Oma Zio. Izuku looked down at the watch once more. He gritted his teeth. In his mind, he has the power to help and save lives, but it would eventually turn him into villain. One far worse than any he could ever imagine. But on the other hand, if he just stood by and did nothing, that another build would not only kill many people and heroes alike, but would also tarnish the name and legacy of the Kamen Rider it stole its powers from. To him, that was just as bad. He turns to the horn girl and gives her a small sad smile. Sorry, Tsukayomi-san. Also Tsukayomi-san, Uraraka-san, thank you for everything, he said with a smile while taking a belt. I know you want what is best for me, but I just can't sit down and do nothing when someone is in danger. I will use this power to become a hero, Izuku said as he faced forward. He then placed the driver on his waist. It formed a belt around him. Ziku driver. But if I have the power to help but choose to stand by and do nothing, it would haunt me for the rest of my life. Izuku then turned the dial on the stopwatch, revealing a face, and pressed the button on top of the device. Zio. The device announces. At exactly the same moment his blank ride watch starts to glow before it changes. It became black one with white dial. The watch had the year 2018 in the down, while up there was a symbol which means Kamen in katakana. He then turns faceplate making a face of a strange and unknown rider. Izuku inserts the watch in the right slot of the belt and pushes the button on the top of the belt, making it tilt anti-clockwise. The belt screen began to flash as his body seemed to move by its own. His right arm moved back, while his left hand rose level to his head. Unbeknownst to Midoriya, behind him a see-through clock appeared seemingly from nowhere, accompanied by clock gears that traveled around the clock's edge, and the clock hands traveled anti-clockwise. Tsukuyomi could only watch as she knew that the countdown to the day of Oma was about to begin, but in her mind she knew that would happen. I know you would even make a deal with the devil to save people, Deku, she thought to herself. At last, Izuku twists his hand and proclaims a phrase that will start a way for any true Kamen Rider. Henshin. And his left hand fell, connecting with the belt, spinning it 360 degrees, until it landed back where it started and locked in place. Rider time. For a second all four felt that the world spin around with the belt, as the clock and gears balanced out and landed on 12, before the hands split off and pointed to 10 and 2 respectively, with pink katakana which read Rider appearing on the clock face. Kamen Rider, Zio. Izuku was immediately surrounded by 3 silvery human-sized rings that looked like watch straps, glowing with a pink aura and energy. Within the sphere, he emerged in black bodysuit with dark gray boots with silver anklets, pink markings on shin guards, silver watch crown-styled kneecaps. On his hips were 2 more pink stripes. From his chest to his waist was a single silver link watch strap. Over his shoulders and chest was a watch's edge-styled shoulder guard. His hands were wrapped in black gloves with pink markings, 4 wrist holders that held 4 blank watches similar to his own. Finally, Izuku's helmet was a watch's face. The clock hands pointed to 10 and 2 respectively, mirroring the transformation sequence behind him. At last 3 pink katakana characters slammed in the front of his visor, forming the rider. This is how transformation ended. And in the place of Izuku Midoriya was Kamen Rider Zio. Before girls could tell their thoughts, the other young man decided to interrupt. Iwi. He is heir to all Kamen Rider. The king of time who travels beyond time and space to rule over the past and the future. His name is Kamen Rider Zio. And right now, we witness the dawn of his advent. Everyone was speechless. They had just witnessed Izuku Midoriya, a good friend, an inspiring hero in training, just accept the power that would lead him to become an evil demon lord. They also took note that Zio looks so much different compared to Oma Zio, but the small similarities were still there. Well, not how this would start, but oh well. Introducing the final Heisei rider, and arguably the strongest of them all, the king of riders, Kamen Rider Zio, Razor said. The rider that is determined to follow his dreams. Phantom adds. He also is one of the few riders that achieve a level of godhood. Kyuki says. Anyway, the stopwatch-looking device Uraraka, Melissa, Miss Midoriya, Eri and Koda have, and the one that Zio uses are called ride watches. Ride watches are armament devices designed like stopwatches that are the power sources for ride watch-compatible rider systems. Once created, they infuse the previous Kamen Rider's powers along with their memories, as well as the history of their monsters as well. It also steals the rider's very existence. Phantom says. Yeah, but that varies from each version of Zio. Razor says, as he remembers some versions of Zio that only copy the powers of his predecessors. So, how do we use it? Ochako asked as she looked at the ride watch in her hand. The belt, she already figured out how to use it. It was pretty obvious. Simply turn the dial 90 degrees clockwise, causing its arrow to face the direction that it is inserted into the respective slot on the Ziku driver. Rem said. Ochako did turn the dial, and the faceplate of Fourze was revealed. She then pressed the button on the top of the ride watch. Fourze, the device announces. Out of curiosity, she pressed it again. Achukita. Switch no Chikara de Tatakao Rider wa. Fourze da. The watch was announced. So I technically have Kamen Rider Fourze powers, Ochako said. A copy from what I can sense. It looks like Omazai-O gave you guys copies of his ride watches. Razor said. Would you please explain the belt for me? Inko asked. Right, that is the Ziku driver. You insert your rider form on the right slot of the driver before pressing the ride on Ruzer, and rotating the Ziku circular 360 degrees. The watches you, Ochako and Melissa have go on the left side of the driver, but it seems that they were modified to go on the right. Razor said as he noticed the slight modification on the ride watches. Melissa and Inko looked at their respective watches. They both turned the dials, Melissa revealing G3X face, while Inko showed X8. Eri and Kota did the same with their ride watches, but theirs showed two unknown rider faces. There is one reveals a face that looks similar to Den-O, but has a slightly smaller red visor, a horn on its right side of its forehead. There were also red-green marking underneath the visor. Kota's one showed an emerald green and ocean blue head with yellow circle visor, a small purple crystal between its eyes, black markings underneath the eyes and blue mouth section with 3 black fin-like markings on both sides. The young children are confused since they don't recognize these riders. They pressed the button. Express, Aqua Plus, Eri and Kota respective ride watch announce. Well, never heard of those riders before, Razor said. So Oma-Zio could create new riders like G's Revive. Phantom gives his thoughts. Razor then grabbed Phantom closer and whispered into his ear. Those are actually Eri and Kota's future rider forms when they are older. By right, they shouldn't exist yet, Razor whispered. This made Phantom widen his eyes in shock. What do you think they are talking about? Zero asked. Not sure, Sen said. Probably God stuff, Shihai said. Agreed, fellow emissary of darkness, Takeyomi said. Party Universe Festival by Da Pump. Kimi wa Suda Mabukushin. Oh. Jibunja Kizukinai. Oh. Kokoro relax Shitasu wo Imiji. Yukio, Jizai. Akurim cake chata yum nai Rebenji. Ranyoku Nanuo no pride. Izuku is show holding out a different type of ride watch. It was about twice the length of a regular ride watch. It has Zio's faceplate in the center, and it black with gold details. As Izuku holds his new ride watch, Waz smiled seeing his king fully gathering his new power. Izuku activates the ride watch. Zio Roman 2. He twisted the watch showing both faces. On the surface, and within. Izuku faces forward, and separates the ride watch showing gold and silver side. And when he did there were 2 voices in watch instead of 1. Zio, the past and future. The watch that reigns over both worlds. His words shock everyone present. Was Izuku truly accepting his path of Oma-Zio? Everybody shuffle Shiu, said I. Rensa Suru smiles. Let's party enjoy Shineki Amotanai. Dat, Jinsei wa Ikai. Rainbows wa Sora Dake Jane. Mun Nai mo Kakuru Z party. Donna Murakiru mo Oki Haudai. Izuku puts the gold piece on the right side of his driver, as he also puts the silver piece on the left side of the driver. Izuku tilts his Ziku driver setting of a techno riff, with 2 clockwork projection behind him. He prepares for his henshin. Izuku spins his drive in 360 degrees counterclockwise, transforming into his most powerful armor yet. Rider time. Kamen Rider tilde. Zio tilde. Roman 2. Izuku has now become Kamen Rider Zio Roman 2. Besides its resemblance to Oma-Zio, the only main difference, it still has Zio's regular colors, as well as 2 vertical straps on both sides of his suit and finally, 2 clock hands on the visor. The transformation sequence ends with his visor branded with the word Rider in katakana. Universe Festival Party. That is Zio Roman 2, a powered-up version of Zio. In this form, Zio's stats surpass those of all of his previous forms. In addition, Zio Roman 2 is able to see into the future in order to predict his enemies' movements, provided they are unaware of his future sight and/or move slow enough for him to prepare a counterattack. Razor said, this form is also capable of defeating another riders and destroying their another watches without the need for using a corresponding ride watch. Though this method only works against another riders with only 1 power set. Another riders? Mike asked, confused by the term. Monsters, created by time jackers, are corrupted versions of Kamen Riders, specifically made to take Oma-Zio's throne. They can only be destroyed by the rider they are based on. Phantom says. Rashisa God Sumari Jizentai Saudi. Oh. Shaorai wa Kimi nai Naratai. Oh Sudnai. Izuku, Waz and another young man. He is wearing a black military coat, a red hat with 2 small horns, long black shoulder-length hair with blue highlights. In Izuku's hand in another type of ride watch. It was much thicker than normal ones. It has a face of a rider with visor that spells out rider, however, it was made up of 3 colors, yellow, pink and blue, and there is a dial on the left side of the watch. He pressed the button to activate the watch. Zio Trinity. Izuku inserts it on the left side of his Ziku driver. It flips open, as the section of the watch covers the Ziku driver screen. while the other shows Zio's face in a small section of the watch. Zio. Izuku turns the dial, which causes a layer of the watch to flip, revealing another face. A rider face with a red and black color scheme and yellow visor. Geez. Izuku turns the dial again, which flips the last layer over, revealing another rider's face. This one was silver and green with a blue visor. Woz. Geez, Woz, let's do this together. Izuku with a smirk. The cap-wearing teen smirk, now known as G's smirks as well, and he inserted a red and black ride watch into his Ziku driver. Yeah. Woz pulls out a different type of watch device. Also another thing to take note that he also has a different type of driver, as it was black and green. Of course, Wagamao. Soon all three of them shouted in unison. Heshin. Rider time. Electronic beat. Kamen Rider G's. Action. Taue. Future time. Chinese-themed electronic music. Sugoi. Jide. Murai. Kamen Rider Woz. Woz. Der mo ga Maru Yasashisa Idenshi. Toki nai Murshinai Shinai. Kizutsukiba Titimo Kazunan Nai Change. Jinrui Mina Kyuda. Everybody Zedai Teki Sanzai. Zenin Nanka no Tensai. Let's party Senpai Kuhai to Kanpai. Reibaru mo Isai. G's now in his rider form known as Kamen Rider G's. It's mostly red. His fingertips are yellow. G's visor, which spells out rider in hiragana, while the logo on his forehead reads Kamen in katakana. Black band which runs vertically from G's head to the Ziku driver. He also has triangular shoulder armor. Woz now in his rider form known as Kamen Rider Woz. It's mostly whitish silver with black and green. His helmet has clock hand-like antenna. Blue visor reads rider in katakana, while the logo on his forehead and shoulders reads Kamen in katakana. Black and green strap that runs down Woz's torso, square shoulder armor. However, they didn't stay long as they were encased in a pillar of yellow and blue light respectively. They levitated before their bodies were compressed into their helmets, and the straps on their chest and back of their armor were left. They both flew to Zio. G's attached to his right side, while Woz attaches to his left. Zio face slides down to his chest as visor, which spells out rider, formed on his now absent face, each done katakana in yellow, pink, and blue. Also, Zio's body now has gold accents and armor. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zio. Trinity time. Mitsu no Chikara. Kamen Rider Zio. G's. Was. T-Rin I Tai tilde. Trinity. This is Zio Trinity, a form that combines Zio's power with that of Kamen Rider G's and Kamen Rider Woz, along with all three of their bodies being merged as well. As a result, Zio Trinity's power surpasses Zio EI's in every stat. Like Zio Roman 2, this form can destroy Another watches without the need for the corresponding ride watch. Zio Trinity's transformation is absolute, as it can be invoked even when the components are far apart, in separate worlds or even in different timelines. Razor says, the red one is Kamen Rider G's. He comes from 50 years from the future to prevent Izuku from turning him into Oma-Zai-O, even if it means killing him. Kiyuki said. This shocked the viewers. Hearing that someone went back in time to possibly kill Izuku really shocked them. Mandalay stared at G's. Something wrong? Ragdoll asked. It's just that G's looks oddly like an older version of Koda, she said. To which the other members of the Wild Pussycats looked back at the screen and blinked a few times. She's right, Tiger said. It does look like Koda but older. That girl in white from earlier looks like an older Iri-chan if you think about it. Midnight added. Hey, it does look like the little listener as a teenager, Mike said. Aizawa didn't say anything but stared at Razor. Nezu then spoke up. You said G's came from the future to stop Izuku Midoriya from becoming Oma-Zai-O, even it means killing him. I assume that Tsukuyomi also came from the future as well, Nezu said. Given their physical characteristics, I would say that G's and Tsukuyomi are Koda and Eri from the future. Am I correct, Razor-san? Razor sighs. Yes, G's and Tsukuyomi are indeed Koda and Eri from 50 years in the future. 50 years. Everyone besides Eri and Koda yelled in shock. But they looks no older than us, Toru said. Eri used her quirk on them to keep them young, Kiyuki said. They have been fighting Oma-Zai-O for 43 years. Eri would rewind herself and Koda and enlist in every resistance group that would fight Oma-Zai-O. The screen now shows Izuku, down on his knees, his hair covering his eyes. On his waist is the Ziku driver. Flames and destruction surrounded him as buildings were burning. Scattered across the area are bodies, dead bodies of both heroes, sidekicks, some of his classmates and civilians. The screams of horror, the cries for help, and the explosions filled the air, But for Izuku it was all numb out as his focus was the two bodies lying in front of him. The first is the dead body of his first girlfriend, Ochako Uraraka. Her body was severely burned, several pieces of steel piercing her back, and her left arm was torn off from the elbow. The second is Melissa Shield, his second girlfriend. A large portion of her stomach was missing. Both girls had petrified shock and fear plaster on their unmoving faces. Everyone is shocked at what they are looking at on the screen in horror. Razor had cast blind on Eri and Kota for this, as they don't need to see this. Some of the students couldn't hold it in and vomit into the buckets that several GM units brought in the room. None more than the two mentioned. They couldn't believe what they were looking at. Their own dead bodies, albeit alternate version of themselves. David hugged his daughter not only for her comfort, but also his as well. WWH, what happened? Ochako finally has the strength to ask. Well, from what I can remember, in this timeline, Izuku gained the Ziku driver and became Zio. He fought Kaiju and the League of Villains and kicked major ass. However, at some point, Tamura Shigaraki kidnapped Inko, strapped her to a powerful bomb, and made Izuku watch his mother die in a very big explosion. The League launched an all-out attack. Many people died. You and Melissa died protecting Izuku from a Namu suicide bomber. Razor said, which made them gasp in shock. Wait, you said this timeline? Kosai said. Indeed he did. Kiyuki said. This is the timeline that led Izuku to becoming Oma Zio. We are about to watch his ascension. Izuku slowly raised his trembling arms, his fingers twitching madly, as if he lost all control of them. He brought his hands to his face. Not long after his body started to tremble. Shigaraki, who stood across Izuku, had some burns, and is clutching his left arm with his right in pain. The leader of League smirk as he watches his nemesis tremble in fear for what he has done. Hey. Shigaraki looked at Izuku in confusion. He was hearing him chuckle. That didn't seem right. Izuku then burst out laughing, but it wasn't just any kind of laughter. No, it was one filled with madness. Izuku lifted his head up, his hands on his face. His pinkies were underneath his eyes. Tears can be seen running down his cheeks. He has a madness-induced smile. His eyes also held the same amount of madness as well. Izuku sprung up and stood up. The Ziku driver now was covered in anonymous gold and black aura. Ha 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 ha. Izuku removed his hands from his face. Then the Ziku driver glowed gold and black. When it died down, the Ziku driver was now different. It was now gold. The left and right slots were replaced with golden wing extensions. Izuku then crossed his arms in front of him. Rag! Izuku lets out a mad roar. A large red, black and gold circle formed underneath his feet before the katakana for rider appeared along with two clock hands. The hands tick twice as they rest over the kanji. Cracks of fire from around the circle as they release flame-like energy. Henshin, Izuku yelled as he pressed both wing extensions. Shukufuku no Toki, Seizen, said I. Oma Zio. Izuku was surrounded by several golden watch straps that swirled around him. The katakana on the ground suddenly flew in the air. The circle was slowly being absorbed into Izuku's body. The straps then burst into bits, as now Izuku is now clad in a black suit. He had elegant gold winged shoulder pads, gold lining and padding on his arms and legs. A giant golden rolled styled watch band wrapped around his chest like a sash, golden belt with a display screen which had golden wing extensions on the side, and coming from his back were two giant white clock hands styled like a cape. He wore a helmet which looked like a giant golden watch with a blank face. On his forehead were 3 golden watches. 2 of them are set to the 10 and 2 position, while the silver symbol on his forehead reads Kamen, also in katakana. The katakana that flew into Izuku's face and became his visor reads Rider. In katakana, in the rough shape of an eagle. Everyone watches as perhaps the nicest person they know becomes a demon king right before their eyes. Then some of them realize something. Wait, why weren't G's, Tsukuyomi and Waz there? Sato asked. Why didn't they help? That's because they don't exist yet, Aizawa said. What do you mean? Pixie Bob asked. Remember that Razor said this timeline that would mean that the problem child becoming Oma Zio is in another timeline. In this timeline, Kota and Eri are still kids and have no combat experience. Waz probably doesn't even exist yet. Isn't that correct, Razor-san? Nezu explained. Yes, this is what most people would say the original timeline. The one where G's, Tsukuyomi and Waz are in, is the second timeline. The original's past. To undo everything from Day of Oma. They also risk their very existence once they succeed. Phantom said. Tsuzukuru Kodo ga Daijisa. Suki Koso Juzuner. Sumazuita Tte Kamelonai. Namakarobai Yaoki style. Meguri Zoto Tsuzuku Sekai. Guzen Nunka Jene. Let's party Tenga Tsunagari AI. Sen 9 Naru Isai. Izuku was holding a red and yellow ride watch. It had a faceplate of Kuuga on it. Geez, was, Bakugo, Shoto. Some of his classmates and pro heroes were currently facing off a large beetle-like kaiju that shares similarities with Kuuga. But instead of red, its armor was black. This was another ultimate Kuuga. Before Izuku could use it, the watch suddenly glowed and floated out of his hand. The Kuuga ride watch activated itself, and it began to glow. Soon 19 colorful energies appeared above Izuku. His eyes widened in shock as he recognized them as the ride watches of his predecessors. Everyone, he said. He could feel them lending their powers to him as all 19 watches merged together and formed a new ride watch in Izuku's left hand. It is gold and was very bulky compared to all the other ride watches. Izuku pressed the button. Grand Zai-O. As the watch announced, a panel pushed out from the sides of the watch, revealing small faces of his predecessors. Izuku attaches the Zai-O watch on his right side of the driver, and then the Grand Zai-O ride watch on the left. Hitting the top button, it tilted and the jingle banged to play. Behind him, a golden clock tower rose from the ground and golden confetti spewing from somewhere. Arkle whirring. A rusty statue of Kuuga in his pose appeared on his left. Oh, look, it's Kuuga, Zero said. So Dad and I get to see what the previous rider looks like. Sweet. Percy said. Seed of Agito shimmering. This time an Agito statue appeared right next to the Kuuga one. Wait, are we going to see all of the riders again? Shoji asked. Seems like it, Jirota said. Advent. Ruki was in the pose before his advent. Kid has a lot of heart for what he fights for. Deathgoro said. A dragon knight? Now I know me and Ryu-chan are being referenced here. Hiro said. His wife couldn't help but notice this now. Complete. The Faiz statue was slightly squatting, left arm resting on his knee ready to smash. Fighting to protect others' dreams. Truly a respectable hero. Yagi said with a smile. Turn up. The blade statue had his sword planted on the ground and readying his lightning attack. A friend that gave up his own happiness, a true friend. Shoto said. Yamomo placed her hand on his shoulder in comfort. A real hot-blooded hero. Ina said. Tuning fork ringing. The Hibiki statue was casually standing there. The dad of the riders is back. Manga said. Change beetle. The Kabuto statue had his hand up pointing at the sky, as he was the one walking above all. Hey, it's my partner, Kirishima said with a grin. Kiri, Mina said. Gatak's death was still on her mind. Hey, didn't I say not to worry about it? Sword form. Den-O's statue had arrived. Haha, the best rider has arrived. Momotaro said. Yeah, Iri said happily. Wake up. Kiva's statue was his pose before jumping. May he find peace and lead a happy life. Ibara prayed. Kamen Rider. The decade statue stood there intimidatingly. A hero with a sin past. An interesting concept. Nezu said. Cyclone Joker. This one appeared on John's left side, ready to count sins. Still half-boiled in my opinion, but he has the making of a hard-boiled one. Aizawa said. Did Aizawa-sensei just indirectly compliment me? Kaminari asked. Looks like it. Minta said. Taka, Tora, Bada. The OOO statue was in his horse stance with arms arched like claws. It's Izuku if he took up Aizawa-sensei's taste in clothing. Toru said. She then remembered that Aizawa is there. Ugh, no offense, sensei. Aizawa stared at her for a moment before turning back to the screen. Ha ha ha, she's got you there, Eraserhead. Miss Joke said. 3, 2, 1. The statue of Fourze was standing there with his fist out for a fist bump. It's still nice to see a fellow space theme hero. 13 said. Ochako nodded. But secretly she was a little upset that she was with Fourze Izuku in that universe. But she got over it. Don't worry, master. Yui has eyes on another, so you don't need to worry about her going after Izuku-kun. Switch Up said, cheering her master up. Shabadooby touch. The wizard statue had his hand up ready for showtime. Oh, the all-bling rider, Kami said. Soya. Game has made his way on stage. Hey, it's Fruit Jesus, Sen said. Must not correct. Ibara muttered to herself. She is still having trouble with the thought of another god besides her own, but she will manage. Drive. The drive statue was in a similar pose to Faiz's, but on the other leg. Kid would be a great help for the police, Gran Torino said. Kaigen. Ghost had its hands together, as if it were praying. I hope he gets better, Ryuko said. Level up. X-Aid had its arm up saying he won't need a continue. Is my arch nemesis, Nezu said. I need a raise, Aizawa said as he can already feel the headaches coming from Nezu's future crazy plans to defeat the problem child in a game. Best match. Build stood there with the winning formula. Looks like Build is back, David said. The best rider, Mei said happily. Henshin, Izuku cried out. Kuuga, Agito, Ryuki, Faiz, Blade, Hibiki, Kabuto, Den-O, Kiva, Decade, W, OOO, Fourze, Wizard, Game, Drive, Ghost, X-Aid, Build, Iwi, Kamen Rider Grand Zio. During the jingle, gold boxes come and contain the rider statues and shrink down. Izuku's default Zio suit appears on him without the visors. The boxes started to attach to his body, making his armor into gold with silver and purple highlights. He gained shoulders pads on each arm and spike on each upper part of the shoulder. When the statues attached to him, all the riders did pose before turning into gold. On his left side of his armor were the statues of the first 9 Heisei riders with Decade in the center of his chest. Then the other 9 Heisei riders on his right side of his armor. His helmet gains a crown with the final statue, being Zio himself being placed on the crown itself, doing a pose before turning into gold as well. The visor characters fly out the golden clock altar, then lands on his helmet saying Rider in pink with golden highlights, with the 2-minute hands larger than his default form. This is Grand Zio, Zio's primary final form accessed with the Grand Zio Ride Watch. It wields the power of all 20 Heisei Kamen Riders. In this form, Zio is adorned with statues of all the previous Heisei riders, with his own on his crown. Razor said. Wait, you said primary, is there another one? Kendo asked. Yes, Razor said. Everybody shuffle Shiyu, said I. Rensa Suru smiles. Let's party enjoy Shinakia Matanai. Dad, Jinsei wa Ikai. Izuku is seen holding someone in his arms. It was an old man. He has long black, dark green and white hair that reaches his back. He wore black and gold royal clothing, red shoes. His face had some freckles, and he has a darker shade of green eyes. This is future Izuku Midoriya, also known as Omazayo. He also is bleeding as his clothes are stained by his blood coming from the stab wound where his heart is. My younger self, Omazayo said softly. His voice became raspy. Everything I've done was for this moment. Please don't talk. I'll get you to Recovery Girl or Tsukayomi. They cow, Izuku said, but was caught off when Omazayo spoke again. It is too late, besides it's better this way due to my interference. The future of Oma will cease to exist. G's Tsukayomi was. The will remain due to their presence in the past. It made them anomalies that can exist in the present. Oma then weakly raised his hand. He gathered all of his powers into his hand, and a new ride watch formed. It was mostly gold. It had Omazayo's face plate on it. This is the Omazayo ride watch. Omazayo hands the new watch to Izuku. Be the true king of heroes that we were destined to be. Omazayo's breath slowly decreased. The light in his eyes slowly faded. Deku-kun. A voice calls out made both Izuku's to face forward. They were both shocked at what they saw standing before them were a transparent Ochako and Melissa. Ohamzayo recognized them instantly. They were his Ochako and Melissa. The ones he lost all those years ago. Hey Deku-kun, what took you so long? Ochako asked. She's right, Deku-kun. Everyone is waiting for you, Melissa said. Omazayo reaches out towards them. Sorry it took me so long, he said as a soft smile formed on his lips. Ochako and Melissa smiled back as they reached out their hands to him. Let's get going then, Ochako said as she grabbed his hand. Yeah, we have so much to tell you, Melissa said as she also grabbed his hand. Meteor with that, the Demon King, the destroyer of heroes and villains, the one that ruled the world with an iron fist. Omazayo passed away with a peaceful smile on his face. The transparent Ochako and Melissa also disappeared. Izuku looked at his older self. He too had a sad smile on his face. You were driven insane from grief and gave everything to fix the past to save the future. You still kept your heroic heart deep within the Demon King persona. May you rest in peace, Omazayo. No, Izuku Midoriya, Izuku said as he laid his older self down and closed his eyes. He looks at the Omazayo ride watch. I will save what you fought to change. Izuku stood up. I will protect the present and future, not only as a hero, but also as a Kamen Rider and King. He then inserted the ride watch into the left slot of his Ziku driver, and got into his pre-henshin pose. Rainbows wa sora dake jene. Mun nai mo kakaru z party party. Donna miracle mo aki howdy. Henshin, Izuku cried as he spun the Ziku driver 360 degrees. King time. Kamen Rider OOO. Tilde ma tilde. Now standing in Izuku's place is his new rider form. The form looked similar to Oma's OOO, but was also different at the same time. Instead of black and gold, this form was gold, silver, and white. He has a silver watch strap that goes across his chest and shoulders. He has neck collar like armor. His helmet is done in gold, with white frame in his face area. He has his pink visor that reads Rider in katakana, and on his forehead is the OOO Rider watch. Universe Festival Party Party. Iwi. He is the one who follows the true path of heroism. The king of all time and space, the one who finally inherited the throne. And his name is Kamen Rider OOO. It is the birth of a new Oma. Phantom announced to the audience. Rem giggles at her boyfriend's antics. Ugh, that way too much, you know. But it's fighting no matter what you think. Razor said with a slight grin. Everyone couldn't help but get teary-eyed at the moment of Oma's OOO finding peace at his death. Despite being a tyrannical overlord, he is still Izuku under there. And seeing Izuku turning into his Oma is like seeing an alternate version of his dark future self. You know, I don't know what I'd do if anyone I cared about died, Percy said. Then Phantom and Razor looked at each other with a gulped expression. These riders are interesting to see, Yagi said. Meeting them also heightens the experience. Damn right, Skeleton Man, Momotaro said to him. I am ready to kick some ass in your world once this is over. Nezu goes to the Red Oni. Would you like a job as US security? Do I get to beat up the bad students? Momotaro's asked, which made Minta turn white. No, but I could help you get a hero license where you get your fill in fighting. The rodent grinned in seeing this rider in action. Deal. With the money I could get all the pudding I want, he said. I'll be possibly teaching the little ones how to beat up their enemies. He points to Eri and Koda, who are excited. Then everyone dreads the idea of a literal sand monster teaching kids violence. Unknown to them that 3 more imagines will make things crazier. Almost everyone's rider devices are done. Phantom whispered to his friend. Say, Phantom, what about Percy? Is his driver ready yet? Before he could answer, Phantom was dragged by Rem to a sudden door to a bedroom. Rem. His face turned red. What are you doing? Here is my idea for a good time, Rem said in a flirty tone, which made Eri and Koda gagged and screamed cooties at the couple. Razor, help, he begged to his friend. I'll be sure to write on your tombstone, here lies Phantom. He shouldn't snitch, Razor said as he saluted his. When I get back, begin the final viewing for Kamen Rider. Then Phantom is taken to the room with the door saying do not disturb. The fellow males in solidarity bow their heads in silence for their fellow bro god. What is he talking about, Razor? Ochako asked him in confusion. Yeah, I thought we aren't going to do the Ryowa era since it is fairly new, Itsuka said to him. Oh, we aren't the next and last Rider World Razor. For now, that is. We will return to Kamen Riders since I am a die-hard Rider fans. We will see as one of Phantom's world. One rider for all, to be specific.